PKA 559 double guests, Trevor and Tucker. Kyle?
Yeah, a few sponsors tonight, Blue Chew, Lucy, and SmartMouth. We'll get a little later on in the show, but yeah, nice little throwback episode. You guys want to play some Modern Warfare 2? Just ditch this whole thing?
Let's do it. Just past that 10-year anniversary, we could recreate it.
You know, all do a little 4 people we used to run all the time.
With 4 people? Oh, Mosh Pit or whatever.
Mosh Pit.
Yeah. That was fun. Nobody played that. That was like that and Mercenary Mosh Pit were so dead all the time.
Yeah.
I miss all the old...
Tactical, but that was Team Tac was COD 4. That was the 3-man. That's where like if we wanted like a crazy win streak, we play Team Tac or Mosh Pit with like your best little group of players and like I don't know.
You wouldn't lose. It was impossible to lose.
You wouldn't lose.
Yeah. It was just people accidentally in there. It was treat it like game battles and little Timmy's just playing
essentially.
Trevor, Onslaught, me, and somebody else I don't recall would play together every night. It was like a standing thing. We wouldn't set up, are we going to play tonight? It went without saying.
I don't even think we had to pick a time. I think we were just all on and it just happened. The lobby formed and we just went for it.
Yeah.
Eventually we graduated to GBs and that's when it became a lot more frustrating.
Now and then. Yeah. We had some still fun. GBs, the game battles, high highs and low lows. That's the nature of it.
Yeah, I would always play with Impulse and Socrates, and it was so crazy. Like, I guess that's been like 10 years ago now, and I was on Twitch last week or something like that, and I see It's Impulse in my chat. He goes, "Yo, man, what's up?" And I'm like, "Is this the real It's Impulse?" I'm like, "Where'd you go to college, dude?" And he's like, "Ole Miss," and I'm like, "Dude, the fuck." Like how do you? And then a couple people that I've reconnected with like that I hadn't talked to in years and years. It's been cool.
Twitch is good for that. That's like my favorite part about it. There's some people from like the early COD 4 montage days, like this dude Clairvoyant, who used to make a bunch of Clairvoyant D used to make a bunch of shit in World at War. And he pops in from time to time. It's just like a nice blast from the past. I'm like, yeah, I used to join your session in progress back in the day. Like, what's up?
I was a fanboy.
Yeah.
Paid $1,600 to be on that friends list.
Hey, we were grinding back then. You know, that was the money.
I'm pretty sure I bought Fear Mohos. If you guys remember him.
Yeah.
He was on Fear. Yeah. I think I might have bought lessons from him at one point.
You bought the lessons? I was about to say he sold the lessons.
I'm embarrassed.
Oh no!
I mean, he did a good job. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sure he did.
He's a cool cat, and he's still super successful at what he does. But that was back in the grinding days.
$20 to play with Hutch. I wasn't even on YouTube. I just really wanted to play with him.
I'm gonna ask him next time I see him about that if he remembers.
So he might not remember it the same way, but here's how it went. He wanted to upgrade his recording equipment, and he asked everyone for like $1 or $5 or something like that, just so that they would get better quality videos. And I was like, I'll give you 20 if you let me play with you. And he kind of declined. He was like, dude, I could never charge anyone to play with me. And I was like, well, I'm giving you 20. And if you don't follow through, that's on you. Like that was the position I put him in. Yeah. So he's like, well, damn, you got me cornered now. So that's how he played with me.
Nice.
How many games you get? Do you remember?
It was all night, and it wasn't just him. It was like the Optic Squad at the time. So I played with him. I played with Hex, and the original Optic guys before they had a pro team.
That's funny.
Yeah,
it's amazing how far
you got your money's worth for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I lost many games on shipment that night. And then we switched. I lost games on other maps too, but it was a good time.
Yeah, I haven't really found a game since like those old days that I've been like that into for that long. I don't know. Like I've really enjoyed Vermintide with my friends for like short periods of time, like just grinding the fuck out of that. But I'm looking for something new. I don't know what.
We're in a drought.
I'm afraid it's gonna be Rust. Like my friends are trying to drag me back in, but like I just got out. Like it's so hard to like go to the gym. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like on wipe day, I play for 16 hours straight. Like I take bathroom breaks. I take bathroom breaks and 16 hours straight.
I'm gonna say it. I think prison helped you get out of Rust, and now you're slipping back in. And
I played a little since. Like I played a couple wipes since prison, and it's hard. It's hard.
Like time hard or like gameplay hard? Like
time hard. Like we destroy the game. Like I'm not that great.
Better?
Or what now?
Like the community, are they getting better at it?
No.
No?
The community. Oh, I thought you meant, are they becoming nicer people? The community is awful.
No. Like, is it pretty sweaty? I would imagine.
Super sweaty. Sweaty. It always has been. I've never played on like a soft Rust wipe. Okay. Like I've never been like, these guys suck. Like, I'm always the worst person on my team. I'm the guy, I'll spend 2 hours a night practicing my AK spray, and still, like, my friends are just like, their AKs just sit still, go da. So I'm always the worst guy on my squad, and I like it that way. There shouldn't be anybody worse than me. Why would I play with somebody like that? But,
just get carried, baby.
Yeah, true.
But like wipe day, I play 16 hours, and the next day you put in at least 12. And like keeping up with like the rest of your life when you're doing something like that, just staying showered is a little hard. Yeah, like it's awful. But my friends are like, come on, come back. It'll be easy.
Isn't this like Ark?
No,
Ark Survival. It's pretty good. And there's a second one coming out, right? Fairly soon. So that might be something you could hop into. I don't know if you're into the dinosaur thing, but I played the first one quite a bit, and it's honestly a lot of fun. It's kind of the same vibe as Rust.
Yeah.
Base building, and
I've seen gameplay.
It has to be enough.
Yeah, I've seen gameplay. I've considered it. I don't know. I've already got so many hours in Rust. Like I think I may have 2,000 hours, and like I kind of know my way around the game. That's interesting, right? That you're like 2,000 hours in, you're like, I think I have a basic knowledge of this now. I kind of know how things work. People who jump into it and they're like, yeah, I got 200 hours. I know what's up.
You know what's crazy? I hit 2,000 hours in Counter-Strike recently, and that's with taking a year-long break, and I haven't played in like 2 months now. But when I hit that 2,000 hours, I was like, nice. Now I'm finally a Counter-Strike gamer. Like, that's the 2,000 hours is the entry level for I play that game a lot, right? Because Flom has 18,000 hours in Counter-Strike. You're just like, okay.
2,000 in Rust is like you don't even tell people because it's so low. Like you would never brag about it. Well,
yeah, it's like how many hours in WoW do you have? Don't ask that question unless you've been playing for 10 years. Like, there's no answer that's gonna be good.
It's like the guys who are like legit, they've got 6,000 hours at least.
So you have at least 200 hours of hitting trees, right?
Oh, at least
2,000 in total.
At least of just farming. Is
there any talent to hitting trees? Like in Minecraft, there is not.
There's a tiny bit,
Okay.
There's a mini game based into it where like if you just like blindly hit the tree, you get less resources. But if you hit the X that appears after every swing, you get a little bit more. There's skill to literally everything in that game. Like there's a skillful way to fucking mine rocks. Like everything's like that. It's silly. There's skillful ways to like run and dodge. There's skillful ways to use a bow, believe it or not. There's trick shots you can do with the bow. It's a hard game it's an easy game to just go in there and like, yeah, this is like Minecraft, right? Yeah, a little bit. Except for the swastikas on that base over there. That's kind of new, huh?
Yeah. No, I don't know. Minecraft. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that's in every game like that.
Welcome to Woodycraft.
That's the people, not the game. That's just the gaming community.
Yeah, they're rough. True. It's about to get better though. I'm sure you guys all saw, like China has made it so that if you're under 18, you can only play 3 hours of video games a week.
Yeah,
and like cheaters, huh?
Did you see the fine print on when you can play?
I did not.
It is only between 8 and 9 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or state holidays.
Monday whites, let's go.
So you don't even get to play the hour that you want. It's like as soon as 8 o'clock rolls around, China's entire grid is just gonna go.
You guys have faith that this will be enforced and make a difference?
It will be enforced because they're using facial recognition software to make sure that and it's tied to a real ID. So every game will require you, if you want online access, to tie your whatever their social score number to it, and facial recognition to guarantee that it's the kid playing. I was like, oh, they're really going for it.
America goes bonkers when they wear a mask at Walmart.
You don't have a choice. The day when like gamer score was prominent and everyone wanted a high gamer score, I kind of almost want to see what would happen here. Like, bro, my social score is like 900. What are you?
That's credit score. We have that. It's called credit score.
I'm platinum. I'm bronze 2.
I'm bronze 2 social.
That's right. Sabotage you by photoshopping you.
Yeah, that's wild.
In public or something, or spitting.
It's probably a good thing for the society as a whole to limit gaming to that until you're like of an adult age. I'm gonna be honest with you. It probably is in some way a good idea. However, I'm not 18, so I don't fucking care. Sucks to suck. But if I were in that position, I would be so mad. I would be infuriated.
Like, what if you're an aspiring pro gamer, right? Like
not anymore.
Which is like a thing, right? Like that used to be a joke. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna be a pro. Like now, it's like there are people who make incredible livings, like playing games, whether it's Twitch or it's like on the pro circuit. Like, name a game. Like,
or are there any good Chinese pro gamers?
Oh yeah,
yes.
It's massive over there. Yeah.
I mean, China.
No, we're not talking about South Korea. Like,
I mean, China's really, they have some really. First of all, if you have 1 billion people, you're gonna have good talent, right? Like India has some great gamers. They may not be good in Western games, but like Garena Freefire or whatever that like mobile game is, not a single Westerner is gonna touch any of them in it. Like it's just gross.
Have you guys seen that game?
And they're not cheating.
No, they're not cheating.
Garena Freefire is like the biggest
did I
game on
accuse a
YouTube.
Chinese gamer of running hacks? My bad. I'm sorry.
That's what I was getting at. Is that like Rust is going to be more fun now because there won't be as many Chinese cheaters because we would just run into it so much, and it's so obvious in that game. Like, so few players can beam you with an AK like at long range and just melt you instantly, and you just run into people who are just like they just turn you off, and it's just like, come on, headshot, you tripled me from 150 meters, like bullshit.
Well, that and PUBG was huge because it had VoIP, so you could actually hear the people yelling at you. That like, I wonder where this guy's screaming China #1 is from. Like, I really truly wonder.
Same with Rust. You got VoIP in there too.
Oh, you're right, you do. Yeah.
Trevor, I cut you off. You were talking about a game. I don't want to.
Oh no, I was just saying. I realized this the other day, or a couple months ago. But Garena Freefire is like this mobile battle royale that is the most uploaded and watched video game on YouTube. Period. But nobody knows about it because it's just not over here in the States. It's not in Europe. It's not Western at all.
Brazil and India, right, which make up like 1.5 billion people. It's the hottest shit over there.
You can look up videos and they have like 30 million views, just like average videos. Like it's unbelievable. I think
the Garena Freefire mobile tournament broke the YouTube concurrent stream record by like an unimaginable number. It was just like, people
there
forget.
There used to be kind of like a soft target if you could speak Portuguese or maybe Spanish, because there just wasn't the same level of competition there as there were for English speakers.
Right.
I wonder if that's still true. I wonder if you're like a Portuguese-speaking YouTuber, if it's easy to get tons of views.
Well, no. Think about
CPMs are lower though.
Yeah, CPMs are lower, which is true. But also think about the amount of Spanish-speaking individuals who are streaming on Twitch, like 150,000 people, right? Like if you can speak the language, I feel like that's a huge barrier of entry that you're jumping over. And then it's just a matter of like, do they fuck with somebody who's not from there that speaks the language? I don't think it's a big problem.
Yeah, I would guess they're not. They would, but yeah, like I said, I just see that there's a big market there. I wonder if
I should learn pork chicken.
No,
is that playing the long game? Baby.
No, I guess it's before there weren't enough Portuguese-speaking YouTubers. So if you were that guy, you could blow up. Maybe now there are. I don't pay attention to that market.
Neither do I. I mean, like, was Montana Black the first big German YouTuber streamer, and like he just rode that wave? Like, I don't know the context of any of these people because, like you said and like Trevor said, it's kind of unknown to the Western world. Like, I don't follow Indian creators outside of T-Series because they follow PewDiePie. So like that was T-Series.
Trevor, what's new in your life, man? What are you doing? So we haven't talked much. We text now and then or tweet here and there, but last we left off when we were talking a lot, you got big into the real estate thing.
Right.
Are you still into real estate like you used to be?
No, not really. I definitely, I mean, I that's kind of like a plan B at some point whenever it makes sense. Right now, I'm just totally focused on content on YouTube. I've been uploading 2 videos a day for like 8 years now. Like I've got like 14,000 videos or something. So been it. I mean, not a lot has changed. Obviously, I've grown and matured, and you know, I've been dating the same girl for 5 years, and we started a travel channel together, and we've been working with like travel brands and stuff like that. But really, at the end of the day, I'm still almost stuck in like the 2011, 2012 Trev. I'm just not playing COD anymore. I'm just playing video games, which is great. It's fun. You know, I think some days it's definitely turned into a job more than a passion now. So there is a little bit more grind to it, but I do enjoy it, and I know I'm super lucky to be in this position. So that takes up most of my focus, and then earnings from that I just kind of dump into the stock market. Real estate and stocks are usually about the same. It's good to be diversified, but I just don't have the time for real estate at the moment.
That's it for a while. It was almost like I don't want to say a meme, but like it was a common thing. Like people would make some money and then they'd get into real estate. They were parlaying their social media success into real estate. And I'm always like, let's circle back in 5 years and see how that went. So right now, I'm so bad with names. Help me. Who's the guy with the marijuana cookie, Kyle?
Oh, Quebble Cop.
Quebble Cop. Thank you.
You're right. Quebble does have.
Right. It's a tough name. But anyway, I love Quebble Cop. Want nothing but success for him. But I see that he's getting into real estate. And I really don't know if it's going to be a wildly successful venture that he's just super glad he got into. Or if a couple of years from now, he's like, you know what? Real estate's not the best way for me to use my resources. We'll see.
Being a landlord is lame. Do something fun with it, right? Like it's like uninspiring, right? I mean, I feel like it would be more fulfilling to do literally anything else with your money.
Yeah.
He bought an old gas station, and
okay,
sounds like a terrible investment. Potentially.
I have no opinion on it. What do I know about gas stations in Amsterdam? Maybe I'm not even sure.
Yeah,
right?
Like Amsterdam. Yeah.
So, I'm not going to say thumbs up or down. I just wish him good luck. But it's so wildly different than what I would think of as his core competency. We'll see. He said it ran himself, Zach did. Again, so I just want to know 5 years from now, is he going to be like, I'm so glad I have a gas station?
Hey, Siri, set a reminder 5 years from now. Broke or not.
Yeah. No, I think there's a place for it. If you're in our position where you're so focused on content, I think just buying something and then paying a property manager to, run it for 15, 10%, whatever it is, which is what I'm doing. I mean, it's not bad, but you're not going to make a ton of money on it. I think where you can really make money is if you have the time to dedicate to it, to improve it or change it or, raise the rents and that sort of thing, which I mean, I don't have the time for that. I can't go and deal with that and deal with evicting people and deal with, all the BS that comes with it. It's not worth it. You can get pretty much the same return in the stock market. So why not just set it and forget it?
Yeah. I have a friend. I'm trying not to dox him as I'm thinking before I speak, but he owns a couple real estate buildings and he earns barely enough to live on or a really nice addition to whatever your day job would be, right? Like if you can imagine that amount of money. And it's nice, right? To take that and add it to whatever else you're going to do. So, yeah, anyway, I was always curious how your real estate ventures worked out. If you were just expanding your empire or...
I mean, I still have everything.
You didn't sell anything?
Nope. Just kind of paying down the mortgages and, 20 years from now, I'll have a bunch of paid off properties, which will be great, but...
Huge assets,
It's not like it's, doing anything super notable.
Now, you own some small percentages of bigger projects, if I recall. Like, weren't you invited to invest in some bigger things?
What is your portfolio percentages?
No, stop.
So I started with single families. I think I have 4 of those. And then my mentor that kind of got me into it, who I met through my mother's friend through like a Rotary organization or something, great guy, kind of held my hand through it and taught me everything that I know, which isn't much, but enough to invest, I guess. He has like hundreds of doors in Illinois where I'm from. So when he sees one that's good, and we haven't done a deal together in 3 or 4 years, but when he sees one that's really good and he's kind of strapped for cash because it's all about leverage and sometimes you're just leveraged out, he'll bring me in and we have 50% cut on a couple of smaller multi-units like, quadplexes and stuff like that. Okay. But nothing, I think 8 is the biggest. Nothing, no like 30, 50, 100, anything super notable.
I'm just impressed that he measures it by doors. I didn't know that. It makes sense to me, but guy's got hundreds of doors and I've got like 60 in here.
There you go. See, you're on the way.
There's like 5 in this room.
You got a lot of doors.
You want at least every door to be making $100 per month on top of principal, interest, all your outgoing expenses. So, I mean, that's what, $6,000 a month you've got in your house there. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
I'm not doing
not
well
bad.
then. Yeah.
I can't do math.
How about you guys? What have you guys been up to? I watch the show. I mean, I occasionally, not every week, but
highlights. I know what you watch. Highlights. Everybody watches.
No. And I want to know why you guys don't have your own highlights channel. But I do. I watch the show like when I'm editing and when I just have humdrum busy work and emails and stuff. I'll throw it on. Typically when Tucker's on and stuff like that. So I know the synopsis, but. Anything exciting that I'm
through
missing?
phases myself, right? And I get like so deep into things. I get it pretty deep into Escape from Tarkov, where I was playing almost all my waking hours for a while. My kick for the last, 8 months or so have been fitness and motorcycles. That's where I spend my time. I still fly my paramotor. The paramotor guys all tease me that I don't fly enough.
I'm going to be honest. I watched the paramotor videos.
Did you?
So I'm a little disappointed.
I stopped making those, and then the paramotor community fusses at me for that. And I really just made those to give back. Like, you guys are YouTube professionals. How much do I make on a paramotor video? Like $32, something like that.
Worth the work going in.
No, it wasn't worth it at all. It was always about giving back. But then the fame I got in that little community is not fun to live with. Everyone has an opinion on you and about you. Everything you say is dissected. People just like fucking fire up threads in the community. What do you think of this guy? And it's, don't you think this guy's better than that guy?
The damn paramotor community. Hey, listen. Hey, listen here, paramotor community. All right, listen. If you guys you want a piece of Woody, you're gonna have to go through me. It's like
it sounds like the Facebook group for my HOA,
dude.
Exactly. You're like, oh.
But it was a lot more taking away than like what I was getting from it. And I did that for years. And after a while I was like, yeah, no more videos. I'm done. I've given back. So that's what's up.
Yeah, it seems pointless to do. Like if the paramotoring community wants you to make content because it's good for the paramotoring community, they need to pay you to make that content.
The paramotoring community.
Or I'm fine.
Like the manufacturers, the people who make wings, the people who make the engines, the people who like have businesses where people are trained to fly paramotors, like, the big money making entities of paramotor. Big para.
and I would get like the smallest. I got some deals, but like I say a paramotor's $9,000 and the guy selling it makes like $4,000 profit on each. He'd knock off like $500 for me.
Shit!
Practically insulting. Like, it's like, keep your 500 and I'll just not be beholden to anyone.
Ideally, how about you give me 2 of them? That way, when it inevitably breaks down, I don't embarrass your product by being like, well, we can't make a video today because Jim Bob's paramotor is a piece of shit. So we're just going to make a video of trying to fix it or going through their warranty department. And then you give me X amount of money on top of that.
Yeah.
It's what it would ideally be.
The deal started getting better. One was first year I buy the paramotor cost, which was like $3,000 instead of $8,000. And then every year after that, I get a free paramotor, which, nice. Is a little better. But it also involved like flying out to Italy and touring the facility and probably making a video the first year. And COVID hit, the whole Italy thing.
I'm so sorry for you. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
A
trip to Italy.
Yeah. Wow.
It's flying around the Med. That's terrible.
Okay, you're right. But yeah. So I just stopped making videos because it was all give and no take.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a super small community. It's almost like trying to make money as like a paintballer or something like that. I feel like there's just not a lot of money in that community. Like It's so small. It's so
super niche.
There's some airsoft guys who make really good videos. The editing is outstanding. It looks like Call of Duty. They have crosshairs on their scrin.
The sniper guy? There's like a Norwegian sniper guy. And I watch like all of his stuff. You're right. The overlay looks great. And the way he edits it feels like you're in an action movie. So I do watch some of those.
He tells a story with it too. Yeah. Like oftentimes, like he'll set up the villain. Like this guy doesn't admit when he gets hit. So here comes super talent against cheater, and it's fun to watch. He does such a good job.
I think I remember that video, and he shoots him like 6 times, and he's
Stuff
like
that.
Yeah.
That's another one where I don't think you could make a lot of money doing that, right? Like,
well, he gets million view videos, so there's money in
that'll
there.
do it.
All right, but we're talking about a space that has enough room for like 2 creators, right?
Yes. Agreed. Yeah.
And
It's fun
then,
to talk to professionals. Sorry, cut you off, Kyle. Like these guys fucking know. Earlier in the conversation, you're like, yeah, there's a big market for Portuguese videos, but the CPMs are lower, and it's like,
hey, you gotta
even if you're making million view airsoft videos, right? Like, I bet they're high effort. Like he's editing a lot, and he's probably he's going out and like filming at least for one day, probably more, and then. Like, are there manufacturers backing him up? Like, is this sponsored by J&J Airsoft Company, and they're paying him like a rate or paying him a CPM? Like, probably not. I don't know.
You just made me realize his nightmare. Like, you know how we have days where you just get bad gameplay? You're just like, I just didn't get. Like, this guy is like, fuck, I got to go back to the range again. Like, get more gameplay.
The SD card fails or something.
Oh no!
On his face.
His mic was muted the whole time.
That's so possible.
Like all the audio's fucked or something. Like that stuff I'm sure has happened.
Yeah.
And it's just not a space where you can just make a ton of money. You want something that, like, I don't know. I always say those cosmetic channels were like always such incredible money makers. It's like, oh man, if you're a pretty girl who knows how to put makeup on, you've just got it made.
The effort to money ratio is outstanding.
Yeah.
Right. Like Kyle was saying, they're high effort, but almost all million view videos are pretty high effort. But the cosmetic girls, it seems like they can just sit on their bed, apply some blush, and it's not that bad. It's certainly no Mr. Beast video.
I think same as financial advice. I would loop them in as well. Super high CPM, super easy to make, just sitting and talking. Gaming is too. Gaming doesn't get the CPMs that either one of those do.
The thing about financial advice is it's almost like comp sci or cybersecurity in that you have to live and breathe it. You have to watch it all day long. Like the basic kind of financial advice I got or I have done, like you would get from school, that wears out in 5 videos. After that, it's why Bitcoin did what it did today. And to make that video, you have to watch the news all day long with a passion.
That's true.
You know who probably has the best CPM and view to effort ratio is, I'm pretty sure he's the #1 earning YouTuber. It's that kid who does unboxing
Ryan's
videos.
Toy. Toy reviews. Yeah.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Kid gets to just unbox shit and it's
How
like
old is
30
he?
million. He's like
13 now, right? He started super young. I mean, it's run by his parents, but he made like what, 30 million last year?
Yeah.
40 million, something.
Yeah. It's been like this for what, 3 years now, where he's been like one of the top, if not the top earners.
Yeah.
And he
That's
wasn't even a teenager.
outrageous. I wonder how that's impacted his life.
Probably pretty well.
Yeah, but developmental.
I get all the toys I want.
No, but like Rebecca Black, for example, she dropped out of school and went homeschooling. They bullied her so hard. Who else did they bully the heck out of? There's a child actor.
Sounds like the kid was a loser.
It might have been the guy. Is it from I See
Child
Dead
stars?
People?
Listen, child stars can't, or I mean, this is broad. I don't think you can have a measurable level of like popularity or success through your formative years and turn out like a normal person.
No.
Like it's just I just don't think it can happen. You see it with YouTubers too. I mean, it's kind of hard when you're the shit for the entirety of your deformative.
Yeah, they are deformative.
They are deformative.
Nailed it. Yeah.
You say that, but I meet some real fucking weirdos on a daily basis on the internet, and they did not go through some sort of booming success between 13 and 18.
You're right.
They're just fucking weirdos, dude. Like I made some people almost on the daily. Like we did our for our $50 Discord, we do like these hangouts, right? Where we spend 2 hours with a group of 25 guys, and we did 5 of them. So we did 5 of these 2-hour hangouts
in a row.
Not in a row. We do 3 on.
You've done 5 in total so far? Or?
This week. We did 3 on Sunday and 2 on Tuesday. And
that's impressive.
You meet a handful of people who are,
they're paying $50 to talk to you, dude. Like anybody.
I mean, a lot of them are fucking cool.
Every session I rip on someone. Usually it's bad audio. Sometimes it's bad storytelling. Sometimes.
Woody's like texting me. He's like, this guy is the worst storyteller ever. Shut him up.
I think I just listened patiently with that one. At least
you did
publicly.
You did.
But yeah, I don't know. How
many people are in each one?
25.
So,
That's what I already did the math. 62.50 or whatever. I'm like, yeah.
It's not so bad for hanging out with a group of
degenerates.
Some of them, I was about to say, some of them are great. Like I would say most of them are great. Some of them are really interesting. Some of them are content creators themselves, so it's fun to like talk to them. Like Finster's in there, and then like just we've always got a few new people who are just getting to know them. It's like, oh yeah, I run this company and that company, and I started doing this at this age, that's etc. Just like really successful guys. And then there's the one guy who's like, you guys want to watch me parachute some Molly? And we're like, yeah, man, we'll watch you parachute some Molly.
Those be one guy. I had to learn what parachuting was.
Those are some tight shorts you got on.
Know what that is.
Woody goes, can I see those shorts?
Wait, let Woody explain what parachuting Molly is.
So what you do is you take whatever your drug of choice is. You put it in something digestible. Toilet paper is a good pick. Okay. Smash it up into a powder and then consume it in the toilet paper. And I think what it does is your body just gets it quicker than it would an intact pill.
Yeah, and you don't have to taste it. Yeah,
it's more taste stuff. I'm going to posit.
Yeah, pills taste like shit.
Or you just have loose Molly, and there's no way it's not in a pill in the first place. It's just
that's what he was doing.
Of Molly.
That's what
he was doing. Just tilt some, and
he's like,
this is not from experience, but
he's got a little bag. Yeah, of course not. Never from experience.
Never.
He's got a little baggie of Molly, and he's just like putting it in the toilet paper and like making it 1-ply from 2-ply, and Woody's like,
this guy parachutes.
Woody's like, let me see those shorts you've got on. And you expect him to like stand up and like display.
I remember.
He just pans the camera down to his like crotch. And he's got the shortest shorts on.
Is like...
it was. And this guy, like I like the guy. His name's Snorlax. Snorlax will come into our poker game and like lose $1,000 in like an hour. And then like the other night he lost $1,000, and then like somebody got his seat because it was empty. And he's so high all the time that he didn't make it clear that he wanted to sit right back down, which is the rule. Like you lose your money, you have that option. You're like, hey, I'm going to sit right back down. Let me get some more money. Give me this much more money. I'm sitting right back down because there's a line of people waiting in our poker game. And he's just like, hey, what happened? Somebody took my spot. I want 1,000 more. And you would think I'm in here losing $1,000. You'd want to play with me. But I guess not. And I'm just like, dude, no one can understand what you're saying. No one knows what you want.
Kyle went hard on him. That was apparently it wasn't my turn to berate someone. Kyle
ruined his high, man.
and he did this. Someone was like, hey, give me $1,000. And what he was saying was, you have more money than you need. I'll take some. And he was like, okay, I'm going to give money to this dude. What he meant was, I'm going to buy back into the table. But that wasn't the person running the table. And I don't know who he gave the money to, but certainly what he said was the wrong. He fouled it all up. He's just
always
too high.
So goddamn high on like.
Kyle, is he a man of means? Losing $1,000 and then coming back? He doesn't come off.
I mean, he's got there's the one guy who like his rent is like $45,000 a month. But
he's a man of means. Yeah,
he's a man of
Euler.
Means.
Euler, as we call
that man fucks.
Yeah, that dude fucks. But this is not the guy we're talking about.
No, the guy we're talking about looks like he has like women tied up in his basement and he's maxing their credit cards out.
Is he the one where we said, what do you do? And he said, it's really, what does my dad do? Is that the...
Oh, good response. At least he's honest.
I don't remember. We're talking about Snorlax. Snorlax, I don't know what you do, brother, and I love you to death. I want you to keep coming back.
You probably don't want to know what he does
all the time.
He can say it.
I love watching you parachute illicit drugs, and I love playing poker with you. I just wish that you weren't so goddamn high on pills that I couldn't understand a fucking thing you say.
Try a different high.
Try a different high. Smoke some weed. Maybe try some Adderall or something so that you can form some complete sentences.
Nice.
You should try playing poker while on mute.
Oh, that gets you so high. You'd love that. There's nothing like the high of playing poker on mute.
They can't even hear you. What are they going to react to your hand? You never know because they can't hear.
Oh, it's frustrating.
That's funny.
It's frustrating.
But yeah, I've got the big brain move.
It's a wild group of people. Like last week we had Finster in there, who's like a really attractive crossdresser, and we had a transsexual, and like them going back and forth about like how they do their hair and stuff like that. Because one of them is trans and the other is just like dressing up for the memes, and it's like it was really funny to see them go back and forth. I'm gonna try to get Finster on next week if I can. I gotta look at the schedule again, see if Taylor's gonna be able to make it back next week and kind of go from there. Because spoiler alert, Danny Mullen will be on next week. So I just thought Danny Mullen plus Finster would be fucking hilarious.
We could consider doing a 5-person show too.
That would be a shit show.
I'd be down. Yeah, Danny's in that whole like
be a fun time
thing with a little bit of hot water because his co-host on that thing he does like went off on fat chicks. Did you see that content, Woody?
No, but
he said something like is there? I'm paraphrasing, but he said something like, "Is there anything more worthless than the bottom half of a fat woman?" He's like, they should be lined up and shot in the head.
Jesus Christ.
Like he went so hard. It was just like, everybody was laughing. And then it was just like, oh wait, but maybe not that. Maybe not. Whoa. I didn't know we were going that place. These guys.
Was it live or did they decide to record this, edit it, upload it, and see how it did?
I've just seen like an excerpt that was like 30 seconds long. That was basically what I just fed to you. Okay. I don't know who the gentleman is that he I don't even know if it's a podcast or like a quick interview or like just them joking around in somebody's living room. I just saw a quick thing of it and those awful things that he said, and then some like some internet people's reactions to that, to like there's nothing more worthless than the bottom half of a fat chick. Like that was.
So who reacted?
I don't know, the internet.
We'll see. I think Danny will be fine because it's been my observation that if when they try to cancel you, you just say no, then like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, as long as like there isn't a significant amount of your money that gets like that faucet gets turned off, right? Like you lose some sort of Twitch thing, or like your main sponsors don't want to work with you anymore, and that was kind of what kept the whole gravy train running. So you can be canceled, but like in certain spaces, you can absolutely just be like, nah, I don't think I will. I don't feel like that right now. I think I'm gonna double down. Actually, you can just pull that move.
I hate to make this political, but that seems to be the difference between Republicans and Democrats, right? When Republicans get accused of bad behavior, like sexual assault or whatever, they're just like, no, I didn't, and then like everyone starts going around and discrediting the accusers. And when the same thing happens to Democrats, they're out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when Al Frankin groped that woman while she was asleep.
She was wearing a grope-proof flak jacket.
Okay.
And he wasn't even touching her, but
would any of us feel the same? Would any of us feel the same way if it was our significant other that he groped through their grope-proof flak jacket and then posed with in a photograph for while everyone laughed? If your wife, girlfriend, daughter, etc.
Yeah, I was fine with. I thought it was tasteless, but also I think it's funny that Matt Gaetz is still just like gallivanting around with impunity. I'm like, all right.
Like those Venmo transactions were public that he used to pay his underage.
I'm looking at this. I'm like, yeah, dude, he's getting head clearly. Like it's right here. He used the head emoji and a coming emoji.
Oh no!
With that eggplant,
yeah, with the eggplant. I'm like, what do you want from?
He's got the 18 with the line through it emoji right next to that.
There's literally it's like the kid emojis, and he's like, yeah.
Bars.
The baby bottle,
right?
Oh
like,
my!
These things aren't equal. And did he touch that woman, or did he pretend to touch that woman? I'm honestly not. Sure.
I can't remember, so I don't want to speak.
I can't remember.
I want to say he was like making the motion, like pretending he was grabbing boobs.
And look, I'm not suggesting that those things are equal, and I don't think it's fair to like, hey, but what about?
Yeah,
what's the appropriate punishment, right? Because he wasn't a politician; he was a comedian at the time he did that.
So no, he was a politician.
He was a politician.
Al Frankin
do I have it wrong?
He's both. He's a.
This is during the pretend groping.
Yes. He's
so
senator, congressman, something like that from like name a northern state in the Midwest or something, like northern Midwest or something. Minnesota rings a bell. Like I don't know exactly. Congressman, senator, something like that. Definitely a representative of some kind. But he was, of course, a comedian before all of this, which is, how he became like a known human being.
Yeah.
But yeah, look,
I'm looking at the picture.
I
think he did touch her chest. And he did it in 2006. I don't know when he was a senator.
That seems longer ago than it feels like, because I felt like this happened like 5 years ago.
He was a senator from 2009 to 18. Let me see if I just scanned it to get that 06. It was 2006. So it was 3 years before he was a senator.
It's such a stupid photo too. Like, you look at it, you're like, why even do this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we came up with the same article. So,
but yeah, with the whataboutism, it's like, yeah, that's a bad guy too. I mean, clearly your guy, this Gaetz fellow who's paying underage prostitutes for sex, like, we should do something about that. But like, that doesn't mean that Al Frankin gets to slide because the woman he groped was of age.
No,
the picture's small on the screen.
It's okay.
But I looked closely, and I'm pretty sure he's touching that.
I mean, I don't care if he's touching or not. It's just like, I don't know if I would say this should disqualify you from a pretty lauded run of like a Senate, or I guess like government, whatever you like, position. But also, I was happy that he stepped down. I was like, I don't want to hear about this shit. Like, you did some scummy stuff. You could just back down. It's not like, I'm glad he did that. And I don't know if he apologized though. Like, if he didn't come out and be like, yeah. How do you even do this? What's the point?
Why would you do that?
It's dumb. It's dumb. I don't know what he was thinking. I've never done anything like that to anyone.
Never.
It's just also dudes, right?
Also, yeah, but she could kick his ass.
She's badass.
Well, I mean, she's in active serving military in Kuwait, Iraq, and Afghanistan.
Oh, for some reason I thought she was a correspondent too or something. But I'm not sure.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I read that paragraph and it might not be the same person in the photo. Oh. This is a former model came forward and said that he kissed her without consent.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's a
Excuse me, ma'am. May I kiss you now?
I can even do that, right? Gaetz a little bit. The details on the Gaetz thing. So this girl was under 18, but he didn't know that. She told him that she was 19. All her friends were 19, and he picked her up as part of a group at a college.
How old was he at this time, by the way? 34?
30 something, yeah. So is he a creep?
Yes.
That's not up for debate. Yes. He's a creep. But I kind of feel like a 17-year-old that lied.
He thought she was 19.
Yeah, you sound like Keemstar right now. You're just like,
I mean, he thought she was 19.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting at. He thought she was 19, and not just that, she said she was 19. Now she's 17, which makes him a bad guy, I guess.
How? Why does it make him a bad guy?
He's a bad guy if she was 17, 18, or 19, in my opinion. In fact,
it's a little young.
I don't get it, but fine, whatever. So if we're gonna just draw an arbitrary line in the sand, you got to respect the 18. That's what I'm saying. Especially if you're 30 fucking 4.
You absolutely have to respect the 18. Absolutely, you do. Actually, isn't 17 legal?
It depends on the state.
And like Romeo and
legal in my
state.
Okay, so 17.
But wait.
Okay, but you got to check her ID.
Wait, no, what is
she has legal,
but not if you're.
She better have real ID with the star on it. She can go to an airport and fly.
It can't be like that thing you tried to bring to the casino that time, Trevor. It can't be like that.
Kyle, when you start paying for it, it goes.
Tucker, do you remember yours?
Yeah, I do, because we got our shit taken.
Because your last name is Boner. Damn it.
No, we got it taken because our IDs, your mom's birthday and my birthday are the same, so they were issued on the same date.
But Boner is what tipped him off.
But my name is Boner.
Saw your last name is Boner, and he's like, "This isn't real." And we're like, "Yes, it is."
He scanned it and blacklighted it. Oh my god, I'm so mad about that. It was the Hawken party. We lost our IDs for Hawken. Who even played that game?
And then there was that time we were in Chicago and we go to the casino, like me and Woody and Trevor and a bunch of other guys, and it's just, they do not take his ID. They do not. They're like, "This will not be working today, sir." And like we're just like, I guess I'll just put 500 on black and we'll all leave, right? 500 gone, and then we all got in the car and went home.
The problem is the IDs that we had were from Illinois, so obviously a Chicago casino is going to recognize that.
They were
good.
In
LA, nobody bats an eye, but if it's the local state, they're gonna.
They were good because we got them from the same like ID chief or whatever.
Yep.
And
straight from China.
Yeah, and mine got shipped in a calculator package.
Mine was in a pink plastic elephant mirror I had to break the mirror apart.
Yeah, dude, they hit it so good. Mine was
because it goes through customs.
Yeah, mine was inside the back. You had to unscrew the battery case, and there was my ID sitting in there. It was so cool.
That facility like burned down a couple years later, right?
Really? I thought they got raided by the.
I thought maybe it was raided and they burned it or something. Something happened.
ID
I don't know.
chief.
Yeah, I'm sure it was an accidental
definitely on
fire.
some list somewhere.
Oh,
Anyway.
it's still up, guys. You can go to idchief.com. It's right. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
This episode of PKA is sponsored by.
I mean, don't go there. It's a terrible idea.
You look like you're 14 years old and want to get into the bars. idchief.com.
Yeah, neither of you guys had an old look about you at 19.
Oh,
We
no.
still
I
don't.
looked
Look at
so.
us.
Yeah, I know.
I get carded everywhere I go, unless I've been there so many times the bartender recognizes me. And even then, I've been to places where they didn't card me, and the superior's been like, "Did you card the guy?" And he's like, "I know him, but yes, I will card him now." I'm young, and Trevor's young.
On the Gaetz thing, I wanted to add just so people, because I'd want to know if I was listening. It wasn't that he fucked a girl over or under 18, because you can. At 16 in Florida, it's okay.
All right.
But when you pay
Florida,
for
baby.
it, suddenly it's like child sex trafficking or something.
And no, it's across.
Are you
state
sure about
lines.
16 in Florida, Woody?
Stop.
I would.
You bet your life on it, Woody.
Would you bet your life on it?
Would I bet my no? I vaguely
All right,
remember
I'm gonna do a
it.
little research then.
Dude,
Yeah.
we've got medicinal here, Kyle. You're good, man. Screw Colorado. Just come on down. It's nice and close.
No, I think Colorado's a better fit for you.
Well, what's the age of consent there?
These are Kyle's things. How legal is pot, and what's the age of consent?
I mean, you get the medical marijuana down there. It's 5 hours away.
Kyle, at 17, you're still in there, brother. Wait, no, I'm sorry. If the stop.
They've gone bad by 17.
Expires. if your age is under 10 years older than him, so if you're
Well, that ain't gonna work.
That's like when the banana has like the
35.
brown spots
Oh,
starting.
no.
It's not quite brown yet. It's not soft
all
on the
you can
inside,
do-
but it's just.
those are banana bread bananas.
bro, I can't. Oh
can't
my
put those in
god,
cereal?
So what, you're gonna kill her and make her into bread?
You're missing. No.
Put her in
well,
the freezer and save her for later.
that way
Lost
she
the
never
plot.
goes
I
bad.
don't know what we're even talking about.
We're talking about fucking children, Woody. Keep up.
Oh,
I'm just trying to help Kyle with this move. You can ride your bike all year round.
repurchase the YouTube
No
SS money.
Makes
Yeah,
lot of
except
sense.
during the summer you're sweating your ass off because it's 110.
That's the problem right now. Like I went out and rode this morning, and like by like 9:30 a.m. it's fucking hot out here. It's already fucking hot. Like it's getting into the 80s already. It's so muggy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might
Changing though. Highs are in
It's
the
76
80s now.
in Colorado Springs.
Sounds good. I'll be in
I have-
Colorado in 29 days.
Isn't Denver the sunniest city in the U.S.?
It is. It's because it's in a desert
It's a
technically.
desert climate. They
Yeah.
get more days of sunshine than any other city
Yeah.
in the U.S.
Denver. Which you
Sunshine's
wouldn't think
a big
about.
deal for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that temperature matters, but sunshine I think matters even more. I can deal with a sunny 49-degree day better
don't
than
know.
a cloudy 55-degree day.
Well, those numbers are foreign to me. I live in Los Angeles, so I'm just
72.
pretty much the It's like overcast is very special. Anything between 55 and 85 is golden. Sun is fine. I do enjoy sunny days, obviously, but I'd like a little storm every now and then. Thunderstorms? Oh my god, miss them.
I have one going
I
on
mean,
right
move
now.
to New
I
Orleans.
Love it.
You live in New Orleans, it'll satisfy your storm
Yeah,
requirement.
get it all
they
in
have
one
Halifax?
one dose.
That was kind of maybe I'm just not watching the news much, but it certainly was no Katrina event.
No, they did a decent job, I guess, getting those levees and stuff in place since
Fixed up.
2005, I believe it was Katrina. So like
In
16
just
years ago.
15 Years.
Wasn't
No,
it to the
Katrina
day?
was 16 years from today.
My mistake. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so figure it out.
That's 2005.
2005.
it's quick by government standards.
Well, the stadium that they spent billions of dollars on fared really, really, really well after the damage that the Superdome took to Katrina. And I know that like a lot of people were like, people give stadiums shit, rightfully so, for an exuberant amount of taxpayer dollars. But like that one did its job just fine. Round stadium, no leaks, anything. They're like, yeah, it's fine. So
Yeah,
What
nobody
damaged it? Was
no
it the
rape
people
gangs
living
this
there
time?
or the storm?
what damage? No, what
The
damaged
winds.
Katrina? It was the winds. Yeah,
It killed the roof. It like collapsed, didn't it?
yeah. It like winds and rain and stuff. It like ripped
Yeah.
off all the protectional tiles, all that stuff,
That's what it
flooding.
was, yeah.
And then they had all the rape gangs on the inside as well. You don't remember that?
There were legit.
Oh, I do remember
in the stadium?
reports of people getting.
Yeah, you had like no law enforcement. You just had like, I don't know, people devolved in like 3 days in the Superdome.
Or what?
It turned into Fallout, where everyone was. It literally turned into Fallout, where you had like, what was that group of like raiders that lived underground that raped the children?
Tunnel snakes.
No, there was a group of in Fallout New Vegas. There was this whole group of people that like, there was one of them who was like into buying child slaves and raping them. In any case, that's what it turned into with the rape gangs and everyone shitting on the floor, and it was just a real disaster.
Yeah. Well,
I think I saw on Reddit there. I don't know how true it is because it's Reddit, but are they considering building a like a reinforced skyscraper on stilts to, instead of evacuating people, they move them into like this emergency shelter? I heard something about that. I don't know if it's
sounds
true,
like
but...
such a colossal. The problem with what I was unaware of is that obviously the higher you're up, the more dangerous high winds are. 150 mile an hour winds, like you're building the higher it
build
goes.
it higher than the cloud shelf.
Just like a mile and a half in the air and just like have them sit up there.
I don't see what could go wrong.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, if they do that, more power to them, but it would have to be like some modern marvel of engineering to hold.
New Orleans can handle that project. Sure.
Yeah, 100,000. Bourbon Street will pay for it. $20 to walk in.
Because they're doing so well with making a dam that works.
Or they're or cleaning up the dead in the collapsed Hard Rock Hotel. You guys know about that?
No.
They're building the Hard Rock Hotel. I'm there for my cousin's wedding last year, a year and a half ago, prior to COVID. And they're, it's like, I think it's a casino, hotel, whatever. It's in the main area. Turns out a couple months later, shit collapses, kills like, I don't know, a non-zero number of workers. But they worked so slow to clean it up and remove the wreckage that they had to throw a tarp over it because like weeks later, there were just dead bodies visible to the public just sitting there in the collapsed building. It was a catastrophic thing. I might have exaggerated with weeks. It was several days though. And they were just like, yeah, just leave the dead bodies there.
Nice. I don't like that. That place is going to be haunted for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Does anybody here believe in ghosts?
No.
Oh, they got to be real.
Sorry, it was only 3 people died, but they were definitely visible from the street, so it was not.
Well, that's not zero,
bad,
so.
Yeah, I said non-zero.
Yeah.
Covered myself. Do
Kyle,
you believe in ghosts?
I think
absolutely not.
Okay, that's what I was like.
Is that a consistent position, PKA?
It's 100% consistent position. I've spoke about demons before, but I do not believe in ghosts.
But aliens are real.
Aliens might be real. I don't know if the aliens
are real.
Period.
I believe there are extraterrestrial life forms. I just don't know if they've come here. If they do come here on a regular basis and rape us,
they don't come here and rape us, probably. But
probably
somebody's raping.
Perfect. Exactly what you said. This is what I always tell people whenever I tell them I'm afraid of aliens. They're like, "You're afraid of aliens?" I'm like, "All right, let's do this. Let's get like the world's top 25 scientists in a room and be like, all right, I'm addressing the room. Does anyone here believe in vampires?" They all laugh. Of course, there are no vampires. What about werewolves? Any werewolves? Anybody believe in werewolves? No, there are no werewolves. Ghouls, goblins? No. Do you think maybe aliens come here every now and then and molest people? Almost certainly not. That's the best answer you're going to get. You're not going to get an absolutely, positively not out of every one of them. Like,
now, here's a question.
You're going to get a probably not.
If you had the option to be penetrated by an alien, have intercourse with an alien, but he's having intercourse with you, and you can have it on film. If you have the option, yes, I want this to happen, or no, what would you choose?
Yeah, dude,
think about the books you could write.
Wait, is this like straight sex with an alien, or am I getting fucked by the alien?
You're getting this is pretty much gay sex.
Are we talking about alien pussy?
You don't get to be James T. Kirk.
No, we're not talking about extraterrestrial. We're not talking about
and it's filmed, so you have proof that it happened.
I don't want it to be filmed. Good God, you're not selling me with the film.
Think about the movies you could star in, the books you could write.
No, but that's
only podcasts you could be.
You're listening to a man who's made 14,000 videos. He's got content on the mind.
Trevor, Trevor's going to be like,
get fucked by an alien.
You could be in textbooks, Kyle.
Hey,
you could outlive.
Here's my breakdown
of space AIDS. First of all, and there's no way.
He uses a condom.
He uses 100%. A space condom. Okay. Yeah. Well, you've sold me. You've sold me with space condom.
Imagine the TikTok videos of you
he
penetrating.
also takes Blue Chew.
Oh.
Maybe we could work that into an ad. Maybe we could make some money that way.
Just keep airing the film week after week.
Yeah.
Kyle getting ass fucked by an alien.
Stop playing that film like that. It's everywhere I go. It was in a Super Bowl ad. Yeah.
I'm having nightmares about that night.
Extraterrestrials need to get hard too. Blue Chew.
Yikes. No, I don't think I want to get raped by an alien on film for everyone to see. Preferably not.
No, it wouldn't be aggressive. It loving.
Oh,
you're consenting. You're
I think that makes it worse.
Sweet, Kyle. He's taking his smart mouth as well.
That literally makes it worse. I would rather have a violent alien rape than a tender one.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
But back to my point. That's why I'm afraid of them. You ask those scientists, like, the best answer you get is almost certainly not. You're never going to get a definitive, absolutely positively no out of all of them. There's going to be like a considerable amount of like the top scientists in the world who know their shit, who are like, I mean, maybe
this is plausible.
That's because it's like there's the universe is so vast. It is statistically improbable that we are the only sentient, intelligent life forms. And if you have the capacity at some point to travel fast as or faster than the speed of light, we're not going to detect you with our like NOAD radar, that like Santa tracker, right? You're going to come in the dead of the night and you're going to rape me and you're going to get your data and you're going to leave and nobody's going to know. I'm going to seem like a crazy. Even with video evidence, they're going to be like,
that's the thing. Like, that's the thing about video evidence now. Like, if you had a video in 1994 of an alien raping Tucker, it would blow the world away. They'd be like, oh my God, it's real. If you showed that same video today, they'd be like, oh, what are they trying to sell?
Deep fake.
What are they trying to sell here? Is this an ad for condoms? Is this
You're right, but I go the other way. It seems like all these shitty alien photos and such came from the 90s. They came from the 80s. Now that everybody has a camera in their pocket, there has not been an explosion in alien observations.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all that military footage.
Well, didn't we
all
talk
that
about
military
this?
footage? There's like one debunked military video.
No,
that's not true.
That
we talked about this last time I was on. I swear to God, because we or maybe I didn't, but like they were just about to air the Fox. Was it Fox? Whatever, the CNN. The whole
60 minutes thing.
Yeah, that's what it was. 60 minutes. Sorry, where they're like, hey, here's all the footage we have declassified from like 2004, and it was like IR video, etc. Like none of this was even remotely surprising to me. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's a UAV from 2004. It's a 2007 tech UAV that they were testing out or something like that.
I watched a guy on Reddit recreate it. He's like,
really?
There's a light. This is a night scope. This is the particular scope that makes lights look like diamonds. And here to watch how it copied it over with the different lenses. And I was like, oh, this guy clearly has recreated this footage. The person who submitted it, I don't think is a liar. I think they believe they saw something, but this guy could explain it super well.
That's a cool post. If you have, I probably lost to the void, but like, yeah, because that, to me, I was like, it's a light particle, right? There's some weird light shit. And if it's not, it's some tech that the U.S. military wants to flex to other people without overtly, being like, "Hey, here's what we got."
Or it just gets seen, right? Like I remember, like there was X-Files episodes about like the triangular shaped, like UFOs, and that was the F-117 project. Like way before it was
really
before anybody like talked about it. Before that was like unclassified. Like those F-117s were made in like the 80s. Like so was the B-2 bomber. Like that's 1980s tech. The stealth fighter and what's not a fighter, but they call it one. All that stealth shit. I wonder what the cutting edge is now. Like wonder what
we can't even imagine. I'm sure.
Right, but do you think? Because it's cool. It's interesting that it's pretty much an unlimited checkbook, right? Like if you say, hey, we have the potential to turn. Yeah, and like this exterior coating to reflect radar, but also blend in on video too. It's like, all right, how much you want? 4 billion, 8 billion? How what do we need to make it work? Yeah, so or anything with like fission and fusion, that stuff has to have like a practical application for war to get funding from the DoD, even though they're actively researching it for like fission. Infusion reactors to like generate power and stuff.
Yeah. And
Do we
the
have that
interesting
yet?
thing, like the way
No.
it takes so long to like get a project done, and then like the chain of parts is so ridiculous with where like there are these you know like the tech is moving so fast. Probably what the cutting edge right now that they're actually like flying and testing was made like 15, 20 years ago. Like the cutting edge of what they're actually using right now is probably like 10, 15-year-old tech at least.
I mean, look at our like highway system. Look how long it takes to do that. Can you imagine what it takes in a military sense with all the checks and balances and everything?
Zach, can you cue up that video? So the opening 15 seconds when we watch it together will show like 90% of what it is, and the rest is the process he made to figuring out exactly which scope and duplicates it. With audio, please.
This UFO video does not show a pyramid. There's a triangle shape, but that looks exactly like an effect caused by a bright light being out of focus and a night vision camera with a triangular iris like this one.
Yeah.
Or triangular lens cover.
We could go on, but he just goes through his whole process of discovering how he figured out how it was made. And it's just a blinking light viewed through that lens that makes it look like a triangular spaceship. And I don't know. I just I see that kind of shit and I'm like, honest mistakes, but not intelligent life.
Why? I'm just like, my be all end all here is like, if you have the tech to traverse galaxies, right? Then you certainly have the tech to avoid basic radar detection, right? Or at least like,
you just don't bounce it back, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we almost have that tech.
Yeah, figure it out. I mean, you have intergalactic travel, which is probably one of the great filters in the universe, right? If you hit that point, I feel like you're upper echelon civilization if there are people who can do that. So it's just, it seems implausible to me. It'd be like saying, hey, we've got an RC car and they have a bunch of laser. It's an awful example. I'm going to stop it before I continue. Yeah, so the point is, like, I don't see how you get
Imagine
detected.
an RC car with lasers. You could never detect it.
Yeah, I saw where that was going. Point is, it's just improbable that you would have that level of tech and not know how to deal with our level of detection.
Because they would have already had our
level of tech in the first place, yeah.
Hundreds or thousands of years ago. So.
I love watching those YouTube channels that break down like weird what if scenarios with like animation. There was one about alien invasion the other day. It was really fucking good about like how long it would take and what would happen.
Oh, really?
In a scenario in which like the aliens didn't want to like nuke the Earth or use some sort of weapon of mass destruction. Like they want to colonize, so they want to get rid of the human beings. It was really interesting. I think they settled on that it would, because the aliens would probably have like 0.9% light speed tech in the scenario that they used. They thought we would win the war in like 35 years or something like that, because they would have to bring everything that they were going to like do their warring with them in one shot, and then they'd be a couple light years from home, like 70, 80 years from home. Meanwhile, we would just be right here, like breeding generation after generation of fighters to combat them. It was an interesting like scenario. It was fun. Anything like that's fun to watch to me. I was really let down by the Chris Pratt movie because I thought it was going to be cool like that. The one with the Tomorrow War.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I didn't
call it
watch
90 minutes long, and I really enjoyed about 10 or 15 minutes of it.
I think it might have been 2 hours. It seemed long to me.
Are you about right though? Like there was a moment in there where the kind of like there was I guess the relationship between him and the star on the ground. There are parts in there when it unfolded I enjoyed.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Chris Pratt too. It was just, it felt cheap to me. And then I found out it cost like $225 million or something like that. And then the aliens were dumb, and
that's interesting. I didn't.
They beat the alien up at the end. Like they went hand to hand with the giant alien. That in the beginning, a team of men with machine guns couldn't handle like a little one. And then at the end, like him and his decrepit old dad, who's played by Schillinger from the Oz, the J.J. Jameson from the Spider-Man movies, they literally like go hand to hand with the Queen. They're like fucking bring it on, and they like beat up the Queen.
I know that you're right, but make it right for me. He had something that even the score.
He didn't even have a knife. He had like one of their spikes that they would shoot, like some dull like tusk that he's like fighting with.
Are you sure the tusk wasn't particularly effective against them? Like it wasn't a
magical
thing
tusk
that kills White Walkers.
No, no, he did not have a vibranium tusk or anything like that.
We're in the Marvel universe.
He was,
now.
yeah. I mean, we might as well go to Fantasyland because the idea of Chris Pratt beating up a giant monster with his bare hands, along with a 70-year-old man in the Arctic, mind you, or in Siberia, was just. It's like, come on, give him have a part where he just happens to have a rocket launcher here. Like maybe I'll believe that.
What was the Tom Cruise movie with time travel that was very good?
The Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah, so the bad guys in the Chris Pratt movie, they're alien type things, were on the same level as the ones in the Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So like, you could put, I'll make up a number, 300 rounds into them, and they're still 80% fighting effective, and they have 7 more limbs to attack you. It's a real problem. You have to headshot them a lot. And, the fact that the idea that you hand-to-hand combat one of those, it's a non-starter.
It's like fighting a lion. Like these things are much scarier than a lion. But you would never, if they did that, if they were like,
You're right.
Actually, the problem is lions. But don't worry, Chris Pratt's going to fight one at the end. He's got elephant tusk. Give Chris Pratt a fucking elephant tusk and see how many lions he can fight. I'm guessing the answer is 0.01.
It was Chris Pratt's dad too, right?
And
it was even worse.
His dad doesn't add anything to it other than liability. He's so old. That character is literally 70.
Well, he could fly the plane. He was useful for that part.
He owned a cargo plane that somehow made it to Siberia without refueling. Yes. I don't know a lot about aviation, but I don't think a C-130 makes it from California to Siberia without refueling.
It does. Actually, my what do you call it? My cousin's husband flies C-130s.
They certainly don't make it back.
You're fourth. It looks like the range is what kind of nautical miles shit is this? 4,500 nautical miles max.
Okay,
it's not gonna make it, is it? No,
I don't think they're gonna make it. So I think it's gonna be close.
How many nautical miles is California from Siberia, Tucker?
All right. How many nautical miles from LA to Siberia? Why did it autofill? 5,300. So there you go. It was close.
The last 1,000. Parachute the last 1,000.
And they're also carrying all that gear and people. The thing's loaded down. I bet the range you've got there is like an unloaded C-130. They got 8 people in there. All those ATVs. Where did they get the ATVs? They had snowcats and shit. There was so much in that movie. I get it.
Capacity. They could have brought golf carts and shit if they wanted.
All I need is for them to make shit make sense. I believed Lord of the Rings when the elf pulls out the limbus bread, and they're like, oh yeah, one bite can fill the stomach of a grown man and for a day. All right, so it's some magic shit. Yeah, exactly, magic shit. All right, I believe you. And this at no point were they so where are we getting $250,000 worth of snowmobiles? I don't know.
I keep them in my C-130.
Where are we getting all these weapons? We're in California, mind you. Where are we getting all this weaponry and ammunition that we're taking with us?
San Diego's military base.
They had C4. It just like you don't have to have I know a little bit about procuring C4 and about getting weapons in California. You don't have to have my level of knowledge about these things to be wait a minute. Where'd they get the C4?
It'd be more realistic if they came from Texas.
It would be a lot more realistic if they came from Texas. Of course,
Florida, no, it would.
Yeah, of course they'd have found out Chris Pratt's wife was pregnant, and they'd have done something awful.
Florida is not closer to Siberia.
The other way. I was thinking.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about?
No, they got that abortion. They got that abortion thing in Texas where if you report a woman who's getting an abortion, you get $10,000, right?
There's some money to be made there.
I'm gonna.
Are you get chicks pregnant? Then you pay for their abortions, but then you turn around and report them right away. It's literally a free cycle of money.
That's a money glitch.
It's a money glitch. Yeah,
money glitch.
It's a perpetual money machine.
I think you're on the money making plan. I think you should
just buy a $250
bring in investors.
Yes.
Buy off some guys that are willing to take the fall, and there you go.
There's a lot of wild things going on in the world right now. Like I've got friends in Australia and New Zealand. So New Zealand, if you test positive for COVID, they told me that they will just take you and put you in a quarantine zone. You're taken from your home forcibly and put into a quarantine situation. And then obviously in Australia, they've got that thing where with no warrant, with no legal procedure whatsoever, they can just take your empty your phone out, empty your data out, delete your data, do whatever they want with it.
That's unrelated to COVID.
Completely unrelated to COVID. Like Australia's gone full 1984, and New Zealand has gone full like Auschwitz mode.
Doesn't Australia, you have like 1 hour per day you can go outside, and you can't leave a 5-kilometer radius of your house, and like all
the
this
5K thing I think is pretty accurate. Yeah, I didn't know about
certain areas.
Yeah, like certain areas for sure. I've got a few friends in Australia.
Is this happening right now?
At the very moment
from COVID? Yeah.
How temporary?
I was just on a trip with
They keep extending it. They keep saying, "Oh yeah, this amount of months, that amount," and like it seems like every 2 weeks there's a new release. Oh, now it's December. Like currently it's through December 18th, maybe like mid December for sure.
Is my Facebook feed right about all this control one world government nonsense?
I think Australia has been like going more and more far right now for like a decade or so, with that sort of thing. So maybe there. I think here I mean, I don't think it's too ridiculous. I mean, we don't even make people
strap on your face diaper, Kyle.
My muzzle, get my muzzle on. Yeah. Have you seen the subreddit, the Herman Cain Award?
I've heard of it. What's the theme?
So the Herman Cain Award is all about like people who refuse to like talk shit about masks, vaccinations, any sort of like correct medication. And then they died of COVID-19. That is the Herman Cain Award that they are presented with, and it's and that subreddit is filled with like the Facebook feeds of Karens who were like, nobody's gonna muzzle me. I'm a Texan. Blah blah blah.
Your thoughts and prayers.
And then the next one will be this like that's right. It ain't even that big of a deal. I hear it's like a cold. And then like later on, it's like, guys, every breath I take is the hardest breath I've ever taken. I need my prayer warriors right now. I need a bunch of prayer warriors. And I'm like,
to pray,
bitch, I hope you die. And then the next
Didn't they have a prayer button?
Oh,
yeah, they did. A prayer button?
That was easy.
Yeah. Press F for thoughts and prayers, boys.
Oh, my God.
And then the next post is like, Mammy passed away last night due to complications from COVID-19.
You hate to see it, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm just like, slow clap.
You do.
Slow clap. Let's go. I wonder if she had any fucking horse dewormer in the mix.
Maybe Rogan got
Rogan
COVID.
So
yeah, he took his horse dewormer. He's fine.
You know what's interesting is my buddy.
I don't think he took horse dewormer.
I'm positive he took it. This is the thing.
He said it on his Instagram.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was the horse version. There's a human version of that.
The only difference is the dose.
Well, yeah, and that's a big difference because if you take the horse dose, what people are doing is taking the horse dose of it, and it literally ruins your intestinal tract.
Which is hilarious.
So my buddy hit me up and he's like, "Hey, I have an extra ticket to Joe Rogan. Do you want to go?" I was like, "Sure, why not?" He on his Instagram story today, he said that Sunday was like he just fell off the rails and like that's when it was at its worst. I was sitting like 8 rows from him on Saturday.
Good luck.
Orlando. He had an Orlando show. But
what shot you got? Better not be J&J.
Pfizer, bro.
Yeah,
Pfizer
you're fine. Don't worry
Pfizer
about
gang.
it. I bathed in the sweat of 85,000 sweaty Californian ravers. I'm good. You know.
Your Pfizer also, Jericho?
Yeah.
I think Kyle is also. I'm the only Moderna guy here.
Sorry, you guys are.
Moderna with the O or the A? Moderna?
I know exactly what about
yeah, it's so good.
Someone had that fake vaccine card.
Oh man.
That perfectly exemplifies the kind of people that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
That they can't even spell the fucking vaccine correctly. Like it's they deserve it. They deserve it. This is literally evolution at work. This is what evolution is all about.
We have too many people already anyway.
There's too many people. Like, it's like that episode of The Office, right? Where like Dwight is like, we need a new plague.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Is COVID the answer to global warming? I feel like in a sense it might be.
I hope
it's not doing enough damage. I mean, it is crazy to me because you're right.
To mutate. We're just warming up.
We're on COVID too.
Right?
Yeah,
the start of plague.
The Delta variant. That's only.
I'm trying to get Zeta.
I'm counting this right. Yeah, there's got to be some.
They need the Uber variant,
Gamma variant.
The Delta Sigma variant's gonna be tough.
Kappa.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I can't believe that people would go and spend $15
that one
on
only
a
kills
face
black
one.
people.
I don't.
What?
Is Kappa 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 a thing? It sounded like a
Oh, I
fraternity.
get it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, because of racism.
yeah. I was
But-
not thinking about Greek lettering.
Anyway, yeah. So I have no idea that I thought we beat it. I thought that remember when we all couldn't get vaccines soon enough, and there was this line. You had to go to the red areas of your state and reserve an appointment. I thought at that point, in 6 weeks, we'll all have the vaccine, and this
We'll hit
thing will be
70%.
behind us. One, we didn't all get the vaccine. It turned out demand fell off a cliff once all the Democrats got vaccinated. And two, the vaccine didn't do everything it was supposed to. And now Israel has all these cases because they're 6 months out from their vaccine date and its effectiveness is
Give me a
wearing off.
booster. The second they let me schedule it, I'm fucking sprinting there. And you know what? If you want to give me 2, I'm happy with it.
Here's the question.
care.
Give me a little extra to take home.
What do you want as your booster? Would you get Pfizer again, or do you want to cross pollinate?
Whichever one shows better efficacy. Because I
Hard to
know,
compare
I was
results.
eating. Well, because Pfizer was 30, whatever dosage milligrams, and then Moderna was 100. And apparently, the longer you wait between your initial shot and your second shot, which activates it, that helps the efficacy. Pfizer was 3 weeks, Moderna was 4. So
But now some people are waiting 8 or 10. But when we took it, when the first group took it, it was you should have it within 3, and it's
yeah. So
I just feel like it's just a bunch of. I mean, I believe in it, but I don't know.
It's hard when they're learning
It
along
hasn't
the
worked.
way.
It's frustrating.
When they're learning along the way, and it turns out they got things wrong, suddenly
Which is
it
fine,
impacts
but
their-
just be upfront. Be honest.
I wish I had a couple vials of it. I would give myself a booster every 5 weeks.
I'm with
Just
you
right
on
in the
that.
ass.
Yeah, I'm.
Did
with
you have
on
any
that.
vaccine side effects? So I'll go first.
None.
I got super drowsy on the drive home, almost dangerously drowsy. I had minor soreness in my arm, and that's about it. Did you guys have any real sickness or bigger issues than that?
No. No soreness even.
Nothing.
First shot for me, I had soreness. Second shot, I got small chills, nothing too crazy. I mean,
I think I had
the onset fever, but nothing.
I think I had a sore throat, but I literally think that it had nothing to do with the shot. I think it was literally just I slept that night and had my mouth open or something and gave myself a sore throat, just sleeping funny. No side effects whatsoever. I was so pumped to get it. I remember sending you and Taylor a picture of fuck yeah, I got my little sticker. I'm saving this fucking sticker. My card's in my car. It's one of my most prized possessions. It's I'm so happy that I got that thing. And I know so many people who are just nah, I don't believe in all that stuff.
It's so wild. I can't
I'm going
imagine.
on this trip, right, to Colorado. I'm going on this trip, and I was like, hey, everybody's vaccinated in the house, right? And one guy is not. He's like, no way, bro. They're not giving me that experimental stuff. And he's sending me lots of reports of this, and you know the reports. And I'm just well, I guess if I'm vaccinated, I don't give a fuck if you are. I guess I don't care.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be like, but apparently it might not be.
Well,
I have a buddy who got double Pfizer the same day as me, and he got the Delta variant, and it destroyed him. He's 35 years old, in pretty good shape, but it knocked him on his ass. And he was
you're checking a lot of boxes over here.
No idea that it was this serious.
My
And
my friend had the same thing, was double Pfizered, and got it, and they were 3 days. It was like the bad flu. What I thought COVID was initially. So I'm if that was that bad, I don't know what it would be like without the shot, but it definitely made me be a little bit more careful.
So my
I was
question,
really just dick out gallivanting around.
For both of you, did they have any a bad flu sucks, and you almost forget how bad it is until you suffer one again. But the real issue with COVID that bugs me is the long-term effects. I can suffer through a bad flu, but I don't want erectile dysfunction. I can't have any more brain fog. I've maxed out on that.
Me too. I smoke enough weed. There's not enough left.
I gotta reset the counter like an odometer. Any long-term effects?
My close friend got COVID unvaccinated, got a precursor. Unvaccinated, got it in, I want to say, February of 2020, and did not regain he's 29 years old, fit, did not get his taste back for 4 months. And he remembers the day it happened too, because he texted me. He was like, I tasted onion rings, and I was like, sick, because I had forgotten at that point. He's like, no, you don't understand. There was a hint of onion in my onion ring. It's coming back, baby.
Oh, that's so sad.
I mean, like, out of all the things you could possibly, you know, when you did those, like, would you rathers as a kid, and it was like, would you rather not be able to taste or not be able to hear, right?
Right.
That was a thing he went through. Like, he couldn't taste.
I almost.
It's almost
maybe if I lost my
No,
taste.
it's
almost
not.
a blessing.
You're psycho. You're literally a psychopath.
Me too.
His words, every food became a chore to eat. There was never a time where I was excited to eat or
That's
consume
what I
any.
want,
You're
dude.
actually delusional.
Both of you have no trouble staying thin. Every fucking meal is a test.
He
of
lost a lot of weight
discipline all day.
because
Yes. Fuck it, I'm
Okay.
sold.
Just eat spinach
I'm sold.
and water.
I'm not getting vaccinated.
Woody's like, hey, I'm
Only
going.
spinach and water.
Fuck it. Yeah, no.
Gonna collect every variant.
I'm tracking all my calories. I'm drinking my fucking.
That's just that's a
almond
you
milk.
problem, you know?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be a me problem if I couldn't taste.
You're like
If
the
I couldn't
people.
taste, it'd
This
be
is
so
the
easy.
modern day version of, you remember when you were graduated college, but Trevor and I were in middle school, that people would say, like, this meme about like, oh, I'm gonna eat a tapeworm and keep myself skinny. Like, that was like a meme, right? But I'm sure people actually did that. This is the COVID variant version.
You might
of that.
have one. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know unless you're eating a lot.
There you go, Woody.
Get a tapeworm. Do
Get
it
a
the
couple
old-fashioned way.
tapeworms. Maybe
Can
take
you
some
get one
horse
on
dewormer.
Amazon?
You never really know.
Actually, no,
Right?
that would counteract the effect.
But the horse dewormer would be when you're done with the tapeworm.
Right?
I can't believe that I can't believe that somebody would spend $35 on a fake COVID vaccine instead of getting a free vaccine for free. Or I also can't understand the people that would take, like, horse dewormer in any dosage, which is right, but like be like, I don't know about the scientific status that went through 10 million participants. Like, I just don't know about it.
That's what gets me too. The guys who say, like, oh, so many doctors are saying this. It's like, oh, stop it. What you're doing is you're just picking doctors that agree with you or what you want to hear and assigning them to be your authorities, the leading doctors, the mainstream.
They called the one doctor from every toothpaste commercial where it's like 9 out of 10 doctors recommend this. They're like, hey,
That one guy.
Dr. John, what's up? And he's
Strickland.
like, I don't recommend anything, brother. They just put me in there.
Yeah. So, like, I'm not taking this vaccine. I don't know what's in it. As if you know what's in half of what you eat. Did you eat Tostitos today? What's in that bullshit? I don't know. The hot dogs. Look at that. What is the front of that?
What are you eating?
What are you eating?
Pork rinds?
Oh. No, these are
Salsitas.
fire. Salsitas, spicy,
Those are okay.
spicy sauces. These are good.
I'm not
but
saying they taste bad, but there's definitely something you're about to read that I can't pronounce.
what the fuck is maltodextrin? I've heard it enough, but I don't know what it
don't know.
is.
I don't know.
They got tocopherols in parentheses to protect flavor.
Well, now we both have something we can't pronounce. in
Annatto
there.
extract. Yeah, so pretty much I don't know what's in it, but they taste great.
Right. So people who act like they won't take the vaccine because they don't know what's in it, stop it. You're not taking the vaccine because you're
your
in
identity.
a club now
Yeah.
that has accepted you, and you
Yeah.
found this acceptance and happiness being part of your cult, and that's where your bread is buttered.
I mean, I don't.
You're right.
I believe that people should be able to do what they want, and if you want to be what I would consider an idiot, go ahead. But I just like how do we move forward? How do we get?
It's a
past
public
that?
health concern, though.
If you aren't vaccinated and you need to be admitted to the ER, you just don't get admitted now. Like maybe something like that. I don't know. Like there's got to be.
I assume in suffering, but I get the sentiment.
But if I'm vaccinated and I broke my arm or I'm in a car accident, I think I should be admitted to the ER before somebody who is actively denying modern.
What if we
modern
go the other
medicine.
way? Insurance only covers you if you didn't turn down vaccination.
But then it's forceful. It's such a tough.
Just make it mandatory because now it's FDA approved and you can legally do that, just like you need the smallpox vaccines and shit.
I think the way to do it is because look, if you have a car accident and you were uninsured, or let's say you didn't have your safety belt on, or let's say you were like doing something absurd, like you're drunk driving and you're doing that shit where you get out of the driver's side,
Ghost ride,
sit on the roof and like flip off the world. We still will pick you up in a fucking ambulance and take you to the hospital, and we'll spend every dime it takes to keep you alive. Like that's just how we roll here in the United States of America,
and that's how it should be.
But you can't bring your fucking kid to our schools if they don't have a shot, and you can't come to work anymore and work in this building if you don't have a shot, and you can't use public transportation anymore if you haven't had a shot. And private businesses can absolutely say, nope, Delta.
They should have that right, 100%.
Delta's like, nope, you can't fly on our airplanes anymore. You don't have a shot?
Well,
no, you can't get
New
on
York
board.
does that now. You need proof of vaccination to dine in any public setting.
Good.
And it's great. No, it is. I think that I'm shocked that LA has not done the same because we usually are pretty.
You'd think LA would be up there. San Francisco too.
The problem is that I think it's a New York state law, and California state is there's. Well, yeah, definitely the most blue state, but also you got a lot of rich, very not blue people.
I don't think you're the most blue state. I think it's a little closer than people lead on.
Sorry, I said that as in like the most populated. Like there are the most blue people here, not like not like percentage wise.
If you cut the state in half and like made Southern Cali its own state, which probably
no, it's if you remove the cities, it's just the cities. It's literally San Francisco, Southern California. San Francisco, San Diego, Los Angeles, and everything else that is any amount of land is anti-abortion like posters in Kentucky.
I love those anti-abortion posters. They're so
fucked up.
They're so feral.
They're like,
so
it's just
gnarly.
like a mutilated baby on my way down the 5. There's cow farms, and it's just 30 of them. If you've never driven down the 5, it's 6 hours between
Florida
Los Angeles.
Florida too, yeah.
But it's like
when
6
I'm coming
hours.
down, like, is it 95?
Fetuses.
I think it might be I-95 when I'm coming down into Florida.
Yeah, 95.
It's been a while, obviously, because I'm fucking criminal. But like, I used to drive down there all the time, like heading to Tampa or Jacksonville or whatever, Tallahassee, and just every fucking few miles. First of all, the biggest American flag I've ever seen in my life and the biggest Confederate flag I've ever seen in my life are being flown on the side of that highway. And then like so many like anti-abortion things, like all sorts of nonsense.
Where is this flag, Kyle?
Driving into Florida from
North Florida.
Yeah, North Florida. Yeah, North Florida is very.
North Carolina has a flag that's the biggest I've ever seen in my life. I don't know which is bigger, but it's so massive. How does it happen? How do they raise and lower it? It is unwieldy.
With pride.
Yeah. It's
thoughts and prayers.
They got into it. So you can't fly you can't have banners and advertisements above a certain size. So this RV place in North Carolina just flies the biggest American flag you can possibly imagine. It's like a landmark. People from hundreds of miles know this flag, and it's kind of a circumvent their advertising size limits.
Merca.
That's funny. That is a good way to step around and toe the gray areas. You're like, we can't advertise. Fuck it. 100-foot American flag. What are you going to say about my patriotism?
Yeah, people complain and stuff, and we're like, look, it's obvious what they're doing.
What are you, a commie?
And they're like, how could you possibly fuss about this flag? On a picture,
that's so funny to me.
40 feet by 80 feet. I feel like I've oversold it. It seems so big to me.
I mean, 40 feet by 80 feet's fucking huge, Woody. That's like a basketball court.
In my mind, it was a football field.
I mean, it probably looks like it,
But yeah, it just looks huge to me.
Yeah, it's super annoying that this thing is still going on because we could have stopped this thing over a year ago with just wearing masks. We could have blunted it.
Just wear a fucking mask, man. It's not that hard.
It doesn't bother me at all.
It's not hard.
I might feel a little differently if I was like a truck driver strapping down his load, all sweaty, doing labor. But that's not when we want you to.
Not next to people.
Yeah, that's where I was headed. Just wear a mask in the stores, at the library, at the movie theater, that shit.
Yeah, well, I mean,
any indoor sharing space.
Just pretend at least a little bit, because I just went to dinner last night.
I only said library because it's I don't remember the last time I went to a library.
What were you gonna say, Woody?
My one friend, there was a period, call it 2 months ago, where you didn't have to wear a mask. It was we're getting vaccinated.
The glory days.
Down, right? There was
wait, you guys still aren't in it?
we're
it's Florida, baby.
It was true. It was defeated. But I saw people voluntarily wear masks, even when they removed the laws.
I still did, yeah.
But they didn't cover their nose.
All right,
it's
well,
like
those people are fucking stupid.
the fuck. You don't have to wear a mask, but you chose to wear one and didn't cover your nose. What is it, a fashion thing at this
Virtue
point?
signaling.
No, those people make me so mad. You know, because I only wore a mask during those two months or a month and a half here in Los Angeles. I wore it to the grocery store, like because I will be around probably 500 people during there, like in the aisles, etc. It wasn't necessarily anything other than just like, why not? I'm already used to it, kind of thing.
Right.
But the whole wearing it with underneath your nose, like either you have to know that it's just irrelevant at that point, or you don't know and you're part of the problem, I guess. Like I just don't. Your nose isn't connected.
Either an idiot or an intentional asshole.
Yeah, there's no other.
It's got to be one of those two.
Just don't wear a mask at that point, you know?
Yeah.
I have a couple cloth ones that are a little loose, and then when I feel it touch like the tip of my nose, I'm like, oh God, no.
I pretty much just wear one whenever there's a sign on the door. If you
There
put
you
a
go.
sign on the door saying you want a mask.
There's no. I was in North Carolina for 4th of July. I didn't wear my mask once. Also, I'm in the camp, like, I am vaccinated. We're not. I've been around hundreds of thousands of people. It's fine. But there was not even. I still had it on me whenever we went out in public, and so
Just
I
in
remember
case.
going to. Yeah, just in case. And I remember going to the bathroom, and I brought my mask, and my mom's like, "Why are you?" My family lives out in Wilmington, actually they live in Durham, but we were in Wilmington. They're like, why did you bring that? And I was like, I don't know. I'm never sure. Open the door, 400 people maskless. Like, I'm like, all right, nobody gives a shit here. Like, it's Florida.
When I was at that Joe Rogan thing, the Amway Center, which holds, I don't know how many, 20,000, 30,000, something like that. I think I could see maybe 7 people with masks. in
You
the
were
entire
counting
place.
them? Yeah.
Like,
Where's Waldo?
Joe Rogan's up there just spitting on the first 8 rows. Super spreader event.
And he's
I was part of it.
He's a moist talker from
He is.
his podcast. I feel like he really hits the
He hits that water bottle pretty hard, and it's
the
just
peas,
spraying.
20,000 maximum number of seats, flexible. Yeah, so there you go. That's a lot
I
of
don't
people.
know. I don't really wear it very much anymore. I bought a couple masks for this trip I'm going on next month. I always get I like the ones that are like the gaiters or whatever, the ones that are like a foreskin for your head. I kind of like that. I feel like a bank robber or something when I'm wearing it, especially when I got my shades on.
Were those proven not effective though?
Yeah, they're proven less effective than.
How can that be?
Not because the way that they're
It's not a medicinal material.
Yeah, it just
Like a medical
splits
material.
splits the particle drops into smaller particles, which makes it easier to carry.
So
It's
you're
like,
super spreading when you wear that.
Kyle's
As
like,
long as
"Good."
you'll let me fly with it, I'm fine because it's comfy. It's comfy.
You just got to get
are
a nice
comfy.
little. I have a couple that I swear by that I are like N95 washable, whatever, reusable, and are very comfortable. And I take those exclusively like flying or to the gym
For
because
flights.
yeah, flying 7 hours with that shit on is so awful. But I just forget it's on. It's very thankfully, but so bad. I hate it.
I
hate it.
saw these on Formula One Drive to Survive. It's a Netflix series.
Yeah.
And everyone in the Formula One world has them. To me, they are the most attractive, pimpest choice. So I bought
Those are cool.
something along that
Those are
style.
cool.
Those are the good ones. Yeah. Those are the
I don't
ones
know
that
if
have,
it's
like,
more
the-
effective. I'm making a fashion statement here, Tucker.
Is it cloth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like like pyre or like the shit my knee guards or not knee guards, my knee like supports are made out of. You know, like
It's
kind of
not
stretchy.
neoprene. No.
No, neoprene. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, those are good
Neoprene.
ones.
You can't breathe through it. Well, what it does right is there aren't like gaping holes, so you actually breathe through the fabric. But I'm not sure the fabric is really N95. So
Yeah, that's just an
what
extra
you can.
layer. Yeah.
yeah, but that's what I got going on. So Trevor, on the grind, huh? 2 videos a day. I did that for a while. Not
Yep.
8 years though. Good God, that's a heavy
I mean,
grind.
I still love it. I still love it, but it's just it's a lot.
I would
and
bet
it-
that's not true. I bet you're thankful to have it, but love is maybe not the right word.
I love it
How
at
am I
certain
doing?
times of the year when
Okay.
there's a new exciting game drops. Like I can sit there and grind it, but like the past 3 months, it's been awful. Quarantine was pretty rough because obviously that kind of backset all the developments and release dates and everything like that. So, just trying to grind out and play the same games and come up with fresh ideas when there's not like something new that everybody's excited about kind of sucks. But I mean, I like it. I like it a lot that it gives me the flexibility to, work for 16 hours in a day and bang out 6 videos and then be able to go take a trip or go do something. Obviously, again, this last year it hasn't really worked that way.
Hashtag Royal Caribbean sponsor. I swear I've never seen another person. Trevor's like, Royal Caribbean updated the wood paneling on this ship, so they've invited me out to go fucking vlog it.
I mean, whatever, man.
Hey, I'm low-key jealous. Yeah,
right?
Every time. Yeah.
But so that definitely helps. You know, the pandemic was rough for me, honestly. I gained quite a bit of weight because I was drinking and just like I just wasn't happy. Like I went through a fairly depressed state. I got out of that. I got up to like 225, 230. I'm 6'5", and now I'm back down to 195. So like I was fat. I tried to grow a beard. It was awful. I was just miserable. And now I'm like back down, back in shape, started traveling again as it looked like this was going to be over. And now it looks like we're going to get back to it again. So I don't know. But
did your girlfriend check you on that? Did she observe the change and be like, Trevor, we should talk about how you're doing?
She did ish. It was a photo. I went to a friend's birthday party. He rented like a boat over on the coast. And this was like during COVID, but it was like our own boat and everyone was vaccinated and it was all people we were close with. So we were like, okay, we can go out and have some fun. And there was a photographer there that they would like take photos and then immediately print them out. And I saw it and I was like, holy shit. My face is like a circle. Like I look awful. And I instantly just like, I converted my gym into a garage and started working out 6 days a week.
Yeah, you converted your gym into a garage.
I needed it. I needed that. That photo is, I still have the photo and it definitely good motivation for sure.
Cool. So what did you do to reverse it? Lifting or diet?
A lot of lifting. Mainly, I mean, diet's most of it. So it was a lot of diet, but more like I did like a lot of cardio, a lot of like HIIT workouts and stuff like that. I'm getting ready to now try to bulk a little bit and put more muscle on and then cut back down again. I don't have any desire to accomplish what Kyle did. Like that is just absolutely insane.
Good gosh, yeah.
But I'd like to add a little muscle and then just be kind of a 12% body fat, just look fit, maybe have like the outline of a 6-pack and just kind of be like a walking normal, more fit than average human.
Have you guys seen that Diego Sanchez is running from Kyle?
I have.
Diego Sanchez.
So Diego Sanchez is a UFC fighter. He's been in the game for like 15 years, something like that. Like legend. Yeah, he's a legend. He was at one point at the very top. He wasn't a champion, but he fought for a championship, if I recall. And he was offered a fight with Kyle, and he has declined this fight. Kyle signed the contract.
Wait,
Diego
Kyle,
won't.
Yeah,
Diego won't sign the contract if I have my facts right. And
Can we get a one of those petition pages where we can all signature it, and then 5K signatures you fight.
Did he tell you why he didn't want to?
He said that he's a coward.
He's scared. Here's the deal. Diego Sanchez knows that if he were to get into the octagon, the ring, you name your combat arena with Kyle would fucking steal his lunch money, grab that man's hair, stuff him into a toilet, and give him a swirly. He's not finished. He would take Diego Sanchez's mom, match her on Tinder, give her the night of her life, and then break her heart. Sign the contract, Diego. Don't be scared, homie.
Oh
He's right here.
So, Kyle, do you want to box? Do you want to?
Oh, whatever he wants to do.
The
they offered bare knuckle boxing. I said I would do that, but like he seems to be afraid. He seems to be afraid to do that. So, whatever he wants to do. But it seems like he doesn't want to fight. He's just afraid.
Get him the next Jake Paul undercard.
Kyle, can we get a double bicep here?
I mean, I feel like we need to just like let him go. We don't want to be chasing somebody that's just running.
At this point, it's bullying, Diego.
It's just bullying right now. We're just bullying a UFC fighter.
Imagine fighting people for 15 years and you can't even fight a YouTuber.
You don't need to be chasing this guy down the road. He's
not even
he's
a
clearly
YouTuber
running
anymore,
scared.
man.
Not even. You can't even fight a podcast host.
Come on.
You act like a YouTuber is the bottom end of the combat sports echelon, but you're wrong.
We're undefeated.
YouTubers have never been beaten by professional athletes thus far.
Yeah, but they were beaten by the Twitch streamers, right? In that YouTuber's Twitch fight. No, I'm sorry, TikTok.
Not sure.
YouTube kicked.
Oh no, you're. Never mind. I'm misremembering all this shit.
The only way to beat a YouTuber is to get another YouTuber, and I'm talking about KSI versus Logan Paul.
Yep.
When you take a YouTuber against a professional athlete, whether they be from MMA,
I love this
UFC,
revisionist
etc.,
shit.
it's
so
all true.
different.
It's all true. Fact check me,
Check
boys.
the facts.
You
Right.
take a YouTuber against a professional athlete, and the YouTubers come on top every time. That's
And
why
there is
Diego's
no
running.
other reason other than they're just fucking better.
Yeah. I love that Diego's like
we're a
super
different
religious too. He's always talking about the blood of Christ. So I'm gonna go like full satanic with the whole thing.
Dripping, like wearing horns on the walkout.
like 666 on my chest. Like I'm gonna just the whole thing. I'm gonna sell my soul to Satan right away. It's gonna be part of the whole bit, like for sure. I'm going to be putting curses on him and doing sacrilegious things to him the whole way through. The whole way through. Just to let you know, Diego.
You gonna circumcise him?
What the hell?
Isn't that sacrilegious?
God willing.
I don't know what that has to do with anything, so probably not.
Isn't that sacrilegious to some religions?
No.
I don't know,
no,
dude. I'm
maybe
pretty
not.
sure it's
Not the
pretty.
other way
I think
around.
it's the other way. That
Yeah,
they wanna
required
do
for
way around.
Judaism.
So you're gonna sew it back on.
I'm gonna
That's right.
I'm gonna beat him up and I'm gonna sew a new foreskin onto him.
After he breaks his mother's heart, he will reinstall the
Give you a
foreskin
new,
on Diego.
give you a new turtleneck.
After I break his mother's
Woven
heart.
with his mother's hair.
I love that that's as hardcore as Woody's trash talk gets. He's like, he's gonna take your mother out for a fine steak dinner and then never call her again.
Tough one.
Give her the night of her life. It's implied.
Yeah, I don't know why he's running scared. I'm pretty surprised by the whole thing. He's usually foaming at the mouth.
Who started it? How'd
I'm
this come up?
thinking. Yeah, they offered me the fight. The
Oh, that's right,
promotion
that's
did. I'm thinking the deal is that maybe a lot of Diego's fights in the past were fixed. I'm thinking that maybe like this guy's.
I've
never
heard that.
actually-
I've heard people say that.
I just heard it now.
Yeah, I think
I've heard that forever.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
that maybe like a lot of his fights in the past were just literally fixed fights. That he wasn't actually a fighter ever. That he's like some kind of an actor or something like that.
right.
And
Like he should maybe check out the WWE or something.
Check the SAG-AFTRA.
yeah, I think he's one of those guys. Yeah, I think he's in SAGs, which makes a lot of sense. I am
Yeah.
as well, so like it makes a lot of sense. I just think he's a poser. I don't think he's a real fighter like me. I don't think he's had the years of training and discipline.
If you think he's a poser, put one in the comments section below. Let's farm that engagement.
Dude,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
got so many IMDb entrances here. Like you have
He
to
is
hit-
an actor.
Yeah, Jesus. Well, that's
Paid
fraud.
actor, some would say.
right?
Just a fraud. I doubt he's ever had like a real fight like I have. You know, like he's not the sort of combat athlete that.
Has he been to prison? That's what I want to know.
Never even been to prison. Like he
Yeah,
doesn't
I
know
mean,
what
at
it's
this
like
point,
for-
like, what are you?
He's not hard like us.
he's not hard like me. He's never been on the streets.
Yeah, you
know,
said
per
like
se.
us.
Oh, just work with me, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm clout chasing.
We're the most white bread group of human beings that has been assembled in modern times.
Listen, hey,
But,
you don't know shit about when I was grounded and I fought my mom verbally. All right, that was a
This is a pretty soft group we got put together right here.
Snuck out one time in high school. It was almost got caught.
I've swung one.
I feel like we
fist
have if
fight.
we have like a credit score competition. I think we're doing swimmingly, but
I absolutely am
Our
winning this
median's
one.
about 900.
Yeah,
I have no idea what I haven't borrowed money in over 7 years. Like I might
that's a
literally be
problem.
like someone before.
that is a problem. Your credit
not
score
a
is
problem
probably
when
my
you don't
dad
need
made that
any money.
mistake, and he was like,
Oh,
I don't have any credit anymore. I was like, wait, what do you mean you don't have any credit anymore? You've borrowed and paid back millions of dollars. He's like, not in the last 7 years. I haven't. Everything's paid off. And I was like, we got to get you some credit cards. This is nonsense. There's no.
You not use credit cards, Woody?
I just debit card mostly. I borrowed money for
Why?
my truck. There was a
What's
rebate.
the point? You
And then
just
I
don't
paid it all
understand.
back.
Yeah.
Losing power. Yeah.
Everything is upcharged.
Use the
8%
Amazon card though,
because of the
right? You've got that
points.
Synchrony Bank Amazon card where you get the 5% off.
Yeah.
On Amazon Prime. It
Oh, there you go.
killer.
That's keeping things alive.
Killer.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
but
that.
still, I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like it's one of those things you should just always.
It's not a pure math equation with me, the finance. Like I like not owing anyone anything.
Me too. That's why you pay it off after you make the purchase 2
I
days
just
later.
have auto pay on and
Yeah, we do that on the Amazon as I think about it. The Amazon card.
Yeah, I use
So
the
we buy
Amazon
a
like
lot.
a
card.
real 600 score person.
Like I don't use credit. Like my credit cards, all my
I
credit
doubt
cards are literally sitting here in like a pile. Like I'm try very hard not to like, show any of my goddamn credit cards, but like I leave them here because they have like different ones have different rewards, and I use them for like online shopping and stuff like that. I don't care. I carry one credit card with me, the one that's got like the biggest like borrowing power on it for like emergencies. Like if I needed to like, I don't even know what I would need it for. I guess if I need to like buy a car in an emergency or something ridiculous. I don't know, but
I carry a paper check in my first aid kit. And it solved more problems than the gauze has. Like every so often, like I guess it's not medical. I haven't solved any medical problems with it, but I'm like, every time I go on a long trip, it's like I should bring 2 or 3 checks. Sometimes shit gets done with a check.
That actually is a really reasonable thing to suggestion that I haven't thought about. You know, sometimes you just get in a little fender bender and you're like, fuck it, here's $250, go away.
It could be a fender bender.
Yeah.
I in the last trip I went on, the trip before the last anyway, I bought a new motorcycle and there was like a weird thing. I traded in my old bike, but I didn't have the title on me. So whatever, I was able to give them a check that they just never cashed and it solved problems. One time I was buying a new lawnmower. It turns out my debit card didn't have, it was expensive. It was like 15 grand or something. Couldn't put that on the debit card. So I run to the first aid kit, get a check, you know, solve problems.
I love it. That's a very practical thing that I think that's like a very, I've been around the block enough to know that a blank check in my glove box is a good one, or not even glove box, medical kit. You know, like nobody's gonna rob you at gunpoint and be like, check the medical kit.
Yeah, you don't know when a check is gonna get you out of a jam.
Yeah, that's a good one for sure. I've got pictures in my phone of like stuff like that, so I've got like I can run the numbers, like the routing numbers and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And like a bunch of stuff like that's good to like have in your phone in a locked folder, and you know, like so you can just like have access to as much money as you need, I guess.
Can you lock pictures? It sounded like you locked.
You didn't
password. Yeah.
Well, I mean, beyond that, you can have like locked folders as well, like with locks within locks.
I wonder if iPhone does that.
I'm sure.
There's apps for it.
Sure. If my $100 Pixel does it, then your iPhone does it.
Pixel, yeah, Google has it built in native, but Apple, you need a third party. It's not the end of the world. It's just an extra step.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. But and then with like the credit card thing, like I think the most recent one I got was that Delta card.
Good rewards on that one.
Yeah, the rewards are so sick. My flight was basically for free. Once I like put it on the card, like
it's like $500 free for signing up to Delta's $500 in flight credit for signing up to Delta's like credit card immediately, and then
I got so many miles. Like I've already got like 200,000 or 300,000 Delta miles. So I was just like, oh, this Colorado trip was going to be free. I'm definitely going first class, so I can bring my bags because I'm bringing so much gear with me anyway for like filming. And but then it was just like, no, only use half of it. Only pay for half of it with miles and pay for the other half with the card. And not only do you make more miles, but like, I don't remember how much cash back they gave me for like booking a flight. But it, like you said, it was like $300 to $500 of like
per year
free money.
No, of like that initial purchase. Because like if you sign on, you know, people, myself included, kind of scoff at the idea of when they do like, hey, we're gonna land soon. If you guys want to apply for a credit card, we're gonna give you 50,000 bonus miles. Whatever.
Not bad.
Like, I mean, it's not bad, but sometimes on these international flights, it's basically like a free $250. You can just use a credit card for like a month or two, put $40 on it, and then you're good to go. Close that one out. You got the miles. You're good to go.
Right.
Yep.
So,
I
credit cards.
do that.
It's called churning. Yeah. There's like a big community online about it. I work them pretty well as well. I've been using the same Chase card since like I started doing YouTube, and
you're in the Chase rewards.
I'm like, I cannot bring myself to spin the points. I'm just like, I want to keep getting that high scoring going. And Chase, like if you have their Sapphire Reserve card, you get 1.5x on your redemptions. So I think I have like $23,000 in travel or something like that. And I'm just like, eventually one day I'm not going to have any sponsorships or like YouTube travel, and I'm just going to be able to travel the world for free. So that's my goal.
That's kind of what I've done with my miles over the years. It was like, why would I use my miles? I just use money. I have money. Right. Like just let the miles keep accruing. They don't expire. And at this point, I could fly around the world if I could find enough countries that would allow my felonious ass to land there. I could fly back and forth to Colorado in first class like a dozen fucking times or something like that.
In my head, it's not the like frugality as much as it is the mindset around the frugality. You know, like I'm hearing guys say, oh, I work the system, I save $5 here, $200 there, etc. You know, everyone on this call, I think, could lose $500 in be okay, right? It's not going to impact anything. But the fact that you don't, the fact that you're, still watching your dimes, letting your dollars take care of themselves, is why money accumulates.
Yeah. I mean, my dad used to, every Sunday, my mom and dad would get down, we'd watch TV. It's like 8:00 and they'd just fucking clip coupons every Sunday. They had a little box organized alphabetically, like coupons. And I remember asking my dad, I was like, hey, I go to a really nice private school. We're not like you guys drive like a Honda Fit, but you got 2 cars. I go to a private school. We're in the suburbs. Like, you guys are doing well. Why are you clipping 50-cent coupons? And my dad just looked at me. He's like, we may never use many of these, but 50 cents adds up over 40 years. And I'm like,
free money.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I don't clip coupons, but I'll put my Ralph's card in every time. And if I see that $1 off, I will scan it. But I'm not my dad who's like, we might need 50 cents off Target, two for one, shampoo.
I checked the coupon box on Amazon. That's
I'm
far
with
as
you.
I go.
Like I remember my grandmother would clip coupons, and she just like, "There's just free money here, Kyle. There's just piles of free money here." And I'm like, I don't know if there is or not. Like we're talking about 80 cents today. That we're gonna make.
Have you seen those extreme couponers though? That they $30 back and they get like a $300 grocery thing for free?
But that's their full-time job, and they're like, I got all of my family's groceries for free and $25, and I'm like,
you spent how many hours planning this out?
When e-commerce was new, sites would make mistakes. That would you'd be able to double up on discounts, and if you get a 40% coupon and a 40% coupon, the second one shouldn't double it to 80% off. It should be 40% off of the other 40, which turns it into something less than 80. And but they would get it wrong. And there was a site, it's still around, slickdeals.net. I don't know if it's as good as it used to be. I bought tools I didn't even need, but it was like an air compressor, a Sawzall, a DeWalt drill, and a circular saw, and all these things. It was like $990 worth of tools, and it ended up being like $37.
Oh Jesus!
And it all came. The air compressor is 60 gallons. It's as tall as I am.
That's a big air compressor.
Yeah, and they shipped it here. Yeah, it's American made.
I love it. So
it'll last forever. And like I said, it was just a little more than free.
Yeah, did you guys ever used to do? I mean, maybe Trevor, you did, but 4chan and some of the other places would have the manufacturer's coupons for Monster Energy or Red Bull or whatever. And so basically it would be a manufacturer's coupon from the factory where hey, I bought a pallet of Monster, all the cans are busted. I need you to give me a comp whatever. And so you could go in, scan it. The catch was that it would only work a certain number of times before Monster headquarters are like, why are we getting billed for this shit? So maybe 4 out of 5 times it would work. And that's how I got my early supply of energy drinks. I just come home with a 4-pack of Monster. My mom's like, why are you spending money? I was like, I didn't. I got a coupon. A couple times it stopped working. The guy was like, so this is a manufacturer's coupon. How'd you get it? And I was like, oh, my mom bought the case Monster. And it didn't work. Yeah, it's not. You have to stop going to the store. But for a little bit, it was a really nice one. It worked out really well.
I had a scam I was running through a delivery service that I won't name for obvious reasons for a while, where they had a restaurant listed on the delivery service that didn't exist. I don't know how else to explain it. They didn't exist here.
So you'd get the refund.
So you get the refund every time. Plus credits. So it was like every other day I'd order $25 worth of fake food. Then I'd be like, hey, my shit never came. And they'd be like, oh, sorry about that. Here's your 25 back plus 10. And it's just so I'm just making $5 a day for free on these people for a year and a half. Every other day, clockwork, I'd be like, oh, time to order some fake food. Wait, we just ate. Don't worry, this ain't coming. There's no such thing as Hungry Jack's Chicken Express. There's not one. It doesn't exist. It was ridiculously free money for a long time.
Patreon hangout told me of a related scam. They would use one of the food delivery services, and they would order a McFlurry with their meal. Now, those machines are always broken. So you would get your meal, but no McFlurry. And then you'd get it for free. And they just add a McFlurry to your meal. And 9 times out of 10, you don't get it.
Did you see that guy who made an app that would ping the McDonald's API and it ended up overloading McDonald's digital order service because Yeah, because people would end up. It was like, is there a McFlurry machine working? So he would ping it, or you would put in your thing, and the way it worked, I guess it would like send a request for a McFlurry, but not submit the order. And if the machine wasn't working, you would get a response back like can't fulfill order no matter what. But it went viral, so everybody's like, where the fuck is my McFlurry? Crashed their whole like online ordering system. Great idea though.
Does anyone understand why the McFlurries are so unreliable? Why a company like McDonald's would have something?
It's a lot of. Well, I didn't work for McDonald's. I worked for Chick-fil-A, and our machines did break down occasionally, like more than you would think. It could be like once a day, but it wasn't like a catastrophic. Like we need the tech in here. It was like you need a clean restart. It's a pain in the ass to get those machines back working, and I'm confident that a lot of the broken machines are just machines that broke down or aren't working optimal, and nobody wants to make the effort to clean it or get it fixed and up and running, because it's like you got to drain the tank, you got to clean it out, you got to see what's wrong. Like, that's a lot of effort for ice cream. So they just go, it's broken.
It's weird to me that it's a meme, it's national, and it's been like a decade, and McDonald's still continues to leave it as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I do.
That is right. You're right.
When I'm trying to hit the minimum order, like if I'm ordering for someone like that, I'm like, well, I really just want a chicken sandwich. Like, I don't want fries. I just want a grilled chicken sandwich right now.
And 4 McFlurries.
And 4 McFlurries. And they'll call me and they'll be like, hey, the ice cream machine's broken. I'm like, oh, dang. They're like, do you want to replace it with something else? I'm like, absolutely not. They're like, okay, we'll bring you your sandwich. And so I get a sandwich for like $3 delivered for free.
You know what? Maybe this is like a whole segment of like how I skim dollars off of megacorps while also being like fairly well off myself. Like I feel like at this point it's like almost just being petty, and I like being petty from time to time.
I love being petty. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime there's a deal like that, I like to take advantage of it. Especially like remember the old the pudding lid scam from like the 90s that they made the Adam Sandler movie about, the Punch Drunk Love? I'm gonna get it a little bit wrong, but it was something where like you bought like those little puddings that you tear the top off of, those little individual puddings, and each lid was worth like 1 air mile or something like that. But like there was a way to like buy them in bulk, so that you ended up like making money at a certain point. Like if you bought enough pudding, all of a sudden you were printing money. And so this guy bought like an enormous amount, like pallets of pudding, and he was just printing money at
just ripping and licking.
Just fucking tearing the lids off pudding, and like because each one is like an airline mile. And I don't remember, there was some sort of multiplier that like came into play as well. Maybe he had a card or something like that, and he was just printing money like millions of miles.
Okay. Did you hear about the guy who sued Pepsi because part of their rewards program? Yeah, the Harrier jet stuff. Yeah. Same thing. That is like one of the coolest ones. I can't remember. I was looking up. It was basically a $23 million jet, but he spent $700,000 on it, and I can't remember what he settled for. No.
Yeah, what? Well, technically, he got to the level where he should have won it, but of course,
but they didn't actually have it.
Well, Pepsi Corp doesn't have a Harrier jet, so it's a military aircraft. It's a British fucking military aircraft.
Right.
It's a hovering fighter jet.
People own them personally.
Harriers?
Really?
Yeah.
Wild.
There was a
maintenance on a fucking Harrier.
I watched a documentary on it, and this guy wanted to buy it, and they're like, well, not anyone can just buy it. You have to be qualified, et cetera, et cetera. And he lays out all the other planes he's flown, how he can afford it, and the whole 9 yards. And they're like, well, shit, you're the guy. And he bought a Harrier. Yeah. Like he had flown them before, I think. Like he was the guy.
Yeah, that's that in particular. Like, I don't know a lot about aviation, but that would seem to me to be one of the more expensive planes to maintain, because it's got those
I would guess
because the turbines like do that thing so it can hover. Mm-hmm. like a prop plane seems to me to be like super cheap to maintain, and then you got a jet where it's got all those, and helicopters on top of that, like with all the crazy, like, oh, you went 500 hours, time to spend $20,000 then or whatever. Like helicopters can be so expensive.
Yeah,
we were talking about these deals. You remember that woman that won the Toyota? it was a radio show where she had to, I don't know, answer questions or something, and she wanted she thought she was going to win a Toyota. What she won was a Yoda toy.
Right.
Like
the toy
Yoda.
Yeah. And she sued them. And I just looked up the result because I'd never heard it before. But her attorney was quoted on saying that the amount of money the woman received would allow her to pick out any type of Toyota she wants.
No way.
Oh, she goes get that fully loaded Supra.
Talking 100K, huh?
100K, yeah.
Maybe her attorney doesn't know the full lineup, but yeah, she got paid in the end, so that's good. Although that Toyota doll, I'm looking at it. The joke is that it's worth more than a car nowadays.
There's no way it's worth 100K though. Like that maxed out Supra S or whatever it is stupid sick. I think it's too small for me. I looked at them and I was just like, I think I'd rather have like a Saline Mustang, honestly, or something. Like a
what is that? A Saline?
Yeah. Like I don't know. Like
I don't know it.
No, it's just
is it spelled with an S?
It's a special spec. SALEEN.
Yeah. It's nothing crazy, but like it looks better to me than this. The Supra's so small. I don't know. Like
yeah.
I'm 6'2".
Are you in the market for a new car?
What do you, the new Supra looks sick.
I just bought this motorcycle. I've been riding it so much that like I really don't need a new car.
Have you been riding it a lot? I've been wondering. I didn't want to ask. I was afraid you didn't want to say.
No, I ride almost every morning. I rode this morning.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I rode today too, but probably not as much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't go far. I usually just like zip to a certain part of town, and there's like an industrial park that's always deserted, and I go out there and like do lots of maneuvers and stuff. I like to just do like just round and round like tiny little donuts as fast as I can, and like try to like change the lean angle and see how it feels, and just get used to like I don't know, doing lots of different maneuvers. Like I tried to pop a wheelie for fun. That was interesting, but mostly I'm just like
on asphalt
taking
or
off
grass?
Asphalt for sure. Yeah, it's a street
scary.
bike. Like just doing a little bit of everything, zipping through traffic a little bit. I haven't taken it on the interstate yet. I'm still like a little tentative about that because my interstate's a little different than the average interstate, right? Like it's immediately 4 lanes. It's immediately 4 lanes of like heavy traffic.
You have an interstate capable bike. Like it is
for sure.
totally there. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. The speed isn't an issue. It's just there's a lot of cars there. And I really prefer just going out. Like I'm close enough to like the country that I'm like 5-10 minutes away from being on like nice, slow, curvy roads with like grass fields on either side. That's a lot more fun riding to me than like going uptown and having cars on 360 degrees, like constantly on a swivel.
I have
Can you lane split in Georgia?
No, only Cali can do that.
I hated driving in California. Having a motorcycle is just.
It is not bad because most of the people who lane split in a reasonable way, but there are 1 in 50 lane split like a fucking asshole. And every now and then I think, oh my God, like. If you don't know, like you're allowed to drive mostly in between the HOV lane and the left-hand lane, or the left-hand lane and the middle lane. Like you lane split in between the fastest lane and the whatever, because there's more space over there with the double yellow lines for HOV and stuff. People lane split on the slow lane or on like the right side, which is not what you're checking as a driver, especially if you've not driven in California. You're not even looking for biking. And you're at fault if you're changing lanes and you hit a lane splitter.
A lane splitter.
Yeah, so it's just like a really fucked up scenario.
You're at fault if you hit a lane splitter?
You are at fault for hitting a lane splitter if they're splitting correctly.
What if he hits you? Like if you cut in front of him and he hits you, which is probably more likely, is faster.
I mean, that's exactly what you're talking about. You're still in the wrong. Like if I am in the middle lane, switching to the left lane, hit my turn signal and I merge and he runs into me, it's my fault. If I'm in the middle lane, going to the right lane, the slower lane, and I merge and he hits me, it's his fault. But the ones that I'm talking about are the ones that are lane splitting at 50 miles an hour in the wrong lanes. Like, it's impossible to keep track.
So lane splitting is not legal here. I hardly ever do it. The exception is sometimes at a traffic light I will. Like to
get up front.
I'm just surrounded by cars and they're scaring me. And maybe like 2 lights in a row and I'm still surrounded by them. I'll just go to the front of the line and zip off the front.
That's what I was going to say. That's when I feel like lane splitting is a great idea at intersections and stuff, so that you're not just stuck in the pack of cars.
Right.
Like it's so easy for you when everybody's sitting still, mind you, to just go around them, get to the front of the red light. Now you can zip on out of this intersection and get to where you're going. you're a lot faster and more maneuverable than everybody else is. Just kind of makes sense. You're not going to run anybody over.
Also like you're going to be off the line faster. If you're in city traffic or stop and go, you absolutely will be at the front and the first to the light every time. So it just makes sense. You're going to cut your commute time in measurable limits by doing it.
Yeah, I do it for safety though. Like that's not my motivation usually.
Really?
I feel like I'm invisible. You guys all weigh 3,000 pounds. I weigh 400 on my bike, and I'm just like 500. Yeah, whatever.
No, I was gonna say the cars are 5,000. And I'm 500. Like it's
something outrageous, right? And you know, there's I keep forgetting the name of it. It's like observational blindness or something like that. But people are looking for cars.
Right.
So if they look your direction on a motorcycle, they might not see you in a way that you hope they would. So you're invisible, you're vulnerable, just get away from everyone. So
it's a real problem.
I don't want to get hurt. Like I really love riding, but it can be stressful sometimes because like I'll see jackasses on the road that like clearly didn't see me. And I'm just like, that guy could have killed me.
I bought a dirt bike.
Could have sent me off the fucking road.
Like a month ago. And it's a 300cc KTM XC 2-stroke for the few of you that know what that is. And it is a freaking fire breather, my motorcycle. It is so powerful and it is so light. I'm on it and I'm like, who allowed me to buy this thing?
It's like a liability.
Bearing in mind, that's only a 300. Like there are bikes that are so much more powerful. Like, it's scary.
This is top of the food chain. A 2-stroke 300 is more than like a 450.
Holy shit! Okay, I didn't know that.
It is. It is top of the food chain. I'm 48 years old. I feel like I'm not old enough to have this thing yet. I feel like they should
grow into it.
You should need to be an adult to have this. And here I am. I'm practicing wheelies on it in my yard, just ripping around. And it's dangerously easy to do a wheelie. So I'm not good at wheelies, but you kind of like compress the suspension, rotate back, apply the throttle with the right timing, and the wheel comes up. On my DRZ, that's how I do it. Again, I'm not good at it, but I'm practicing. On this thing, you just twist the throttle and hang on, and it goes up way too high. To get the wheel down, there's two ways to get it back down. You can either hit the brake, which you do if you're good and you have your head clear, or if you just roll off the throttle, usually the engine compression serves as a brake and puts the front back down too. 2-strokes don't have that kind of engine compression. So not only does it come up super fast, if you let go of the throttle, it doesn't really come down on its own. It just, it'll want to loop off the back. And I'm doing wheelies in my yard, and I practiced for like 20 minutes, and then I put the bike away knowing that it was running well for tomorrow. And I felt like I dodged injury. Like
yeah, you're like, wow, I'm okay.
Yeah, all right. We got away with it.
If you come off that thing though, at least you're in grass.
Yeah,
I am. Yeah.
I'm so stressed about coming off on the asphalt. I did see the other day, I was watching, I don't know, like the different degrees of motorcycle racing. I saw this Reddit video though, where they're bike racing. Like on the super fast bikes where they're like leaned all the way.
The GP, GP.
And the guy leaned so far over that he just started doing a little donut and petered out, and he was just like clearly incredibly embarrassed. He gets the bike up and takes off again because he's leaned so far over that the bike stops working and just sort of does this and turns around on a dime and stops moving, and he's just got to get up, stand it up, and go again. But that's the softest, least dangerous motorcycle wreck I've ever seen amongst that stuff. I showed you guys that video the other day, right? Of the slow motion of one bike flying in front of the other and missing it by inches.
I saw this on Reddit, yeah.
So fucking scary. So fucking scary. I don't know. I wear all my gear all the time. I see everybody else wearing not nearly as much gear as I'm wearing when I do see riders. I saw two Georgia cops the other day. I don't know if they were highway patrol or state patrol or whatever. They're wearing fucking short sleeves and pants. They don't have any gear at all on. They got boots. That's it. Boots and helmet.
Yeah, but they're on the hog rider, like
the Harleys,
or the ones with the saddles on, or
the Honda.
Not that. No, I'm just saying that I don't think they're taking aggressive corners in there.
I'm not either. I'm worried about somebody hitting me. I'm worried about somebody sending me off the bike. You
could not pay me to get on a motorcycle. I think they're super
cool when you get to where you're going. You don't have to be cool on the bike.
Yeah, that's what I try to do. I think I wasn't sure if I was going to like it or not. That's why I took that class, and the class was the class was really fun. And like 3/8 of the people I think in the class like quit after day one, and they had like everybody was like, oh, you really wasted a lot of money. That was $425-$450 for the class. They didn't even show up for day two, and I was thinking like, they definitely should have completed the class, but I think they saved money because they didn't go out and buy an $8,000 motorcycle and then decide, well, this is not for me.
Yeah,
or crash it.
This is terrifying. Or crash it. Yeah, crashing it would be like the worst possible thing.
This is the video Kyle was talking about with the slow motion low side.
Watch this guy. Bear in mind, this is a professional.
Look, he just did a wheelie.
Yeah, like this guy's a fucking pro, and yet
he's like, well,
I hope no one saw. No one saw. No one saw. No one
Is
saw.
anyone looking? Yeah. So you still enjoy like the low speed parking lot maneuvers?
Yeah. I like seeing just how far that motherfucker will lean over, just like holding the rear brake and just working the throttle and the clutch and just seeing how slowly I can make those tiny little 90-degree turns and stuff like that. And the bike is moving at a crawl, but it'll just stand up, and it's shocking with the centrifugal force that you're creating between the throttle, the clutch, and the rear brake that like it'll just stand up here. All right, the bike's going and like leaned over, wheel turn.
I want to see it. I wish you had video. I'd be super curious. I wonder, like, you might have surpassed me in this.
Oh, there's plenty of times where I'm just like, oh no, and like putting my leg down. I'm just like, oh, no one saw. Good, that's good.
Dude.
That's good. No one saw that.
So I was at camp. I don't know if I told this story, but I bought a tall seat. This is it has more cushion on it, which I thought might be nice. And it sort of extends the rider triangle, the grips, the foot peg in your butt to stretch you out, make it more comfortable. Cool. The trouble is when the bike tips over on a tall seat, your foot doesn't touch the ground as quickly. This is already an adventure bike that's taller than average. So now I have a tall adventure bike, and my foot, when I touch the ground with my feet, they're not flat. They're like on the toes of my feet, but I can touch the ground. We were moving the bikes to get in line for a picture at camp, and I had this fuzzy thing that makes my seat softer. Then on top of that, I had my jacket. Then on top of that, I had my gloves. And since I was only just moving the bike around camp, I thought I'd sit on all of that stuff.
Oh, no.
Dude man's dog gets in front of my motorcycle. The guy brought his dog with him, and I had to like emergency stop so as not to hit it. I can't touch the ground sitting on this like tower of mattresses. And I dropped the bike in front of everybody. And I felt like an idiot. Whatever.
I mean,
it's an adventure bike.
You would have really felt like an asshole. You crush his fucking dog. I don't know. Right? Like it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, but like I think I'll enjoy it more when I move, maybe if I'm in a less populated area, because I enjoyed a lot more when I'm like out in the country, just zipping along country roads, going at whatever speed I feel like going, whether it's 40 or it's 70. Yeah. Than I do like when I'm like in town and there's cars everywhere. Like I'm not a fan of that.
You're gonna love the scenic driving routes in the mountains in Colorado, because, and I also identify with that too, because it's fun to go drive, and then sometimes you're feeling it and you want to push it, and other times you just kind of want to drive, and it's nice to have the option.
I'm thinking about bringing my gear with me to Colorado and renting a bike, because a couple of the guys that are going with me also ride. And I looked it up, and I can rent a Ducati Scrambler, which is like one of the bikes that I had been wanting to play with anyway, but not purchase. And I can rent one of those for like $90 a day or something like that. And it's like, I get that thing for 2 days. Yeah, I get that thing for 2 days, take it up to the mountains, and then maybe zip around town a little bit when we're sober and have a good time. So I may do that. May not. I don't know. I got to see how everything's going to pack. I've got big suitcases, but I'm bringing my lights and my cameras and this laptop and keyboard and mouse, and then like clothes for a month, and it's going to be tight.
One thing that helps motorcycling, Kyle, is when you build out your wardrobe. Ooh. You know, like when you've got your mesh jacket for the hot days and your mesh pants, and then you've got your like armored cargo pants for when you're going to say go to a restaurant on the other end of your drive and you don't want to look like an astronaut. Yeah. Like when you build out that whole wardrobe, that makes motorcycles better.
My jacket is mesh. I could probably step the jacket up a notch as far as protection goes. Although when it has padding where you want it.
Yeah.
I really don't think you need padding on your stomach. Like if you're laid out so flat that your stomach is dragging the asphalt, like you got bigger problems.
Yeah.
But, like your shoulders and your elbows and like parts of the forearm and like
maybe spine.
Maybe spine, maybe not. Yeah, actually, yeah. There's a whole like thick pad back there in the spine, like all that shit's padded up. And then I do put on the astronaut pants over some jeans or some sweats or something like that. And then I've got
these like snow pants or what are
kind of like they're thick as fuck. They're like they like my that's why I like to ride in the morning is because if I go out in like the middle of the day when it's 80, 90, hot. I got to drink like a liter of water before I go, and when I get back,
sweating.
I'm drenched. I like just to go. I went on like a 20-minute drive, and like get off on the other end. haven't even came back yet, and take the jacket off and just like sweated through a tank top. Like the whole tank top has went from gray to like black. It's just like stuck to my skin, just super fucking sweaty. It gets hot. It gets hot on that fucking bike. Not really when you're riding, but the stop and go out here. I hate the stop and go.
I was doing wheelie practice in my yard, not even for long, like 15, 20 minutes. This is a few days ago. And when I came back, my wife was like, did it rain? Because my back was that sweaty. Like a gray shirt turned that other color of gray when it's wet.
I don't sweat that much. Do you ever know somebody who like sweats a shot?
Like
my father.
Like
my
beat
father
it up on their face.
My father would run every day, and when he sat down, he would puddle on the hardwood floor. Like you'd have to towel that area afterwards.
That's me.
You like that?
I mean, I run. I feel like I run hot. Like I have, for whatever reason, if I do any level of physical exercise, I'm dripping sweat. And I mean, to the point where like my trainer would be like, "Oh, the first couple times we worked out, he's like, "Are you okay? You're good. Like you're not too hot." I mean, because we're just doing normal stuff, and it's just drip, 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 drip. Yeah. So I sweat a lot.
When I lift, I barely sweat.
Really?
I'll get a little bit out of breath because I rest like 3 minutes between sets. So like I'm there for an hour and a half, kind of taking it easy. And I'm always in AC anyway, just kind of chilling. My heart rate stays pretty high the whole time. Like I wear a watch to like keep up with my heart rate. My heart rate will average like 120 beats per minute for an hour and a half, like through like a lifting session. But when I do cardio, I'm sweating my ass off because I'm getting up to about 130, 140 beats per minute. And I'm sticking with that for sometimes up to an hour. So by the end of that hour, I'm drenched.
I like not sweating when I lift. I like so my I have a home gym.
I like sweating, man.
I have a home gym, and like whenever I give like a little gym tour, Taylor really likes my functional trainer. I bought a functional trainer that's too good for a home gym, and then it's nice.
Right.
But for me, the coup de grace is the air conditioner on the wall. I bought this like mini split heat pump that can make it any temperature. You want to be 57 degrees when you lift? It can do it. It can really do it. It's like a car in the way that it's like overpowered heating and air conditioning.
Yeah.
Whatever temp you want. And then at the start of every session, I like turn on the ceiling fan, turn on the mini split, and cool that baby off.
I want to sweat. Being in Florida, the garage gym, I just open up the garage. There's no AC or anything. I usually will drag my weights out into the driveway. So I'm just like, sun is beaming down. I'm sweating like a
but I agree
like
with
I
you.
love it. Love it. It makes me feel like I'm really doing something.
I was gonna say it makes me feel like you're earning it, right? I feel much more. I feel much more like I've accomplished something if I'm dripping sweat, drenched, versus like if I've just worked up a nice little bit,
a little misting,
a little mist, a little.
Yeah, I think when I move,
I just don't like it.
I'm probably gonna do the home gym thing when I move in a month or two, and I definitely want AC. I'm not gonna do a garage gym. I'm definitely going to have like a room in the house that has that. Or if I do a garage gym, no, I can't because I have somewhere to put my car and my bike. Like it's going to have to be indoors in a room somewhere.
If it's Colorado, it'd be nice to have a like garage for your car and stuff because you're going to have a real winter.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You can't park outside. Just a nightmare, especially with a bike. I guess I could put the bike like in my living room or something like that. Like you can just pull it.
You don't want to do that when you own the house. Right?
Why not? It's not
gonna drip oil. A little, right? Isn't it?
I mean,
mine gets dirty. I don't think mine leaks oil either, but I just
think about after like a winter ride and you've got all the salt on the road and stuff. You don't want that.
Yeah, if it's dirty, if it's actually dirty when you bring it in, that'd be a problem. But then I just ride it into my like shower and wash it in it.
The whole
the casual shower in there.
I have a car wash shower. Oh yeah, those are trendy. I like this. No, I actually wash cars in mine.
Yeah. Just ride it through the kitchen, into the living room, through the bedroom, into the bathroom. Just pop a wheelie, hop in the shower with it. Turn the hot water on.
Can you wheelie yet, Kyle?
No. No,
Yeah,
it's dangerous to even try. No, it's dangerous to even try. But I have tried, and it's a little bit scary. I get a little squirrely. I don't know if the tire lifted off, but I took off real fast when I was.
Did.
So on either side of my driveway, there's a drainage ditch, call it like a foot deep, that is a long ditch that goes along the side. I think it's called a swale. Anyway,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So on my KTM, the thing that wheelies so well, you lean back, you hit the throttle, and it screams like, wah! The tire goes a foot in the air. The rear suspension is doing who the fuck knows what, and you just glide over this thing. I am a passenger in this whole situation. I don't really know what's happening. I've just floated over this obstacle with way too much horsepower to weight ratio than I really know what I'm doing with. And I did it again and again and again and again. It's a blast, but
you're playing Trials Evolution. Like you're literally doing trials.
What's your goal with it? Like, do you want to do trail riding? Do you want to put street tires on it and ride it around town? What are you thinking?
So this is my trail riding bike. I have 3 motorcycles, and this is the trail riding bike. Today I tuned the carb to make sure it was ready for tomorrow. I'm going trail riding with some friends.
Nice. That's cool.
So
let me do the ads. Get those knocked out. Let's see. Ooh. It's summer camping season. Let's talk about pitching tents. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever the moment arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no doctor visits, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So, if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. And we've got a special deal for our listeners, of course. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's bluechew.com. Promo code PKA to receive your first month for free. Just visit bluechew.com for more details, important safety information, and we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. I just took my Blue Chew a few minutes ago. Wanted to get that knocked out, get it running through my bloodstream, souping me up for the night.
Check them out. It's a good deal.
It really is a good deal. It might be the best deal that we run. Like $5 and you get I don't remember how many pills it is, but it's several. This episode of PK is also brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: winter, cinnamon, and pomegranate. I prefer the cinnamon. We always say that, but it really is true. It's tasty. Lucy has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine in cherry ice flavor, and each and every flavor actually tastes great. And it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even at the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes direct to your door each month. It's so simple that you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.com. Use promo code PKA to get 20% off all the products on your first order, including gum and lozenges. That's lucy.com, and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head on over to lucy.com. Use promo code PKA. Get your deal. Get your nicotine replacement products.
Of course it has nicotine. That's why you took it.
That's why you want it. You want that nicotine.
Warning, this alcohol has alcohol in it.
Juicy Lucy.
Ooh, maybe that should be a flavor, maybe.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. And this episode is also brought to you by SmartMouth, our old friend SmartMouth, because everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath, that humid, awful smell that keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think about all the times that you were the gross, smelly one, and that the other person was thinking about trying to get away. You probably can't think of any of those examples, and that's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth and not even realize that you're grossing everyone out. That's why SmartMouth was invented. SmartMouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from returning all day long. You just rinse once in the morning for all day clean breath and once more at right before bed. So you never wake up with morning breath even. 2 uses a day, no bad breath, guaranteed. Whether it's the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath just spells success. So head on over to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find SmartMouth products in the oral health aisles of Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that's smartmouth.com/PKA for your free coupon.
Yeah, boardroom and bedroom, 2 places you want good breath. Not sure which one I'd rather suffer more in.
I think the bedroom is where you want your. If you have to pick one of those to have good breath in, like I don't know, missing out on a business deal. I mean, I think I'd still like do business with somebody if they had bad breath.
I feel like I get more bedroom opportunities than boardroom opportunities, though.
Well, that's just a you thing, you know.
Man, you are married. She doesn't have a choice.
Zach, can you pull up the Nirvana thing? So this dude,
this thing, yeah,
he's suing them.
The baby is?
Yeah.
The guy, yeah.
He's not a baby
the guy
anymore.
used to be the baby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess what he's saying is that it's child pornography. Now, the picture doesn't show his little penis, but the album cover did. It had the baby's penis on there. And here's the deal. So the band says that this was a sort of statement against capitalism, having this little baby chase the dollar. And if it's pictures of babies with their penises exposed are not typically child's porn unless they're sexualized.
Yeah.
Now, is this sexualized or not? Is sort of, he says that the child chasing the dollar is meant to imply that the baby is a sex worker. And that this is child porn.
So I heard
parents sign a release.
Can you show the pictures, Zach? I don't think people can read the words very well.
I heard that he had previously there were like that the defendant in this case had like documented evidence of him bragging about being the kid on the cover, like throughout social media, XYZ, to use that as to devalue the case even further. I mean, let's be real, like it's a cash grab.
Dude, he reposed as this picture, wearing clothes, like again and again. Like you can see his like evolution where he did.
Yeah, but like, come on, it's like I get you want to make some money, but like Jesus.
I assume his parents signed a release, right?
Yep.
Then there's no issue here.
I think he's saying
you can't sign a release for child porn.
Yeah, I don't think that's child porn though. I think he's just being a big baby.
I think that's so. He's asking for $150,000 from each of the defendants. The defendants are 1, 2, 3,
yikes,
4, 5. Wow,
$1 million.
I can't go through, but there's like 8 defendants. Some of them you'll know, like David Grohl, Courtney Love.
He's hoping they settle out.
Cobain's estate, stuff like that. Yeah, and it's all about, is this child porn? I don't know. They took a bunch of pictures. Some had the penis and some didn't. And it was Kurt Cobain who made the decision. I might have pronounced that wrong. Anyway, he said, we can either use this picture, the one they used, or we'll use this picture and put a sticker over the penis that says, if this offends you, you're a pedophile, or something like that. And they opted for the version with no sticker.
It's not child porn. It's just not. I feel like if you rule this child porn, then can he go after Best Buy and every record store for selling child porn?
If they rule this child porn, is every picture new parents send to grandparents of kids in a bathtub child porn?
Soliciting.
Yes. They're soliciting child porn. Lock my parents up.
I think
grandma's got to go to the slammer.
Like infants especially, it's just like, come on, like I think I may be wrong about this, but I watched Star Trek the other day when like a baby was born, and I'm pretty sure they showed like the baby like fully nude. Like I remember thinking like, oh wow, I'm surprised. Usually in TV they're just like, oh, and here's your 4-month-old that just came out of your vagina, nice and clean.
Yeah.
But this time it was like a tiny little baby, all covered with slime, with its like penis hanging out. And I was like, oh, okay. You know what? Like, who cares, right? Like she just gave birth to a baby. Like we're all okay with that. Like,
did you see moms?
You did not see a vagina. No. It was Star Trek.
And you know what?
Oh,
Thank
it was
you
Star
for
Trek. I'm
saving
sorry.
us.
I just slipped.
I don't know if anybody needs to see post birth.
Some nice crowning.
That's best
heard
vagina.
it's awful. I've never seen it. So my kids came for a C-section.
You should ask your wife. Oh, never mind. So
yeah.
there you go.
So I've never
Not
seen
even in health class in school.
I had to watch.
You didn't have to watch that video?
YouTube.
I had to watch whatever video that I'm sure everybody watched a version of, very graphic childbirth, and I was like, that human bodies are not made for that, and I know they are, but they shouldn't be. That it's like
they're not made very well for that.
Yeah,
but,
they. You know, you'd think we'd be better at it at this point.
Yeah,
but we're just not.
Like without modern medicine, like a huge percentage of women would die during childbirth. Yeah. It's shocking how bad we are at it.
Maybe that's the problem. We're not selectively breeding for.
I was going to say maybe medicine has stopped the evolution.
It's only been like 200 years though. Like, or maybe, I mean, you could make an argument for 1,000 years, but that's not enough for.
Yeah.
Like giant hips. Fuck, we could have had de facto
baby.
Super fucking wide human hips by like default. Like the baseline stat would have been buffed plus 30, and we robbed ourselves of this.
Like they all looked like someone was modding their Skyrim character and just made it way too ridiculous.
Liberty walked women, just like just wide. Darn.
I haven't played that shit in forever. When are they going to stop making Skyrim on like remastering that shit? Like they just remastered
it's not on
it
mobile
again,
yet.
And they added.
They just came out with a tenure.
They added fishing to it and something else, and it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like I want a new story. I want a whole new game.
Why do that if people are going to continually buy the old game? It's like, why doesn't Rockstar make GTA 6? Why the fuck would they make GTA 6 when they're making $1 billion?
Skyrim doesn't have
5?
that excuse, though.
No, but
Skyrim doesn't have GTA Online.
You're right, but you're right. They don't make perennial money based off of like the existing content, but they just keep porting it to new platforms and people keep buying it. It's still like the Switch version of it sold really well. So like, okay, fuck it.
Do you have to continue paying for GTA? Like, are they selling DLC, or could you buy it years ago and just enjoy it?
No, the online service is like an ever evolving like universe basically, and you buy essentially credit cards in game that have money on them to be able to buy vehicles and houses and whatever
That's
else.
Where like if you look at
content's free, so if you have the money you can buy it, but
it's microtransactions.
Most people, but microtransactions to get the money to buy the in-game item.
That's where Rust and Tarkov kill it as far as like the value
they have
of
nothing.
What you get. Like you pay once up front and now you're just, it seems like you're getting new content. You are. It doesn't seem like you are. You're getting brand new content made for you on a monthly basis or something like that. Or in Rust it's monthly, but in Tarkov it's like quarterly, more like.
No, roughly. I'd even say it's more like every 6 months. But your point still stands.
But it's big content for Tarkov. Well, no, I take that back too, because sometimes they're like, hey, fuck you, your gun doesn't work anymore. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, and you're like, hey, who asked for this? This is like against it. But you're right.
No one asked for that. Why? Let's just talk about that. Why are there gun malfunctions in Tarkov?
You know, my gun has never malfunctioned as a brand new gun, yet I go on Reddit and I see this guy is like, my brand new mutant malfunctioned 7 times in the first 200 rounds. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe you.
I watch Landmark a good bit, and like he'll be in the middle of fighting. He's already fighting 4 people, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard enough. Like he's bouncing back and forth fighting 4 people. The gun will fail twice and he'll still somehow win. And he'll be like, the fuck, the gun quit working twice. And
he's broken. I get so mad watching that guy because he's just like, he'll just be in the middle of a sentence, he'll turn, he'll just like 2-tap somebody 40, 50 meters away, and he's just like not even without breaking like this full sentence. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
great, cool.
Like he's reading donos while like turning on people. It's
you talking about Landmark?
Yeah. It's so
have
good.
You watched Smitty Stone? I think I have his name right.
No.
I think I follow a guy is he Australian?
I don't think so.
All right, then no.
Anyway, I was watching him earn Kappa yesterday, and people don't know this is very difficult to do. We talked about how hard it was to do previously. Now you have to get to level 71. It's just outrageously hard. So he's running labs, and raiders pose no threat to this guy, and he kills them all with 1 or 2 bullets, face shots. And he's not cheating. You can tell by his like confusion over where people are, and he dies sometimes. And I couldn't get over how incredibly good he was. And like Landmark, he's reading chat the whole time. He's reading chat, 1-2 tapping raiders in the face, beating every PMC who's not running hacks, labs again and again. It blew me away.
In a
That's
game
how
where
somebody like H June or Tacular, they're like that in Rust. Because like the AI in Rust is pretty dumb, but they're just so beefy. It's such a huge HP pool that I don't know. I can struggle with them sometimes. Like if I'm taking a monument on my own, but like they're just like I've never heard so many headshot sounds in a row as watching Tacular play, because he knows the recoil pattern of every gun, not just the AK. Like the MP5 does this thing at the end. It's this zigzag. But then the end, it's like ziggity ziggity zag. Like so like he's literally his mouse hand. If he had a like mouse cam, it's just like la 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 la. But while tracking a target, like I can't even wrap my head around. Insane. Like if somebody's sitting still, I know the AK pattern well enough to like get it to kind of vibrate around their head. Like I can double headshot occasionally. Like I'm not gonna triple anybody at long range though. But he is like watching him play. It's just the headshots have this really meaty noise they make in that game. I don't know how people get that fucking good.
I don't know how people get good like on any game. You'll see people, this guy named Taxi who plays Apex Legends, and he'll string together some movement. There's like highlight videos on TikTok of this guy who's just flying around the map in a way that you watch it and like you're playing a different game than me. Objectively,
I saw that TikTok.
You're playing. It's demoralizing for somebody like me.
I watched that video twice. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I saw that video twice, and I just decided I don't know enough about Apex anymore to know what he's even doing.
Right.
Like, I played Apex for like a season or something. Like I know the basics. Like I don't know. We were okay at it. I was never any good at it, but like I don't even know what I just saw. I don't even know what I just saw. He's playing a completely different game now.
Oh. I don't know if I got his name right. Smitty Stone is who I was talking about, if I didn't say it right.
Okay.
But unfathomably good. Oh, and he offered to play with me. I haven't played this wipe, but I would if I had. And that's just such a privilege having been on YouTube for a while. Like that, you guys, do you guys ever get carried in games? You might still be currently very good.
Yes, all the time.
Yeah.
Every game I play.
Dude, I'm getting carried in real life. This... I want to go on a motorcycle trip in Mexico, but apparently it's actually dangerous. And there's this YouTuber who appears to be motorcycle camping like 300 days a year. He said he was going to Mexico. So I wrote him an email and told him I wanted to go with him. And he said yes. He's always solo. I've never seen anyone in any of his videos. And I'm like, I wonder if I can get a real life carry.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
said yes.
He's like, yo, I just spoke to that rich gringo we talked about.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's from Arizona. But yeah, so
I maintain the accent then.
Okay, 40 times around, FTA. I think we might go motorcycle riding together in Mexico. It should be neat.
That's cool.
If you get ransomed, it's going to be such a great show topic.
Oh,
yes, it would be. Yeah, I'll tell it to my wife.
Like,
honey,
should we get
good news, bad news? Bad news is we need 45 grand. Good news, isn't it funny though?
I think $500,000 is usually what they ask for. I think that's the going rate for an American. I was watching a thing about Afghanistan the other day.
We can start a GoFundMe.
That's what I was gonna say. The
RSK,
Patreon.
baby, we got this.
We can take up $500,000 to get Woody back.
I mean, that's in the show's marketing budget, right?
Sure. Yeah.
SmartMouth is now sponsoring the release of Woody for
SmartMouth is how Woody got into this problem.
Woody's been held captive for 37 days, but he just hasn't brushed his teeth once. But after one rinse from SmartMouth, kissably clean breath.
Yeah.
That would be awful. Like prison sucked, but I was just thinking like how awful it would be to be held captive by a fucking terror cell or something like that. I saw earlier that like a group of veterans called the Pineapple Express have gone into Afghanistan and they are rescuing former translators and stuff. They've saved 500 people so far.
Nice.
Really?
They've just gone in on their own, like funding their own like fucking mission.
That's awesome. but sad that it was required, but awesome that they're stepping up.
Yeah, I guess like it's weird to me that like we don't have, that seems like a special forces thing that we would, I really don't like it when they don't take care of those translators, because like
Yes.
because there was some point when some American in uniform was like, no, trust us, we got you, like we'll protect you, we need you to help us. Are you sure you'll protect me? Oh yeah, for sure. Donald Trump himself, I just talked to him. He knows you. He likes you a lot.
Donald Trump would run with
He's
the
like,
story too.
What's your name again?
I just spoke to Mahmoud. Excellent trainer. One of the best translators in all of Afghanistan. Now he's just being electrocuted or boiled in oil or something.
I can't get past my bias on this topic sometimes. So my Facebook feed, I mention it from time to time, they're absolutely outraged that we left any translators behind, etc. They didn't have shit to say when Trump abandoned the Kurds in Syria, right? 40,000 people, they were our allies for all this time. We told them that we had their back, that we were going to help them win this war with the might of the American military. And then we were just like, you know what?
Psych.
Nah. Yeah, psych, we're out. And we just did we leave military equipment behind? Fuck yeah, we did. Helicopters, refrigerators, camps, everything, we left it behind.
You're welcome.
Crickets when it happened in Syria. It happens in Afghanistan. It's the 24, just nonstop talking about, can you believe we left a disabled helicopter behind? Yeah, all these Humvees. Yeah. All right, we did it. It sucks. I don't like it. I get it. I'm upset with Biden over it. But you fucking suck Trump's dick over it. You know, like, why do you have nothing to say when he did it? Trump tweeted many times about how we needed to pull out of Afghanistan. Didn't do it. Biden pulls out in his first year. And all you can talk about is how he didn't pull out the right way.
The right way. Trump
didn't do it. He fucking didn't do it. So, like, I don't know. How do we measure these? He messed it up. Biden messed it up, I'm trying to say.
Right. Oh, for sure.
I could acknowledge that.
Better.
But
we should have aborted the war. That's
should he have just kicked the can down the road like Trump did? Maybe that was the strategy. Why didn't Trump do it in his first year like Biden did?
No, I'm glad we're out. We're out.
It'd be 10 years later. It would be in the same position.
Yeah.
Or 10 years ago.
Something had to be done.
Obama could have pulled out and it wouldn't have made much difference.
And as much as I feel like we did a poor job getting out, it was, I don't know what the word is, but we did get to see those people falling off the aircraft. You don't get to see that. You don't get to see that every day. Like I feel like if we pull out of there smoothly, you don't have people hanging on. Like that's just like a perfect. It's just like we're leaving and they're literally clawing at the planes. No,
one of them was like a 17-year-old, right?
Oh, like that makes it worse. I didn't know that.
He was like a soccer star or something like that. 17 was one of the ones.
That's awful.
Well,
the worst part about it is the fact that like I'm pretty sure that there was some very loose statistic about how there were not really any literate taught women in the country at the point of entry, and then there was something like 60% last year were given or like had some level of like literacy and education. Huge improvement. The very small silver lining of an aggressively wasteful, occupation. But like that part, it does suck to know. I think they just banned male teachers teaching women at any point in any capacity. So
and I think the reverse also.
Probably.
And they banned women on TV. Like you can no longer have reporters and stuff. Like
that's pretty progressive.
Who could have seen this happen?
Get rid of the mansplaining.
Strong point.
Like all the actual doctors there, like they just like, cool. I guess I'll go fuck myself because like, I got a vagina, can't do the job that I am well trained for. It's just
they're letting them leave. Like they're letting anybody that wants to leave.
The Taliban is.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
The Taliban. Look, the Taliban seem like a bunch of villains to me, but they don't seem like
they're not
mustache twiddling villains as much as you might think. We paint everyone with the same brush, right? It's either like white hats or black hats, but there's definitely some sort of gray area in between that they clearly fall into. Again, like I said, these aren't good people. These are our enemies. But the fact that they're not like just lining people up in the streets right now by the hundreds and hundreds and murdering them. I mean, that being said, I've seen them line a few people up in the streets and murder them. Like,
right.
but
They said they offered amnesty, but it doesn't seem they appeared to offer amnesty to everyone. They admit that the country that was taken over was in economic ruins. No one wanted to work with them. The Taliban were the bad guys, and now they want to reform their image. It seems like they want the reformed image, and they're willing to do some things, but they're not going to adopt Western culture or anything like that, or values.
A little rebranding. That's all.
Well, but with the rebranding comes a little bit of like.
What's the Taliban's new logo?
Change.
I'll decide how I feel about it then. I need Taliban on Web 3.0.
Taliban 2.0.
We can.
I don't know. Like
they were Indian in that accent.
that was Indian. I don't know how to do an Arabic accent. Not even how to begin it. There's some going on there that I'm just missing out on. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
they're trying to reform their image, and with that comes a little bit of actual reform. Hopefully, it sticks.
A little less murder, maybe.
Right,
little less.
Just the right amount of murder. I hope.
Oh, thank them.
Just a sprinkle of murder.
How kind. How kind.
I'm just glad it's over. I was just so sick and tired of hearing about it. It's a shame that like somehow we managed to lose what was it, 13 more servicemen like on the last week of the whole thing. That's a fuck up. That's a huge fuck up. Like that's shocking that happened. And they keep talking about. I didn't look into it much. I don't watch the news at all because it's bullshit. I mostly read stuff online, but like I heard that there were 13 servicemen who died, and it was different branches. It was maybe an Army soldier, a couple of Air Force guys, maybe, or Navy guys, and then I don't remember how it was all broken up. But in any case, like I heard that. Do you know how many Afghans died in that bombing? It's like 130 or something.
Yeah.
Had a drone strike recently that killed like a translator, like 3 kids.
We did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Little kids.
Like literally like 2, 4 and 6. Like just it's like not. It is a meme,
And
but
this
like
is super recent, like August.
Yeah, like last week. Or
last
something.
week. Yeah.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, I saw like the Pentagon like briefing. He's like, yes, we're looking into that. That's we're looking into it. That's
not what anybody was intending, I'm sure.
Yeah, they never admit fault, but at the same time they're like, that's concerning. Those reports of children being killed. Those reports of children being they're like, no, here's the kid. He's very dead. Yeah. Like the head's falling off. Like
how do I know this is even a kid? It has no head.
They like pull some shrapnel out. It says USA on it. Like, no, definitely you did this.
And we got to consider all options here, all of the different viewpoints.
Although what happened was they were bombing some bad guys. The bad guys had a truck full of explosives outside, and that exploded and killed the children. That's what actually happened.
Oh no!
Like
I don't think that transfers. I think it's still their fault.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. That's like they were literally killing bad guys who had bombs, and those bombs went off and created the collateral damage. Like because it seems like when we do stuff, not that the U.S. doesn't often like accidentally drone strike the wrong people, like when Obama wiped out that wedding party years ago. But yeah,
if I push a domino over, I'm only responsible for that very
domino. First one.
Right? All the others, they're not me.
Whatever happens, happens.
How could I have known that shooting?
That's a pretty good one. I like
that. That's not fair.
Come on. I didn't think about that one.
Why am I the one defending Biden here? No, I've liked how Biden's handled this whole thing.
Weekend at Bernie's. I thought there was no winning solution. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to sit here and nitpick the greater details of somebody following somebody else's plan, because it was like inherently Trump's plan. He followed it. Like, I don't fucking know what the best idea was. I'm happy we're out, and I'm sorry it went so poorly. But like breakups, they're messy always, and just because, but at least we're out. And I'm like, okay.
I think we're all.
I'm not talking to Tammy anymore for a little bit.
We're out. The breakup was messy. I love it. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Fuck Tammy.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm never talking to her again.
Now we can sit back and like rebuild our military a little bit. I hope.
Oh my God.
And then find somewhere else to invade. We need to find somewhere else.
Rebuild our military.
What are we going to dominate next for the next 30 years?
We need a new country to attack.
Let's pick one.
South America. I want to go to South America. The weather's nice.
I'm thinking Mexico. Because we could keep the
Mexico
land.
would be great.
Let's just push the border
Nice
back
and
like
tropical.
100 miles, like nothing crazy.
Right, dude. If
Just
you look at the
twice.
map, we could take Baja, Mexico, I think, and it's just a little bit more border. But now we have
that
that
little-
coast.
And that's just now Southern California.
That's that much less wall we have to build.
right?
Can you get that whole little strip? Is that what you're talking about? That little peninsula?
Yeah, that's Baja. Yep.
Yeah. Take.
Oh, yeah, on
Oh
the
yeah.
coast?
Then you get that whole like isthmus or whatever, that inlet of water.
Yep.
That's a lot of coast.
Can we pull up a map, Zach, to show Baja, California, and how just?
What's that sea called? Like that inland.
I meant to
watery
say
area.
Baja,
There's
Mexico.
a name for it.
The Gulf of California?
It might
Between
be the Gulf.
Mexico
Is
and
it?
Baja, California?
It might be.
Yeah. But
I would
I
like
think
that.
it is
What would
called
they
Baja.
do? Like if we were just like, we're taking it.
there.
There.
Do you see that strip hanging down
That'd be
next
so
to
easy to
Mexico that
take.
clearly looks
Come
like
on.
it should be American,
Uh-huh.
according to me?
That looks like American to me.
That's just
That looks
Western
like-
Florida.
You know what
Can
that
you
looks
zoom
like?
in, Zach?
That looks like West Coast Florida.
Look how small, like a little section. It just,
Do you guys not know where the Dominican Republic is?
I've been there.
No, we're talking about
DR,
taking. We're
I've been
talking
there,
about
but I'm not
conquering
sure I can
Baja.
find it on a map.
Baja?
Yeah.
Baja,
taking-
yeah,
we're
we're
the
talking
fuck
about
is
where
Baja?
we should aim the U.S.
South of
military
LA.
next,
We're
and I'm
taking
making
the
a pitch
Western
for
penis.
Baja, California.
Oh, no, because the surf over there sucks and the beaches are all rocky. So
But that's
Oh,
what's
we'll clean
cool.
it right up. We'll make them do it.
can we? Jesus,
Can we take Cancun too for like the spring break?
Cancun sucks. It's so
Just
gross.
literally
We'll clean that up too.
You know what? I
looks great
I want
for-
to take
Miami,
I want
too.
to take Peru. Peru's beautiful.
Where is Peru?
It's south of. It's on the dragged. Oh, it's
See,
not.
it should be more adjacent. Like Cuba looks like it should be part of America.
Wait, no.
And so does
Guys,
Baja,
we're being
California.
nuts.
Okay.
Take Vancouver and all of British Columbia. That place is gorgeous, and
Oh,
it's not
this is
even
an
real
investment in
Canada.
global warming.
Yeah, and also like that Bay Area, it's so great. It's or just take Toronto. Take the entire 20%
Nova
of
Scotia?
Canada where people live. No, fuck Nova Scotia.
What is that
take-
parallel? Is it the 49th parallel, the 38th parallel? What is
yeah,
that?
all of that 20 or all. It's like 80% of Canadians live under that line.
Yeah.
just commandeer
Whatever
that.
it is, if that's the 38th parallel, make it the 40th. Just bump it up a
Right.
couple.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, a couple right.
Just push them up into the.
I honestly-
Give us.
What-
I want all the Great Lakes. I just want the lakes to ourselves.
I
That's
want
what
the socialized healthcare.
Can we get their health care? That's what we
adopt
should
their
do.
healthcare.
Like that's what the Romans would do, right? When the Romans would be like, all right, we're going to go on this. We're going to go to like Carthage or whatever. We're going to conquer the Carthaginians. They wouldn't just be like, all right, we got them. Now we're heading home. They'd be like, we got them. And this is all the shit we took from them. Like, and they like parade it through the streets and like hand it out to the.
and they take the smartest people. The
Every
Carthage.
Roman
Yeah.
gets this much money now because we conquered the Carthaginians. Oh, and we also took all these elephants from them. We're gonna slaughter them while you watch for funsies. Like if we did that with countries, like if we went to like Africa and conquered a country and like brought some lions and zebras back, murdered them in Detroit, like just set them free in Detroit. Honestly, like,
Well, I'm saying-
Detroit would be outstanding.
like honestly, it would calm Detroit down if you released some lions and tigers and shit. Like it wouldn't
30
be as
years
wild
from
as it
now, I'd
is
be like,
now.
why does Raleigh have so many peacocks? Oh, funny story.
I don't even know where peacocks come from, but conquer that too.
Yeah.
Where do peacocks come from?
I don't know. But
Wait,
we have them
everybody
locally
take a
around
guess.
here.
Yeah, everybody guess.
We had peacocks on Cisco's campus for some reason.
We've got them in Florida.
Do you?
Yeah, but they're not
Florida
native.
has stuff
Where
like
they
Florida's
originate
like
from.
it doesn't
We've also got
surprise
tigers
you.
and
Python.
shit.
Yeah, where was
Carolina.
Exotic Joe from?
South Carolina,
Florida.
right?
I
No.
think
I thought it was South
Two
Carolina.
of them from Tiger King are based in Florida. Two or
and
three.
one South
groups.
Carolina, and I don't know
Yeah.
who's who. Oh, you guys have Carol Mayweather? Was it?
No,
Baskins.
Carol Baskins.
Carol Baskin.
And,
yeah.
and
Mayweather.
we have
My
the
bad.
other super sketchy one from South Florida. You didn't really see much of him. I don't remember.
He was from
the show.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Tiger King
Holy
was?
shit! I
You
can't believe that
think
was the
he-
start of the pandemic, and nobody even talks about Joe Exotic anymore.
Man,
I
that was
know.
so huge.
Is he still in
I
jail?
just- yeah,
Wait,
he's not
Nick-
getting out.
Yeah,
Trump should have pardoned him for funsies. That's kind of on brand.
Dude, that was such a fucking event. I remember like watching that with my girlfriend at the time. We were both locked down with COVID, and it's just like, all right, like her job had fucked her over. Like she didn't have a job, and I'm not going out, and I'm doing my thing here, and it's just like we're just here. We're just here all day.
Yeah.
And like And like it was super sketchy at like that point in time. It was like you didn't know how serious it was. You were hearing like people just dying at 25 years old with it, and permanent like respiratory damage to like athletes and stuff. It was like, we don't want this, and there's no way to prevent it. There's no treatment for it even.
At the time,
we're staying here and watching Tiger King, and Tiger King came out and it was just like, shit, who wants to go anywhere when we can watch Joe Exotic and Carol Baskin's face off? This is great.
Tiger King and Animal Crossing had the best timing in the history of media. Like,
really did.
They got so lucky.
It's
Animal Crossing, that's the game,
times.
Right? Yeah, right.
It's almost
it's fun
exciting
times,
at
but
that point.
dude, so people who were against masks and COVID deniers and stuff talked about the like the mental health decline in America. And at the time, I was kind of like, dude, you never gave a fuck about mental health. Your whole Fox News was never talking about America's mental health until it was a weapon against shutdowns. But they weren't wrong. Like mental health issues really were a thing. And you know, like I don't know, like Trevor mentioned it.
I struggle with it for
my
sure.
family too. Like
I did. I absolutely did. Yeah.
Yeah, it, like being locked up like we did for COVID is rough for mental health.
Yeah,
like it was real.
Especially if you're living alone. Like I live alone, and I was for that whole thing. I got like you ever just not talk to people or see anybody face to face for like 5
week
days
at a time. Yeah,
yeah, and then you go out to get groceries, and then you get back as quick as possible. I was like, there were some days where it was like 8 o'clock, and I'm like, well, I better turn in. Like, what else am I gonna do?
You could easily like, and I couldn't drink. I couldn't even drink. So it was just like,
I feel that.
I'm not convinced drinking helps you in this situation.
Oh, it absolutely helps.
Oh, it definitely helped. It was a great way to get through all that.
Like not only you're like, I could have gotten drunk enough to like pass out and go to sleep early. Drunk enough that like Tiger King is more entertaining. Drunk enough that you're like just chilled out, like sit in the backyard and suntan or something.
These are short-term good times.
You don't understand. It's only short-term if you don't string them together long-term. So now I'm getting a bunch of short-term pains for a long time.
You need a handle of vodka, not a fifth.
Yeah, I was wrong.
You're done with that.
Clearly, staying drunk is good.
No, you just drink until you pass out, and then you wake up hungover, so you hair the dog, you drink, you're feeling good. Then just you sleep, you wake, and now you're good to go.
This fixes mental health, I guess.
Yeah, it's fucking flawless. It works great.
This is a perfect plan.
And my therapist had nothing to do with it. It was all just my alcoholism rolling together.
Have you guys ever done like a telehealth therapy thing?
I have never seen my therapist face to face. She's in Iowa. And I also did not take therapy prior to COVID, all that stuff. But I started right around when gaming had a very aggressive and like quite personal to me, like Me Too movements with people that I was like related, like not related with, but like people that I had interacted with and close to, and just some really. So I was like, hey, it's probably not a downside to talk to this person. My friend who was seeing this this therapist and had been for a couple years recommended them. I sat down, talked with them, had no real goal in mind throughout any of this. In fact, I still almost every week, there's not really anything that I sit down and I'm like, I want to work on this or whatever. It's just like, how was your week? Cool. What happened? And you start talking, and eventually you'll end up somewhere where it's not like trying to fix things. It's just like getting different perspectives on situations you're going through from somebody who has no skin in the game. Very valuable. I love it.
Once a week?
I do it once every 2 weeks.
I feel like I would benefit from that. I might hit you up and
you should. She's too busy for other people, but like, I mean,
she might have a colleague or something.
Yeah, I wholly recommend it. Even if you have no discernible thing that you want to work on after the last year and a half. It's not that I have more issues. It's just that I'm more in tune with the things that I would like to work on now, which is not something I ever thought about.
Mindset on this has shifted from, hey, mental therapy is great. I think other people should do it. I personally am too perfect to have ever needed such a thing, to where I am now, which is like, oh no, therapy's a little like fitness for your mind, right? It's a way to sort of go in there and have a session to work on things and make things better. And there's no one who doesn't benefit from exercise. This is just the mental equivalent of working out, but for mental health.
Right? If you want it to be that way, because I part of the reason why I was also in your shoes for the last 8 years of being supportive of people who wanted or need. In my head, I was like, if you need therapy, of course I support you. Not completely foregoing the whole. Everyone in some facet could benefit from therapy. It's not like a question of whether or not you want to take the effort of figuring it out or trying to solve some goal. It's just it is fitness for your mind, but it's not effort that you have to take if you don't want to. Sometimes you can just sit in the hot tub and that's enough, right? You're just comfortable. It works. It's a good thing to just go through and have somebody to bounce ideas off of at the minimum. Right. But insurance sucks for mental health too. So make sure you check with your provider, because Kaiser Permanente, awful for mental health. They're like, we got 3.5 people. I don't know.
Insurance in general just keeps you alive.
True.
That's kind of their focus. They're not really focused on optimizing you.
No.
That is, wow. I never thought about it. Yeah, that's 100% correct. They're not trying to min-max your health. They're just like, are you dead or alive? Can you pay the bill or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of my therapy was court mandated, so.
Yeah, but that's funny. But I think you said that it was time well spent.
Yeah.
Without digging into it, but
yeah, it was time well spent for sure. I'm glad we did it. She was great because she was like, so you're here for substance abuse. What was it? Heroin or meth?
You're like, I got caught with weed.
Like I had half an ounce of marijuana. She's like, that's not substance abuse. That's just okay. Is there anything else you'd like to focus on while we're here? Because we gotta do these sessions, and I'm here no matter what. So are you? And it's like, yeah, we can knock some other shit out because I really want to smoke some weed, but I don't think I have a substance abuse issue. I'm not getting the shakes or anything over here. Yeah.
And at that point, you were off it for some extended period of time.
It had already been like a year or something crazy.
What happens if you were to fail a drug test? Is it one strike, you're out?
It's up to them. It's sort of discretionary. Yeah.
We should find out.
29 days away. Kyle, let's roll the dice. I want you to smoke a blunt 1 minute before it goes, because your officer calls you and he's like, hey, what are you doing right now?
Video it.
Yeah. I think the PO it would be up to him what happened, what the first step would be. I think he could just do nothing if he really wanted to, or he could potentially send me back in front of the judge, and then the judge he's got a ton of discretion the way I understand it. Like he could send me to jail for weeks at a time or something like that, or maybe even go back and give me prison time, like reopen the case or something. So I don't think that they would do that for a first offense of marijuana or something like that, but it's not something that I've even
what a shitty system though.
Fucking around
that's
with.
Even an option. The fact that can be done is just because
there's marijuana all around me. I don't know where to actually go to get it. I guess I know people who probably know where some is, but I'll be walking through my neighborhood. I walk a lot, and dudes will be in their yard smoking weed, hanging out, just right in their yards, or I'll be at the
just
gym.
Walk by like this.
Yeah. I'm just cross the street and go around or I'm at the gym and there's a guy who just has the stinks of weed.
The aura.
He's an aura of fucking dope stink on him, and he's just blazed out of his mind.
Got some good shit, huh?
He's got some real good.
You probably want to get to know him after
maybe
the next
so.
29 days.
No, he's going to Colorado. His weed stores look like Apple stores.
Yeah, exactly. All the weed that I'm going to smoke from now on is going to be legal weed, whether it's medical or recreational. One way or another, I'll get some legal weed. So nobody.
There's going to be marijuana in my system in 30 days. Let me tell you right now.
I guarantee it.
I keep bringing up politics, but I'm disappointed the Democrats in this. They started
legalizing it.
Something passed the House, maybe, and
awful.
They stopped there.
I don't know. It's such a slam dunk. I don't understand. I think they're saving it for the next presidential election issue. I think they're gonna It is. I'm pretty sure it is of majority preference to legalize or decriminalize marijuana across the aisle, right? Both Republican and Democrat. There is a plus 50%. There's probably a disparity between the two, but Come on,
That's
man.
my impression too. It's like all Democrats and half are Republicans.
Who doesn't like weed? What's the problem? LAX, the fact that the TSA in California has an official statement that you can carry up to an ounce of flour through TSA with no problem, no matter where you're going. They don't.
Really?
Yeah, they have no problem. I do it all the time, and it is a wonderful thing.
Can I interrupt? What about the other side?
Yeah, what about
is
the
there
other
any
side?
checking on the?
That's their problem. But nobody checks you on the way out from the airport. I'm not condoning this. This is illegal. You should not do this. But if you do fly, it is not the TSA in California's problem when you land in Texas and you walk out with your half an ounce of marijuana. If you get stopped by a dog, like, shit sucks. That's on you. But
It's not the TSA's
that's your
problem, but you
problem.
feel like there's a minimal risk on the departure side.
I have never in any point or at any point been pulled. I don't even know if drug dogs give a shit about marijuana, if I'm honest with you. Because, like, I mean, I wouldn't know either, but, like, the amount of time for the last 8 years that I've traveled with marijuana, I cannot fly without smoking prior to getting on the plane. It's just not a thing I can do. So that goes for both ways. I just get anxious. I like to sleep on the plane, whatever. Never been caught at any point in time, and I've flown, like, upwards of 150 times in the last couple years. So it's
now,
like,
to be clear, you're only talking about domestic.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
International is a whole different risk level. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't bring weed into another country, but I would bring weed into the airport and then eat the weed prior to the international flight every time. That's
right. Yeah, I get that. I just saying because no one checks you on the departure side, but they check you in the international.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, at no point in going to like Dominican Republic. No, don't bring. Do not.
They might
bring
have
illicit
more there.
If it was the Netherlands, they'd be like, yeah, you're good to go, brother. But like, no, I would never do that. But I promise you that, like, the state of Wilmington, North Carolina's TSA on my walkout was never like, wow, can't believe you do such a thing.
Yeah.
It's time.
So 29 more days, Kyle.
Yeah. I'll.
You're going to Colorado. That's locked in. And you might even stay there. Is moving to Colorado locked in?
More or less.
More or less.
Okay.
I'm
going to stay out there for 2 weeks guaranteed. That's how long I have the first Airbnb booked for, with like a bunch of people. And then I'm probably going to just stay out there for at least another week or two, either on my own or with, like, if a couple of those guys want to stay longer, like Scum or Chiz or somebody, I'll get like a 2 or 3 bedroom. Or if they don't, I'll just stay by myself and fly a girl out there or something like that. Like, I'm staying for at least 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month. Depends how I feel. Like, if I'm like 21 days in, and I'm like, all right, maybe I need a tolerance break. This has been an ordeal. Then I might fly my ass home and start packing my bags and like arranging the move and everything like that. Because I still have to do that. It's hard to like begin the moving process before I'm like legally free. Like, because I can't like even travel to like look at houses or apartments or whatever. With the way the real estate is right now, I think I'm going to rent for like 6 to 8 months before I buy a place. Like, real estate's so fucked up right now. I think the shit's going to crash within the next year.
I hear you.
It's on the way back down in Florida already.
Yeah.
So
is it?
In the next couple months, you might be able to start finding some deals. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to rent for a little while. The company that I rent through right now, like, they have like places all around the country. And I know that if I like go through them, then they can like plug me right into a place at like a discounted rate. And I think they'll even help with some of the moving costs a little bit.
They're pre-vetted. You don't have to go through the process and everything.
Yeah.
Good.
So I may just do that wherever I go, and then like once I'm there, it's a lot easier to like buy houses, because like right now, like, what would I do if I wanted to, like, let's just say buy a house in Colorado? I can't go out there to even begin the paperwork until I'm free. So then I would be in this no man's land where I'm like living here in Georgia and trying to close on a place across the country without like a home base in that country. Like,
what you might want to do, Kyle, even nowish or not too long from now, is get pre-approved for a mortgage.
Yeah.
That'll grease the skids for when you buying a house. And also, it might, like, there could be something on there that you're not aware of that you need to address. I had a negative thing on my credit record that was a mistake. It was a medical bill. They said I didn't pay $110.
Yeah.
I swear I never even got this service. I don't know what it was about. I tried to pay it just to clean up the record, and the place was out of business. Like it was just
That's
wrong.
Whack.
And I had to wait for 7 years. But shit like that happens.
I spent the last like as soon as I got out of prison, I started working on that. Like calling up like I had one thing on my credit from like I had let my insurance lapse once, my car insurance, and they had put it on my credit for like $60. And so like I called and I was like, hey, I have Progressive insurance right now, and Progressive has a fucking thing out of my credit. And they're like, yeah, we already sold that to the bullshittery fucking credit collection company,
Sharks.
So I called them up, and they said if I settled it, they would remove it, and it would like remove all negative impacts on my credit within like 3 months, and it did. So like my credit score went up like 80 points in 3 months or something like that. And then so I've been working on my credit for the last 2 years or something like that, and I've got it up to a pretty respectable range these days. I don't have anything negative on there anymore for sure.
Trevor, did you say yours was 900?
No.
Oh.
It's probably high 700s or something.
Mine was 8 something. I didn't know it went over 800. And then when you said yours was 900, I was like,
it depends on who you're asking.
Does it go to 9? Isn't like
I don't know what
depends.
it goes to.
Equifax is 950 and FICO is 850. I'd like to flex my 838 out of 850 FICO score. Thank you. It has gotten me not laid, but it should, and that is why I'm saying it. So call me if you have bad
Tinder
credit.
profile? Do you
I
have that
should.
screenshot? That Credit Karma screenshot?
Oh my God, that's so smart. Yeah, no wonder you're with somebody for 5 years.
Good-looking
credit
and
score
financially
and
secure.
health insurance.
Yeah, but not great health insurance because it doesn't cover mental.
Dad, don't cover that on Tinder. Speaking of Tinder, we have to find Diego's mom. Love her up.
Oh my God.
Give her the night of her life.
Oh my
I
God.
love what he's trash talk. I'm gonna love your mom up.
And then break her heart.
Not call her back.
Good shit.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Diego. I think he's just like I said, it feels like bullying at this point. I don't want to keep chasing somebody who's clearly afraid. So, you know,
That is
I don't
sad.
blame him. I'd be scared of you too.
Yeah, I don't want none of that.
Who would?
I do,
He says
actually.
you're on
I want you to
steroids.
punch me until I die.
I would love that. I think we're gonna do a little boxing when we get to Colorado. I know a lot of those guys have beef with one another, and they're talking about bringing some gloves out there.
You're bringing a crew that doesn't like each other?
There's a few guys that have a little beef with each
This
other.
sounds like a disaster.
Yeah. We play a lot of games together. We play poker together. So over the years, like little animosity between a couple of the guys.
Okay.
And,
Genuine? I can never tell. So these guys trash talk all the time. And you know how guys do this, right? There's ball busting, there's ripping, it's guys. Sometimes I can't tell what's real, what's not, when people genuinely dislike each other and when people are just riffing.
I'm sure they're catching feelings. I'm sure there's some hurt feelings in there.
At least underneath the surface, for sure. Like even if you act cool, it still hurts enough.
Yeah, I'm not going to say any names,
I think we've all been there.
but I look forward to it if they actually do throw down out there.
Is our smaller friend in danger, Kyle?
I'm in danger.
Knuckles.
Dirty?
Yeah.
I think Dirty will be okay. I think Scum might whip somebody's ass.
Can you type who?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. He might get this guy. You never know.
Okay.
No.
That'd be funny.
I would pay to watch.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, they go back and forth a good bit. So that'd be interesting to see. You never know what could happen there. I'm down to watch though. I'm not fighting anybody.
They both have good
Santa
social
Claus.
skills. I imagine that it doesn't lead to physical skills.
I think the challenge has already been thrown down. So we'll see what actually happens.
Can I just say that I love that the overarching theme when people on the internet, from YouTube to whatever, for as long as I've known all of us, right, since like PAX East of 2011, 10, right, is let's get in the ring and fucking fight. Like all the way from like obviously Jesus era to like where we are now. It's just like the de facto is like, fuck it, we're fighting, boxing gloves, like it's good to go. I love it. It's come a long way.
Testosterone.
How many people have actually laid hands on? I choked White Boy pretty good once. Picked him up off the ground.
I have not fought anybody.
He did me dirty. I felt better afterwards. Kyle's giving me that look, dude. I'd do it again.
I'm trying not to give any looks about that time you assaulted Alex.
He made the first move. He went for a takedown.
Oh goodness!
At that point, he earned it.
You're like that. You sound like one of those cops in his hearing after he guns down a car full of youths.
I think it's on video somewhere, and if you watch it, you'll be like, yeah, like I was practically defending myself.
Practically.
Yeah. He went for the takedown.
Wrestled a time or two, Woody and Kyle.
Yep.
It's loving though.
Perfect record.
Yes, yeah. One was top, one was bottom. It was
I was bottom. I remember.
It's guy in love. That's all it is.
That's what I should have like taken the moral victory there and started making out with him. Like this stops when you tap. Oh.
Just
We'd still be going.
Stays at PAX.
And that's when Jackie knew it was over.
Pack the bags, honey.
So any other Colorado matches lined up, you think, or just the one you
I don't know. A lot of those guys are rowdy. I'm sure that there'll be some goofing around. Dirty's always challenging people to like do this or that. He was wanting like to do something with me until we met a few months ago.
He wanted to fight you?
Yeah. He or maybe he was gonna let me hit him for like some menial amount of money. And I was like, I'd still hit you, right? He's like, fuck no, you can't hit me. You goddamn mind. I was like, yeah, okay. All right, that's fair.
Dirty, so Dirty has the gift of gab. He rips people, but it's funny. Like even when he does it, like I don't know how he gets away with it. I don't have the same skill, I'll berate someone for a bad microphone, and they'll be like, Woody was kind of an asshole. He does the exact same thing, and everyone's like,
"You're not
good
funny
one.
Though."
I guess
like
not.
That's the difference. You gotta have the right cadence.
I love going back and forth with Dirty. It's great. I love fucking arguing with him. What did I tell him the other day? I said, you don't go down on your girlfriend, you go up on her.
Is he short?
Yeah.
That's so good.
Dirty has a reputation for having spicy cum. Like apparently it burns his girlfriend. Yeah, too much Diet Pepsi, perhaps.
More pineapple.
Oh my god, he's shooting.
Dirty beat Kyle at something. I'll call it poker, but I'm not sure. And he's like, Kyle, are the rumors true? Was it spicy when I just fucked you in the ass? He's got good lines too.
I may have gone too far the other day. He just quit. I said something about his sister. That put an end to the. He was just like, oh, I don't like that. That's
digging deep.
That's too far. Oh,
noted. Yeah.
How are you supposed to find the line if you don't actively search for it?
I found the line. I said some horrific shit. I found the line for sure. Yeah, I like it. It's always fun with Dirty. But yeah, I'm sure a few of those guys will mix it up. If there are boxing gloves there, then it'll just happen because we've got a pretty big backyard. And we're going to.
Are boxing gloves normally included with an Airbnb rental?
No, but like somebody's going to bring them.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
Like a couple of the guys like own boxing gloves, so they'll probably bring their own. And like we're going to be gambling. Like we've got a poker table and we all play poker. They're playing poker right now. Like I just looked at the game to see like what was going on in our little poker game. And one guy's got $550. Dirty's got $890. Scum's got $570 in front of him. This one guy's got $1,200, and one guy's got $1,000.
Game has been growing. Like these numbers used to be all sub 300 typically.
This is how I felt when I did our poker games on Twitch, and it started like a couple, like Noah J and Wildcat and myself and a couple other people. Hutch, we just wanted to play a little poker. I don't know how to play poker, and I was learning like $100 buy-ins, and then like 4 sessions later, Mr. Beast is in there throwing $10,000, and I'm like, guys, I'm like, guys, I just don't want to come in here and lose $8,000 to people that play poker every weekend. Like, this is too much.
Mr. Beast was literally playing with Phil Hellmuth a couple weeks ago.
Oh my God,
Mr. Beast or just famous?
Hellmuth said he didn't lose any money. Said Mr. Beast didn't lose money. So,
wow,
gotta be pretty. Either you play real slow or just like.
I like Mr. Beast. If you were to watch Mr. Beast's videos, you know him too, I know, but if you were to watch his videos, you might get the idea that he's a silly guy who just sort of lucked into this thing and, wow. But you talk to him off camera, and this is a smart guy running a business, and it's like, it's kind of neat.
That man is
he's a hard worker.
He is a Bezos of the video community in terms of like how efficient. I'm not saying he's Jeff Bezos, but like how much he's built a fucking like a well-oiled machine over there. Yeah.
I didn't even think about how difficult it is to do some of the stuff he did. Like, forgive me, I'm going to have my numbers all fouled up, but he put like 10 million orbs in somebody's backyard. An orb is a small little gel ball that when you add water to it, it grows. And he's like, how do you buy 10 million orbs? Right? Like, you might buy 1,000 of them at Dollar General. Dollar General doesn't have 10 million. All the Dollar Generals in the state, you start going directly to the manufacturer. You start working with shipping companies to bring over a shipping container from China of 10 million orbs. And then you have to arrange for this and that. And suddenly these video ideas have to be planned out months in advance because of the logistics that go behind it. And it's like,
Yep.
International global trade is what he's
He's literally, Mr. Beast is like, hey, I took control of a shipping lane. And here's what I found.
Like, this
he's
is the guy
one
who
of
has
the Suez. Evergreen. That was Mr. Beast.
This guy has to understand customs to make his videos. And I'm here thinking he just counts to 1,000 or something.
A billion, yeah.
Right.
Was it a billion? I can't remember what it was.
I don't know. I think he said subscribe to
That might have been
PewDiePie
a
a ridiculous amount of times. He might have counted to 1 million. He used to do. I saw him sit under a pool, under like a big Tupperware thing, like that was over his body. And I think they supplied air, and he was supposed to be under there for 24 hours. But apparently that doesn't work for reasons I don't understand. And he got too sick, but he was under there a long time. Call it 18 hours or something. Oh. Yeah, like,
did you see?
Didn't he do a thing with like people were on an island and the last person to leave the island won the island?
It's like the most absurd shit because everybody be like, I'd love to be on there, but then you watch and like the things that it's always like the most dumb shit that I would probably go home and become an alcoholic over. It's like slight technicalities where he's like, hey, you got to kick this ball into the net, but if you cross this line, you're out, and you also can't move. And you're like, well. Okay, and half the people fail on it, and it's just so simple versus like the vast like politics that go into the stay in the circle and the last one wins, where they're like trying to convince each other like, I'll give you 25%, just get out of the circle.
Yeah,
he
that's
last week. One of his videos, he had like 700 SD cards involved with the video.
What?
And that just melts my brain.
700.
How do you keep that organized? All right. So I've had lots of SD cards. I'm sure we've all done something where you like when we go on a paintball trip, right? You might have 3 or 4, like, one on the gun, one on your helmet, a camera here, your buddy recorded this. Now you got and then you record over a few days, just 8, 10 cards. Well, it's easy, right?
Right.
Each one you put A for A cam, B for B cam, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy to keep that going. Up to 26 cameras, and who has that many? When you're at 700, what's even the catalog process?
Who's editing that? Who's storing that?
I feel so bad because it's like native captured 4K, so the video, it's like 250 gigs of raw video that the editor is like porting into his like editing station. It sounds like a jet engine's taking off. He's like, time to scrub. Like
you just hit on something. Just getting that information from the cards
onto
the PC. It would take
days.
It would take days for me with like my basic bitch setup where I've just got like so many ports or whatever, and like a normal like gaming PC. Like just
it would take days.
What format is the video in? Do they need to process it with
probably an
crazy
H.264
red?
If he, no, do you think he shoots with red, or do you think he shoots with a more normal form factor? I think he. I think he's
DSLR.
Yeah, he probably sacrifices that.
I get a kick out of the guys that use really high-end cameras, and I think it's just their hobby. Like, I'll never get his name right. MKBHD.
Marquez Brownlee.
No,
Yeah.
he actually.
But he 100%. He actually uses that to the full extent.
He's on
His
YouTube,
videos are so
though.
beautiful.
Yeah.
They're
So what?
beautiful,
That's
but-
the one platform that actually hosts 8K videos in native res.
I am
Is it necessary?
not
No.
sold that
But he's a magician.
that anyone can tell the difference between his 8K video.
It doesn't matter. He's literally he is the preeminent tech YouTuber. For him to like, if anyone's gonna use cutting edge tech to film their shit, I'd rather be him or like Linus Tech Tips or
Linus is the other one who does like really outrageous video capture.
Yeah, but that's his thing.
But it's just a guy standing at a table, talking about computers.
You're asking what's the benefit when you're talking about people who's like, that's like going to like somebody who's like my 1200 horsepower Supra. Like, what's the benefit? It doesn't matter. Like, the point is to get it there, right?
But
And just, like,
I guess
push
what
it.
I'm like, these cameras exist so that people can make movies that will be watched many years from now. These cameras
Right.
exist so that people can film big things and punch in and still get like 4K in that little corner of the scene. Like, these cameras exist for things that are not
These cars
Linus
exist for things that
standing
aren't
at a table, talking about something that won't be relevant in 9 months, right?
Who's
In 9
driving
months,
a
this
Who's driving a
video card-
Bugatti to go to the grocery store? A lot of people, but like,
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's not like business driven. It's more hobby driven. It's an enthusiast doing it.
Oh, for sure. I'm just, no, I agree with you on that. It's not like they're not
It's
doing
not a
it because
necessity.
there's a competitive. That's not a competitive advantage to record in 8K at all. in
But
any
that's
way.
also kind of his brand in
Yeah.
a sense. Like, he's known as the guy who goes above and beyond, so there's some value there too.
I find it interesting when he talks about his. I hope I'm not exaggerating, but like, I think he might have $100,000 camera lens that he uses,
Probably.
and just the thing that. Like the hard drive for his cameras costs like 15 grand or something outrageous like that. And the whole setup costs so much money for no benefit. I think he just likes it.
For sure.
But
And
let's
he can
not
afford to
pretend
do
it's
it.
more useful than like a saltwater fish tank.
Yeah.
Like, that's all it is. It's just because you want it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking effort. I wouldn't want.
You're a hater, Woody. You're a hater.
am I? I don't try to be. I guess I could kind of come off like one. I think it's neat. I guess for a business, I feel like it should be like, that's not where your passions go. But maybe I'm.
If you're making millions of dollars, I almost said billions. If you're making millions of dollars doing it, like, then what's the? There's no harm, no foul here,
Let
right?
him
There's
buy
like,
his
there's
lens,
no,
man.
yeah, there's no victim to Mark Ass Brownlee, like buying a 100K lens.
It's a
just-
business expense. He'll survive.
Yeah, write it off on taxes.
Yeah, I am a little more less frugal, I should say, with business expenses. Like, if there's a business thing that needs it, heck, this mic isn't working properly. I think I'm gonna buy another one just so that if this one ever doesn't work, I have a quality spare. Because I don't want one day with a microphone that makes electric noises. Kyle's muted. You're muted. But I can see the
Yeah, he's got
the thing. It's the mute button.
Oh.
He thinks it's his mic, but I feel like it's
no.
the
I
mute
think
button.
he was. I think he. What is that sound?
He disconnected. Yeah. He's rebooting. He thinks, but so he had this icon next to his name, which implies to me that button was pressed. But he seems to. I don't know.
Maybe he has like his interface shuts off or something, and he has to restart.
Oh, he has that old Focusrite fucking awful error.
He's back.
Kyle, what's
Yep.
your interface?
I just bought a new one, but I don't have it plugged in. But the
Of
old
course.
one is, what is this?
Yes!
All right.
did it.
Someone's
We
being
can't-
too frugal on their business expenses.
Kyle, we can't hear you, obviously.
Damn it, Kyle.
Yeah, I
He
know.
knows. All right, we know he knows now. That's. I think I stand corrected. I think it was a hardware error that brought.
Yeah,
up
it
that
was definitely a
icon.
hard one. If it's a Focusrite, or like,
We also
oh my
don't
god,
hear you now, Kyle.
oh
We still can't hear
it's an Elgato Wave piece of shit.
That's the new one. It's not the one that he's using.
Yeah, piece of shit.
So do you think his new one's garbage? What would you get?
No, I have a Go XLR, which I also think is a piece of shit. The most like robust one I've ever. The best audio interfaces are the ones made by like Apollo for musicians. That like these fucking things are built like a tank. They've been used for decades. All right, they will like jiggling your USB-A cable is not going to like crash the interface or blue screen your computer. Like. A lot of gaming companies, the Elgato one is good. The Go XLR, they're good. They really, when they work, they really are good. They're for everybody who wants to get into it. But it's kind of like if you want to get good audio equipment, you buy the enthusiast audio equipment from the people that have been doing it since like 1707, right?
Nothing.
I have the Rain MLM65. Anyone can Google it if they want to. Rain. RANE.
Yeah.
MLM65. It works. I don't know. It'll keep working forever. It has 6 mics you can put in it. I never had more than
That's
30.
a lot of XLR jacks.
It's more than I need.
Wait, is it a mixer or is it a interface?
Both.
Like you have both. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
you're ready to DJ.
Yeah. Well, I can just switch mics if I need to.
Surround sound mic action.
Binaural audio. I want you to like ASMR
I could do
me
that.
like right here.
Hey, you are set up to become an ASMR streamer.
I could.
Get one of those little ear things. You can start
we could do 5.1 surround with this thing.
God, that ear stuff bothers me so much. When
Does
it's
it?
like licking the ASMR. Like I get the idea and the concept, and I do get the tingles. I do get the tingles when people do the shit. Just restart your computer and just cut the middleman. But I do get the tingles when people do that. But like, I don't get the concept of doing it in a meaningful way to put myself to sleep or like in a like. It's a weird sensation. I don't really like it, so I can't relate to the people that are like, oh yeah, nothing.
Do you think it's like a high? Like they just kind of crave it, and that's.
No, for sure. Like you get it, like the goosebumps feeling where your hair stands up. But what I only imagine is pleasant to them. It just makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, I could deal without this. But I'm sure that people are like, oh, that's the stuff. Like that zipper sound is it. It's just, it's not for me. So I don't know.
What do you think, Trevor?
Of ASMR?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat as Tucker here. I've given it a genuine attempt just because I was like, what is this about? Like I put headphones on and I like tried to understand it. And like, yeah, I do. I get the goosebumps. I get the hair standing up, but it's not a feeling
it's not for me.
I would ever want to seek out.
I get instantly bored. And I can't explain why it's so boring so fast. It hardly makes sense. I could watch a blank screen and last longer than I could with ASMR.
Really?
I'm just like, oh, like I dislike the person for putting on such terrible content. Like,
I'm okay with it as long as it's like Amaranth, like headbutting a fucking microphone with
Wait,
her ass
that
pointed
shit
at the
was
camera.
so funny though. I love the clips of Amaranth. I think there's a large majority that don't get that she's self-aware and completely understands the absurdity of this. But when she's headbutting her mic in a horse mask in like lingerie, this is peak content. It's so funny to me.
If you mute it and watch it, it's hilarious.
If you unmute it, it's so good.
It's funny no matter what.
Yeah.
It's
great.
pretty absurd. Yeah, it's pretty hot too. Influencersgonewild.com. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God. There's no way. Wikifeed.com.
Hashtag
unrelated. Are you? Oh God. Woody, what are you so invested in? Woody's watching the clip and he's like speechless. He's ready.
I'm watching Amaranth's ASMR. It's on her homepage from 3 weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
And it is more interesting than I gave it credit for.
Yeah, Amaranth is the queen of bending the rules. She was like she created the hot tub meta to what it was, to the pinnacle of it. And she was always the one. Her and Indie Fox got banned though, but Amaranth is always really good at that.
She's good at her job. To get here,
Amaranth streamed like 300 hours in a month in a kiddie pool. You know how pruning that is? That's so crazy to me.
I was 1 minute and 45 seconds into this video before I realized her boobs were sticking out of her lingerie. Like that's how good the ASMR was.
Yeah,
I think it says more about you than it does her ASMR.
Did she invent the Sharpie writing?
I think that she Amaranth, she may not have invented a lot of these metas, but she has perfected and pushed the metas to the forefront. She is like the Spotify like curated playlist for all of the new like I just want to make some
top
money.
50.
Yeah, but she's so good at it. Like I genuinely think she's one of the we know I can't name names. I want to, but we know people in our industry that were just really good at farming clicks for views, right?
Yeah.
Gameplay, otherwise it doesn't matter. She is that for Twitch. She's so good at it. It's the great businesswoman. Yeah,
I love it. Good for her.
She made like $1 million in a month from this shit.
That's nice.
So hey, that shit don't last forever.
Can't hate it.
It doesn't. I find it interesting. I watch someone who's killing it and think, ooh, yeah, you're killing it, but all your success is tied to your current game. Right? Like I predict you're a person who will transfer to the next game. And I wonder, like, are they planning this? Are they working it out? Do they know that they have a life cycle? Do they realize they're at the peak of their bell curve as we're talking?
Right.
And some do, some don't. Sometimes I'm wrong, sometimes I'm not. But this stuff doesn't last forever most of the time.
I think Tucker and I have to be the top 0.01% for longevity, right?
I think I think our group, yeah.
I mean, our group too.
Yeah,
I was saying more like, because Woody and Kyle don't like necessarily create content as much anymore, but they do. Technically, they do. I mean, the podcast is content.
Yeah.
So I mean, all four of us honestly are top 0.01%. I would say most people don't get this lucky. To be this long.
I would say you don't need to enhance. It's like right there. There's nothing hidden in any of these photos.
Enhance.
I would posit that because I was thinking about this the other day. I just passed my 13th year in YouTube, right? Or something like that. And I was like, man, how many people are actively still engaged in a community where they're not like off by the wayside 5K viewers or like 5K views a video, like where they're actively a relevant name in the community? It's got to be a small handful of people just because it is like there's so much of life that got into it. We know so many people who were huge at one point that either lost motivation, changed jobs,
family.
Yeah, so many things. Yeah. So it is a very improbable thing, probably like almost every other entertainment job, to exist after 8-10 years. Yeah, that's like a weird milestone to hit.
Does that happen with actors too?
For sure. And well, PewDiePie I was just talking about this with my artist friend. PewDiePie had the exact same life cycle as a Justin Timberlake or Justin Bieber, where he made content that was geared towards younger kids, and it was very hyperactive, it was cool, whatever. And then he kind of fell out of favor, took a couple years, whatever happened, and then he came back with content true to his age and his person, and all the people that were hating on him prior are like, you know what, he just makes good content. Same with fucking Bieber. Same with like Justin Timberlake did NSYNC and stuff, disappeared, came back as a solo artist, like SNL actor. People do transfer their talent from one part to the other, but you got to allow everybody to grow and then find you again. You can't just, it's rare to maintain some sort of like consistent.
Like, who's the actor that played Jesse in Breaking Bad?
Jesse
Pinkman.
Something was it?
Jesse Pinkman. Okay, that's his name.
No, I don't know his name.
Is he gonna have another role that rivals that? Ever?
No,
probably not.
No, he peaked. Like I mean, like you say that, but then there's like so many actors like I don't know. You could say that about like Brando with Streetcar Named Desire, right? And he just kept fucking killing it year after year. Some people do and some people don't, and I think it's a matter of being well hooked up in that community, in the Hollywood community or whatever community you're within, right? Getting those roles, getting those like well-written roles. Like every year, I'm sure there's like half a dozen, like maybe not in pandemic times, but half a dozen roles that like the A-list guys are all just like, that's the one I want. Like that's the big money movie, but this is the big like Oscar movie. Like they can tell the scripts that are going to be which are which.
Yeah, but I also think that it's kind of a tough one too, because even if you as an actor or as you as a musician, you're like, I'd love to collab with this person, there's a lot of external factors that go into it. You could play the role of your life in a movie that was designed for you, and it's just a fucking bad movie. And
that's why
just,
Harvey
tough.
Weinstein had so much power. That's why Harvey Weinstein had so much power, is because like he had that huge company. He had all of those actors, and he could make and break people so easily. He could put you in a Hunger Games and make you super famous. He could put you in a Harry Potter movie and make you just. Those kids in Harry Potter kind of have it made forever now. Like the ones who stood out and shined. I don't know. Like the same could be said with like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, right? Like he made all of those people.
Yeah,
Weinstein made Matt Damon and Ben Affleck.
I mean, their first movie was Good Will Hunting. It's the famous story about how they wrote Good Will Hunting and they took it from studio to studio. And they give them the script, and they had inserted the scene in there where it's the same script that you saw, except there's a scene where, out of nowhere, Matt Damon's character just starts blowing Ben Affleck's character after a hard day of work. Just starts sucking his dick. And so Harvey and all the studios were like, we love it, let's make it. We love it, let's make it. We love it, let's make it. Until Harvey Weinstein. And he goes, boys, you got something here. You got something here. We want to make this film. There's just one thing, like in the second act, there's that part where your character starts blowing Ben's character, and it really comes out of nowhere, and it never really follow up with it later on. Well, what's that about? And they're like, we want to work with you because you sat down and read our script. You didn't hand it to some like little person and have them like give you a thumbs up, and like you're not just like reading 3 pages and be like, yeah, this is pretty good. Let's make this movie. You read this thing cover to cover. We want to work with Harvey Weinstein. Now, turned out he was a bit of a rapey monster, but that aside, also seems like a guy
he'd like
great movie guy. Rapey, but great movie guy.
He made some pretty good movies. I've also heard stories of him meddling and stuff, but still, like, I mean, he made Lord of the Rings, like so many huge productions. All the Tarantino stuff were Weinstein productions up until, you know, the whole thing that happened. Like some of the greatest movies of all time came right through Harvey Weinstein in one way or another.
I wish I could truth serum him, pretending truth serum works like I wanted to.
Yeah,
and find out like who he really slept with, who he did what with. You know, I want to know what his body list looks like.
Jesus, Woody, you're like,
oh come on, I'm alone in this, right? No one else wonders who Harvey Weinstein fucked.
I don't give a shit. I don't give it. Woody's like. Name and shame. I want to take a double-decker red bus tour
and tell untruths to my audience.
I don't care who Harvey. In fact, I think knowing would ruin whatever perception I may have had or fantasy with whomever he might have slept with. If he comes on and he's like Carmen Electra, that hurts me in the soul. Like
no,
I
she
can't.
Had a bad career. There's no way he fucked her. You got to look at chicks who had great careers. You got to look at the Emma Watson.
What if he ruined people?
And
don't say Emma Watson, please.
Oh, he definitely fucked Emma Watson.
Please,
no.
Oh yeah.
How old was she at the time?
18.
All right.
18.
I want to unsubscribe from Weinstein.
They went to Florida. They went to Florida, and when she was 16.
Did he check her real ID though?
They went to
her British
Alabama,
ID. Yes.
Where it's
Emma Watson, probably Jennifer Garner, maybe Jennifer Garner, but I was thinking of what's her name from Hunger Games?
Jennifer Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence, yeah, whose name I always forget. I bet he got it on with her.
I saw her
the one that I'm most suspicious of.
Yeah,
because like she really came out of nowhere for a major role, and he has that reputation. And I want to know, and I want to know who else is on the list.
It ain't none of my business. Don't ruin my.
I can't remember what the meme is, but there's
signal over there.
I'm not virtue signaling. I just don't want to know. He's gross, man.
Roles. Not anyone can give a blowy like that.
I wish I could remember what the meme is. It's a 4chan like green text or something, and it's like somebody was like, "I wonder what Emma Watson's pussy tastes like," and somebody immediately goes, "Harvey Weinstein's dick."
That's good.
The reason I think Emma Watson is not one is because she started when she was a child star. Like,
since when has that stopped anybody in Hollywood?
Touche. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, was Weinstein in Epstein's book?
I don't think so.
Greatest shocker of 2020
in the first movie.
Oh,
and come on,
Harvey, you fucking scum!
It's old enough to plow.
There's grass in the field. Play ball.
Oh my god.
At 10, I'm not even sure. I don't know.
Oh, that was too far for Kyle.
I'm the one that, we went too far for Kyle. Whatever. He just wants coffee.
God.
It's not the line. Jeffrey Epstein's Hollywood pipeline ran straight to Harvey Weinstein.
You know what? Actually, you know what's great? So when Microsoft Flight Sim came out, the day it came out, a lot of people were looking forward to it. Yeah, but his island address is public, right? And so when you're flying in Flight Sim multiplayer, you can see other planes and stuff. There was like 50 various two prop planes, like AC-130 just flying around Harvey.
I went there in an Icon A5 and there's traffic all over the place.
It's so funny.
The Icon is amphibious, so you can drive it around like a boat once you get there.
Oh, my favorite.
You like the internet. Is it Icon, right? Or it's not Acon?
Icon. It's Icon.
Icon A5. You like that plane? You know it, I guess, Trevor?
Oh no, I used it a lot in Flight Sim.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't. I mean, they're cheap, right? They're like $300K. I mean, it'd be a fun plane to have, but there are a lot of like athletes and stuff that have died in them. So,
look, man, the fastest way to die is flying your own vehicle, right? Yeah. Like helicopters and airplanes are just look at Harrison Ford crashed his shit when we lived. Actually, I think you had moved out, but when Harrison Ford crashed his shit in the Santa Monica airport, we lived across the street from it. I was live streaming. I heard a bang and I was like, yo, car crash. And then my dad sent me the article and he's like, you know anything about this? And I was like, oh.
I heard that.
I heard that. Yeah. There were so many fire trucks and stuff.
Yeah. Wow. You're like,
we were
fastest way to die is flying your own aircraft. And I'm like,
or your own
might be motorcycles, but I'm checking both of these boxes anyway.
I think all of the anything where you're not protected by copious amounts of airbags.
Yeah, making a plane safe would make it too heavy.
I think the motorcycle is more dangerous than the paramotor, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, actually, because you are attached to a parachute. So like if engine cuts, you'd forget me if I'm wrong.
The guys that die in paramotoring, correct me if I'm wrong, Woody, they're usually doing some acrobatics, so they end up kind of wrapped up in their own chute, or they land in like water or something,
telephone poles and stuff.
Landing water is a big deal. It's not usually acro. Low acro, which I distinguish as different, where they're like doing aggressive maneuvers right next to the ground.
Yeah.
Often showing off. Like there's someone on the ground, they want to do something they don't do all the time.
I'm gonna get so much pussy. Watch this.
I don't know what they're thinking. And everyone on the ground who doesn't understand paramotor acro is like, that guy is terrible at flying. He is out of control.
Because you're swinging back and forth.
Yeah, they're swinging back and forth. It doesn't look like they're doing a good job. People are just impressed the damn fucking lawn chair flies in the first place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? Well,
it is in fact very true.
So they're making a huge mistake by doing low acro and they hurt themselves. That and water are the
they're already attached to a lawn chair 4,000 feet in the air. They're not the best at decision making.
Can't argue with that.
No.
But it's a good time. We should go tandem.
It looks
I'm down. I would absolutely go tandem with you just because I refuse to say no to things that are scary.
It's not that gay. You get your own lawn chair.
Cool.
Yeah, but you're not 5 feet. You're not 5 feet apart.
I thought we were like facing each other like a Bjorn.
I had that. I wanted
to get on you like a baby koala.
You're just like in his ear, like, oh, it's so beautiful from back here.
No, I'm down to do that. We're talking about going skydiving in Colorado. So like, maybe I'll do like a massive edible, like 250 milligrams or something, and then go up.
Kyle,
what?
Kyle, we gotta walk this one back. All right, I take 50. I take 50 milligrams when I want to go to sleep, and I really mean it. Okay. At what point are you not drooling on yourself? What's the point of 250?
You're going to want to tune into the show on October 7th because I'm going to take 1,000 milligrams right before the show.
It's 1,000 is it's an ounce of weed condensed into one.
You're goddamn right.
Sometimes I think back to when I was a decent athlete and make decisions as if I was still that guy. That is what Kyle is doing with pot, right? He used to smoke on an
but the
Olympic
worst
level.
thing he has is like
Now
he gets like psychosis and he goes comatose. That's
he's
not
taking
that
a
bad.
2-year tolerance break and thinking he can handle 1,000 milligrams.
No chance.
Wait, Kyle.
I don't think I can handle it at all. I think it's going to send me to the nightmare realm. By the way, this is Alka-Seltzer, and it tastes like shit. I gave me the wrong Alka-Seltzer, and it's like citrus flavor.
We have the same cups.
Oh my god.
They're close.
Pretty
No,
similar.
they're. Oh yeah. You have the
Yeah, I think I've got a shorter base on mine.
Yeah.
These are cheap. Yours are probably fancy.
No, these are IKEA. I
Oh.
think.
These are also like okay. They're we may just
Maybe.
have like the same cup from different years, even.
Yeah, mine was the 2018 gen IKEA smoked glass cup.
I know Tucker's given us a tour of his place before, but I am digging the little background view. I think
My lighting.
I think you used to stream with like a maybe a green screen right behind you and not show so much. But I'm not sure if you've done anything. Yeah, that's what you used to do, perhaps.
I mean, I still do it, but I mean, it blocks airflow. I'm in a conference room. I'm in a booth inside a conference room with 2 PCs. Like, it gets hot in here, so
Yeah.
it's my nighttime
Chilling.
ambient lighting. Yeah.
No, but I'm fully aware that I have zero tolerance, like that I have just taken the most extreme tolerance break of all time, and that like just like the smallest amount of weed is going to send me to crazy town. But
That just makes me anxious.
I'm
I hate
for it.
overdosing on edibles. It's the worst.
too.
I hate
feeling
it
in the
too. I'm
world,
gonna
and
vomit.
I don't.
No,
It
that's
can
what
make
I'm.
you throw up.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah. I every time for me instantly.
I'm going to
worst,
throw
worst
up.
time.
I'm excited because I don't think I care about your like well-being that much. So like, I just want you to come out with at least like a minimal good story.
How long
I
does it
mean,
last? The throwing
all
up
night.
phase. No, you don't throw up and
it
then
doesn't stop.
not.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll probably throw up a couple times.
How long do you think till you hit like? I mean,
It'll take
is it
2
gonna be
hours
45
to, like-
minutes, 2 hours into the show. Do you think
It
that's
takes, like, 2 hours
what's
to
your
kick in.
estimate?
It takes about 2
Because I'm
hours
gonna
to kick
watch.
in, and so like hour 2 will be just awful.
So you
going
think you'll
forward.
make it 120 minutes before puking?
I don't
Yeah.
believe
I
that.
don't think
It'll
you will.
45 minutes is really when it starts to like when you start to get into the noticeable
And that's
gears.
gonna be
And that's going to be,
parabolic.
yeah, I'm thinking an hour 15 max.
Are
And
you
you're
doing
going to
this-
be,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, go for it.
Are you doing this on PKA or Twitch stream?
PKA. I can't.
You
I'm-
can't
I'm-
do that legally on Twitch.
Yeah, I
stream.
can't do it legally on Twitch. That's what I told
Oh.
them.
Also,
like,
this is great that like the parent is like, are you doing that at family dinner or on your own time? And he's like, family dinner.
yeah,
no.
it should be
I think
interesting.
I was hoping you said PKA.
Yeah, it's going to be fucking interesting. You know, I made some mistakes and underestimated just how much money some of my Twitch viewers had at their disposal, and just like 500 subs got donated in like 12 minutes or
likely
something
issue.
like that, and so now I'm going to poison myself. So it'll be interesting.
Are you just gonna down some gummies and drink some soda to wash it down?
No,
How are you
for
gonna...
that you're gonna need I have 600 milligrams of cough
tincture?
syrup. Yeah, but it's like
the-
cough syrup. That shit burns when you're because like I said, I do
Just
50
shots of that?
milligrams. Yeah, 600 milligrams is like it's a lot of liquid.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into detail about it, but you know, I'll probably get a medical card in Colorado for myself
gonna
so
need
that
it.
I can get a big old chocolate bar or something like that, and then you know, because might as well like vomit and have it look like poop.
That is probably better than the bright red cherry guava liquid that I
Yeah.
would be throwing up.
I was thinking gummies. Like Joey Diaz has these stars or
The
something.
gu- the
5 to 10
gummies-
at a time.
The gummies are a problem because they take like the space that they take up. It's all gelatin and shit. You need the most 1,000 milligram. Or what is that? Like
A gram.
A gram. Yeah, a gram of actual THC. That takes up a lot of space, right? Already. So a chocolate bar is still going to be like a normal Hershey's sized chocolate bar, and it's going to taste awful. Or like I said, in liquid form, it's like 8
So
ounces
a
of
gummy
liquid.
would be like a baseball or something stupid like that.
Probably even more than that, honestly.
You know those giant gummy worms that you can
Yeah,
get that are like,
literally like
they look like a double-ended dildo. Like I'm just
Just
choking
downing
that
that
thing
thing.
down.
Yeah. Just
Actually
open
sounds
your
even
mouth,
better. Let's do this.
repress your gag reflex, and just shove it down there.
The way
way ahead of
Rogan
you.
tells the story, he made it seem like Joey Diaz's 500s are like the size of 2 gummy bears.
It's
guess
probably
not.
it's probably constant. You can make like a It's probably not called this, but like a hash cube or like a concentrated cube. It's just going to be the worst thing you could possibly decide to ingest. It's going to be so foul.
No, like dispensary is going to have that handy.
No, that's you cooking at home or your friend cooking at home and like just can of butter. Like just like buttering a sourdough bread with just straight can of butter.
I've done that. I've drank straight butter. Yeah, I used to make edibles all the time.
You're a psychopath.
Yeah,
that's so.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like not like the deal would be that I made like a stick of butter for like a batch of cupcakes or whatever, but then I had like an ounce left over, and so it's just sitting in there like this piece of butter that's like the size of like a bottle cap, like this little coin of butter, and I just like put it in a shot glass, melted it, and just threw it back, just get it down. Because like, what else am I going to do with it?
Yeah, it's like looking
I
at.
can't even imagine.
That's the equivalent of like walking into the airport and being like, "Wow, I just have like slightly less than an 8 ball of Coke. I got to get rid of it somehow." And you're just like, "All right, like pound it."
It's pretty fucking powerful stuff. I'm really good at making edibles. I think you can legally like make edibles in Colorado, right? Like that's all good. So like, I'll double check the legal statutes and everything, but I'll probably just make us some edibles. I could just do that. I could just make some scary ass cupcakes because I use like I won't go too in depth. I don't know if you're allowed to give recipes on YouTube or whatever, but I know what I'm doing. I'm really good at it, and they're strong as fuck.
Nice.
I've had some rough experiences in the past, though. I was just talking to my dad about this like 2 days ago about like overdosing on edibles. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be scary. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time no matter what. Man.
You should probably smoke some flour to make the edibles go down better.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, I will. I think so as well.
I will. I absolutely will.
Unironically.
I'm kind of the expert on the show.
Because like the flour will help with the nausea caused by the overdose of the edible, right? So it's like it's like like the same way you smoke a little weed with your chemo, to stay healthy. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna just have a great time. I can't wait to do the show from there high.
You're gonna have an awful time, but I'm gonna have a great time watching you. Like,
yeah, it'll be fun. I'll just be sitting here with sunglasses on, just like trembling a little.
Shaking a little. I just like Woody's just gonna bark Kyle and you're just, what?
I just burst into tears.
Do we know, is Taylor still going to Colorado? Does he have
I just assumed he wasn't going to come and sold his room. Because I figured like
you sold his room already, so that's locked in.
I sold his room to Chocolate Thunder because if anything goes down with the cops, it's nice to have a black guy there to blame things on, right? Like they'll come in and I could be like covered in blood, like knife in each hand, and they like scan the room. They'd see the black guy and just immediately, look out, sir! There's a black.
Stop resisting!
They would save me from him and like start pummeling him. Like it's great to have him there. I haven't told him this, but that's the only reason I invited him. He is a scapegoat and a half.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
he's your beard.
He's my beard. Yeah, so it's great to have a black guy with us. Plus, like some people like to think I'm racist, so it's nice to have like one of those in my corner every now and then. I'm gonna get some pictures with him. Like lots of pictures. Token. Like we'll take pictures and then we'll both change. I'll be like, all right, man, throw a different shirt on real quick. Let's make it seem like we've taken pictures over the course of like knowing each other for more than a day, and so get lots of those, for Twitter and such. I think that'll be good, and like also like I needed another $700 because Taylor wasn't going to be able to make it. So and he was willing to pay right away. So just made sense to invite him along. I'm just kidding, Chocolate Thunder. I look forward to hanging out with you. I won't let the cop. I mean, I'll let the cops take you. I'm not doing shit, but like, but it'll be fun. They did say though, I think everybody's agreed that like if Taylor does want to come, then we'll share a bed or something. Like, yeah, we'll make like somebody. I've got a queen size bed, I think, or maybe a king size. Like I've got one of the bigger bedrooms, and like I'm happy to like share a bed if it means Taylor can come. So he can still come if he wants. But I figured he wasn't going to be able to make it. It's coming up in 29 days.
Well, I hope the best for him.
Yeah, me too.
I'm really sad to hear about
it's a rough situation. Yeah, but they're all good. Everybody's always asking me. I spoke to them today. They actually got some good news. I won't go too much into detail or anything, but they got some good news today.
That's great.
And moving forward with treatment and that sort of thing. But it's a bit of a process.
Yeah, well put. So,
yeah,
good shit in that regard.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming. It was really nice to talk to you. It's been so fucking long, Trevor, since I've seen you.
It's been too long. I've been wanting to come on for a while. Chiz hits me up every once in a while. I don't know. I don't really do podcasts at all. Like this is probably the last podcast marathon. Was on PKA. So like it's just always a little intimidating, but like I had a blast. It was fun just shooting the shit and hanging out. So
yeah.
Down anytime.
We'll have guests sometimes. They'll be like, so what topics will be covered? And we're like, are you kidding? We don't fucking know. There's no prep for this. It's like this could easily go down a dark road.
There'll definitely be child fucking and age of consent discussions.
Yeah. Well, pedophilia is one of our cornerstone topics. So we like to hit that quick and early, right before the right after the pre-roll and right before the first mid-roll. We like to get it right sandwiched in there.
Far enough away from the ads, give it a little buffer.
Yeah, we like to hit that hard
Hook
right away.
the audience.
Yeah.
RSK, there's.
Yeah, yeah. I love that. Every time I raid somebody, they're just jumping into their chat. RSK, but they don't say RSK. They go ahead and spell it out. And
I think we're pretty good at least like the Taylor raids and stuff for the most part. People
they know to say real sweet kids.
They real sweet kids and a couple of them, and I just say, hey, that's not what. No, but we haven't been that for a long time, brothers. Like we've moved on.
Yeah, you got to keep them. You got to be careful with that. But yeah, appreciate you both coming on. It was nice to have you both. Kind of a little reunion of the olden times.
Truly.
And as much as I miss Taylor, it was definitely cool to have you both.
Trevor, how many views do you have now? I have this feeling it's an outrageous number.
On TmarTn 2 alone.
Like combined. They pump up the number.
3 billion.
3 billion. Good golly.
That might be. I don't watch it very closely. Like 2.8. 2.8 billion.
He said 3
I bet
billion.
That's more than Endgame. Like that's more than. Is that more than all the?
Yeah,
Marvel
but we
movies?
didn't have to pay $20 to watch Trevor's Let's Play Part 7 of Midnight Club. So.
I'm also just cutting it up in 25-minute segments.
Yeah.
3-hour marathon.
It's just a huge number. I knew it'd be big. I didn't know it'd be that big. That's
my God. Marvel, if Marvel was a YouTuber, you will not believe what Thanos does this time. It's like Part 7, a 20-minute thing, and he's like, this is the thumbnail.
He's on the thumbnails.
So like, that's when the pre-roll. That's when the mid-roll begins. When he's just like,
yeah. And then it's a flashback to Gamora getting thrown off the cliff or something. Oh
yeah, right. They ask some question. Does Thanos snap? And then, of course, no.
Find out next time.
Yeah. Does this person does this thing happen? Question mark. Always is no. On YouTube.
Yeah.
But
Thanos
anyway,
consensual.
time to wrap.
Yeah.
I want to ask Trevor to pimp his stuff. What does a person with 3 billion views pimp on PKA? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Come watch some Let's Plays, TmarTn 2 on YouTube. But I love what you guys do. Thank you for having me on. I had a lot of fun.
Thanks for coming.